swear to God, I will hold you in my
Hello and welcome to the Oceanic Pro League. My name is Michael Hingershing, and thank you so much for joining us for this massive OPL Sunday for round 3. Yesterday saw a massive upset as Sin took down then undefeated Legacy, and last night the shock news that Tainted Minds coach Inero, a guest on this very desk, has quit the organisation before their match today, and also confirmation this morning that the Direwolves will be debuting their much-hyped jungler, Schernfire. And so an exciting OPL debut after 2 years overseas. So do not go anywhere. We've got 2 massive matches for you today. And to help us break down these games as they happen, we have our in-house OPL analyst, Nathan Mendrix Mendez, and also, no stranger to the OPL analyst desk, captain of Legacy, Tim Carbon Wendell. Mendrix, let me start with you. You're feeling pretty good. It's a warm and balmy Sydney day today, 40 degrees.
It is really hot today. I mean, when I was walking down into the office, I was thinking, damn, it's so hot at the moment. As soon as I walked in, it was like a breath of fresh air hit me, and very glad to be here today.
And Carbon, kind of an unexpected loss for you guys yesterday. How are the boys holding up after the kind of shock defeat?
What defeat?
Well, yep, true. Yep, okay, cool.
I didn't play yesterday. I don't know what you're
We're all in
talking
denial. It's fine.
It never happened.
It never happened.
It didn't
Just,
happen.
It didn't happen. All
about.
right.
Still 2-0. We're playing today.
At Os Carbon, if you want to let him know what happened
Don't at
yesterday.
me.
All right, didn't happen. All right, well, let's take a look at today's viewing as we bring up the schedule. We're starting things off with defending champions Chiefs taking on underdogs Exile 5, and are we set for another upset? Who knows? Then later on today, in a matchup that has changed a lot in the last 24 hours, the currently coachless Tainted Minds are up against a Direwolves lineup who, like I said, are debuting a new jungler back from a 2-week competitive ruling. A massive day of matches. So let's get right into it. Carbon, the Chiefs are Legacy's mortal enemies, yeah? So do you see, what do you see as their core characteristic, this split?
This split so far? Kind of tough to say. There's only been 2 weeks, really, and I think the first week was a little bit messy, a bit hard to take too much from that first week, I think. Last week they played really, really well. I think they have a strong macro game as well as some really strong micro players. So it's kind of, they're just kind of strong all around the board, to be honest.
All right, well, Mendrex, XL5 still searching for that first win. So in your assessment, how has their split been? And also, there's been talk of a substitution today for them.
Yeah, that's right. They are actually possibly not going to get to see Suman, who is a linchpin for their roster, or he's demonstrated to be. And these guys, they're the new people on the block. They've got a lot to prove, but as long as they remain competitive, as long as they show it to the Chiefs today, if they manage to take a game, they're showing great progress.
All right, well, let us get straight to it. Early today, I spoke to Chiefs captain Swiffer about their split and asked if it was too early to be talking about an undefeated season.
No, it isn't too early to be talking about an undefeated season. I guess we haven't had one of those in quite a while now, though. So he's hoping that we can bring it back. I mean, like, does it count that we've already kind of lost a game to Direwolves, though? So maybe we already have been defeated. And yeah, it is too early to be talking about it.
Yesterday, we saw Sin upset Legacy. Did that make you guys consider the possibility of an upset today?
Not too much. I think that Legacy just kind of had an off week, and we haven't been having an off week during scrims and practice and everything. So it kind of just says that anything can happen, right? But I think this is pretty solidified that won't be happening this time.
We also saw yesterday that Jace is looking super strong in 7.2. What are your thoughts on the lethality changes, and how will they affect Chiefs' play, do you think?
It's kind of brought champions that were already strong more into the fold, I suppose. You have like, Jace, Varus, Jin. Anyone that can benefit from just the, like, Yomu's Edge of Night build or anything, or any kind of combination to that effect, just became much stronger, I suppose. It still doesn't really do anything into tanks, but but because more carry tops are coming in, it kind of just means that people are just blowing up left, right, and center now. And so, yeah, we've adjusted accordingly.
You are heavy favourites coming into today's game. Will you accept a 2-1, or are you looking to 2-0 this?
Oh, we're definitely looking to 2-0. I think anything less would be kind of be seen as a disappointment, not only in our eyes, but for our fans as well.
Well, best of luck in the match today. Thanks for speaking to us.
Thanks.
There we are, Swiffer, captain of the Chiefs, saying that 2-1 is not acceptable. They are specifically looking for a 2-0, and, it's confidence, I guess. All right, let's take a look at the guys right now as they are getting ready in the Riot Studios right here. Looking like they're having a pretty relaxed time before today's match. Let's take a look at their lineup, shall we? We have Swiper in the top lane, Spooks, their jungler, their mid laner, Swiffer, who we just spoke to, their AD carry, Raze, and their support, Ejim. Mendrix, these guys have looked strong at different times all over the map. What are you expecting out of them today?
I'm expecting them to have a nice, solid landing phase and then try to close it out afterwards just by having a nice, sizable lead based off that. The big thing is we need to worry about those, perhaps Spooks, maybe not respecting his opponents. So we actually saw that in his interview specifically before. He said he had a problem with that, and that means he needs to watch out for them. You need to worry about amateurs because they can be unpredictable. Sometimes they are your greatest weakness.
Yeah, you don't want this to be a banana peel. Carmen, obviously you're rooting for an XL5 victory, and there's no secret there. Have you spotted any potential weaknesses in the Chiefs' gameplay so far this split? I mean, you said they look pretty strong, but...
Yeah. So I had been doing a bit of research before today because I wanted to know. I didn't want to have all the good points. I wanted to shine on the desk. But watching last week's games, Spooks and Swiffer, I felt in both games didn't perform all that great. I think in game 1, Spooks started early, invading, and in game 2, Swiffer went 0-2 down in lane to jungle ganks. And I felt like if Suiman was playing today, Suiman and Guts, who had a really great performance last week against Direwolves, 2v2ing Sybil and Fantix, I felt like that 2v2 could have gone either way, whereas in most weeks you would say that Spooks and Swiffer absolutely have the advantage. I think that that last week they maybe a little bit underperformed, but we'll see whether that happens today.
All right, well, their opponents, XL5, promoted from the OCS early this year, still settling into their lineup. I spoke to their captain, T-Gun, earlier today. Last week, he described these difficult games as learning experiences, so I started our conversation by asking him what the team had learnt from the defeats so far.
How to lose, pretty much. No, it's a completely new roster, so we're just learning where the communication is breaking down, how we should improve as far as shot calling and objective control goes, things like that mostly.
You are missing your kind of star Suman this week. How do you feel his replacement's going to go?
I like that you said star Suman as if we have backups of him in case he disappears. No, Gloopy's going to do well. We've been practicing with him for the whole week because Suman's been in and out of the doctors. I think he went to the hospital at one stage. But we have high hopes for him.
Well, we hope he gets well soon.
We do too. 4
games so far this split and 4 separate supports from you. How long can you keep this variety going on?
As long as the coach lets me. I don't mind playing anything. I always tell them when they're doing drafts, just pick me whatever you think suits the comp and I'll play it.
Excellent stuff. Well, this week you're coming up against Ejim, who's known for kind of his aggressive support style. How does X5's bot lane stack up, do you think?
I think we'll be able to hold our own. I think more than anything, instead of being aggressive, Ejim now roams quite a lot and helps his team gain a lot of map control, and that's something we'll have to combat, myself and XJ, instead of doing the traditional 2v2 thing.
Excellent stuff. Well, best of luck in the match today.
Thank you.
XJ, who Tegan was referring to there, obviously now known as Guts, who tweeted me about his veganism before, so good on him. All right, let's take a look at the guys as they are getting ready right here in the Riot Studios. Having a pretty quiet laugh, and Tegan probably spinning a yarn. The top laner, 538. The jungler, Guts. Their mid laner, subbing in for Suman, Gloopy. Their AD carry, Crazy. And their captain, Tegan, who we just heard from. You can see his eyes darting back and forth in that interview. Is he trying to convince himself or something? I don't know. We have no photo for Gloopy, obviously. Anyway, Mendrix, as we take a look at this team, they are missing one of the few things that was going right for them so far this year. So, I mean, how are they going to pull this together?
It is going to be very interesting to see how they cope against this lineup. And I think the best thing they need to do is just focus on solid League of Legends, perhaps not try to get up too much in that laning phase, and then just go for an ARAM mid, so to see if they can catch Chiefs off.
ARAM mid. That is your call.
I think they need a calling card. They need a calling card.
Straight out of Mendrix's playbook. How close can you get?
Carvin, how hard is it for a new player to debut into pro play from casual play, from the outside? Like, what are the major hurdles you need to overcome?
I think it's actually super difficult. Being a solo queue player, being an AD carry main, having to play sub in mid against the top team, and you're replacing the best player on the team. I mean, he's got big shoes to fill. He's got the lights on him. I mean, who knows, maybe he feels no pressure. I don't know the guy personally, but I would say that for most people, it's a pretty big challenge.
Yeah, Mendrix.
Another thing to take into account as well is that he is coming from LAN. He's coming from solo queue to LAN. That means he has to deal with the lights, he has to deal with the players, the noises, everything about it. And this is something that could energize him, or it could make him perform worse. So we have to see how he performs on stage.
Yeah, do you think it's likely to energize him? I feel like I just find that really distracting and full on. Like I crumble under pressure. Clearly, I mean, look at me. This is it's been a problem since day one, obviously. Well, let's take a look at X5's season so far, because Suman and Guts, like you said, have been performing quite well. So let's bring up that graphic so we can take a look at their stats. What kind of strikes you as the big stat looking at this graphic, Garvin?
Well, the first thing for me is that Sweeman doesn't play for the Direwolves. He actually plays for X5. The next big thing is he has pretty high kill participation. This is an important stat always. Players with low kill participation to me usually says they have a weak macro game because they're not really getting around their team doing much. Sweeman, we know, is pretty much the hard carry of this team, and him having such a high kill participation kind of shows that.
So it really just kind of doubles down on how much they are going to be missing it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a huge loss. I think he's been the shining light in both their losses so far, and I think
across
Gloop's
the map
got
then
big
with,
shoes to fill.
across the map there with Spooks then, looking at his kill participation, 76%, that's quite high.
Yep.
And for a jungler, that means he's around the map a lot, he's getting involved, he's
Yeah.
really proactive.
Yeah, Spooks is an integral part of the Chiefs lineup. And Spooks and Swift obviously have been a duo for a long time and a very good duo. Like I said before, I actually thought that Guts and Sui Man were maybe going to be able to take it to them, but with Gloop filling in today, I'm not sure that can happen anymore.
Mendrix, we saw there Aurelion Sol picked for Chief Swiffer in, I think it was week 1. Do you reckon is it a pocket pick for him? Are we going to see more and more of that, do you reckon?
I do know that he actually played quite a fair bit of it in the previous patches before we came into that Season 7. In Season 6, he was quite versed with Aurelion Sol, so he was known to be a big playmaker, roaming towards his bottom side and top side immediately, sort of making great use of that Swiffer, Spooks, and Swiper combination, and those guys can really get a team fight going when he is on the Aurelion Sol, but he's not that strong in the meta at the moment. I feel that if they're really trying to push for a strong macro play, they will pick it up, but I don't think it's going to be in this particular series.
So let's kind of like move the goalposts a bit, right? We think this is going to be a Chiefs 2-0 probably, right? That's no secret. So what is considered a victory for X5 then? I mean, obviously, if they can take a game, that's pretty good, but can they even do that, Carlin?
I think I don't think they can take a game, but I think if they can stay in the game for the first 15, 20 minutes without getting blown out, I think that's a good step forwards for them. Particularly today with a sub, if they can remain within a 1 or 2K deficit for 15 to 20, I think that's a really good step in the right direction for them.
All right, and chances of an upset at all, Mendrix?
There's no chance of an upset today. I think
we said that yesterday about
Yeah,
Sid and
I was
Legacy.
say, be careful with saying no chance. There's always a chance.
Okay. There's a 99.9%
That's
chance
better.
that there will not be an upset today. And the big thing that I want to take into account with that is because they are the new kids on the block. They haven't really been around that long. They need a bit more time to ramp up and to grow. And once they get there, again, as Carbon mentioned before, if they can sort of just remain competitive throughout the map, I mean, if they manage to take one game, that is a fantastic victory. It sort of states to them that if we can beat the Chiefs, we can beat anyone. And Chiefs are known to actually drop games against bottom of the ladder. It happened in 2015. It could happen today.
Yep. All right. Well, hashtag I am OPL. Let us know who you think is going to win. And also, you can take a look at opltips.com.au because we're all tipping that. And oh, look at those stats. That is brutal for XL5.
There's a lot of blue in there.
There's a lot of blue. So over 95% they're saying the Chiefs are going to win. And I think almost 80% of people saying it's going to be a 2-0. Yesterday was 50% said it was going to be a 2-0 to Legacy. And, it's always a roll of the dice. So let's get your final predictions just so we have it on camera. Mendrix, who's going to win and by what margin? Let's get timestamps. How long do you reckon it's going to be?
Timestamps. I'm great. On camera, 2-0. Chiefs are going to win this.
All right.
And I mean, if you want me to give you
No, I was
timestamps,
joking.
I'd say they're going to be a bit shaky.
Okay.
The first game, so we're looking about probably half an hour, and then the second game, because they've got themselves into it, probably 25 minutes.
Whoa. Very confident there. Carmen, I won't make you give timestamps, but just so we have it on camera. Chiefs 2-0?
Yeah, Chiefs 2-0. I reckon 32 and 26.
All right, well, Chiefs 2-0 as well. I'm not going to give timestamps because that would seem disrespectful. All right, that is enough from us here at the analyst desk. We're about to throw it over to our casters and get into game 1. It's Spawn and Fish.
What are you doing, Iggy? You just baited your entire desk to give you these timestamps, and then you make fun of them for doing it.
That's literally setting up your people for failure. I mean, I wasn't a great host, Fish, but even I know that that's just a no-go zone at that stage.
Oh, well, great job, Hingers. But we did get timestamps from the desk. They're very convinced that Chiefs are going to take this one 2-0. It seems, and so is most of the people that have been tipping recently.
But I want to throw us back a couple of years. I mean, 2015, the Chiefs stormed into the first OPL season. They ran into a little-known team called Fornot, gave them a very comfortable draft, and got bopped for it. I mean, that was their one defeat. Moya threw a spear at Swiffer from across the map and took him out. So we'll see whether something like that does happen again. I mean, they're very confident going into today, the Chiefs. I expect them to, draft pretty openly and see they're going to give XL5 whatever they want, I assume, and see whether they can run with them.
Well, let's see what is going to happen during this pick and ban phase. I mean, both Ejim as well as Spooks have been very vocal that when they go up against these teams who are lower down on the ladder, lower down on the rankings, they have to take their game seriously. They have to play with a good mindset. If not, they can mess up.
Everyone says that, but it's really easier said than done, Fish. I mean, at the end of the day, the Chiefs must know that they come into this game as heavy favorites. At the same time, you want to be able to give your opponents that respect. So it really is this battle. I mean, not to sound cliche, but like against yourself, and also, you know, sticking to the game plan. You want to win this one by the book, great macro play. You don't really want it to go down to the, we're just better individual players and we're going to slap you around the rim.
Well, we are in picks and bans for the first match between Chiefs and XL5. Already very standard bans coming out from the red side. Camille not being banned out first, but should be the final ban here from XL5. Rengar and LeBlanc already taken off the table. We have Zyra, Malzahar, and Rise being taken away by the Chiefs. It seems like they don't want Gluppy to get his hands on Rise in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, when you are new to the mid lane, maybe you've been practicing one thing in particular and the Chiefs have caught wind of it, so they're being able to pick that one up. As I would have been more supportive of an MF first pick, since that they've banned away Zyra and Mel's, but, you know, electing for a jungler.
Yeah, they're going to pick up Kha'Zix first, who has been very popular internationally, and the OPL was banned out consistently during our first week. But Misfortune is a surprising one, because we saw it rise in popularity back in the World Finals last year to be used against Zyra. Now it's been used a lot against Malzahar. With these two supports being banned out, you still think this is a pick that's worth looking at?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially with lethality coming through, you can win the laning phase quite hard. Transitions well into some damage items as a support pickup. I mean, and at the same time, it's just something that Ejim is incredibly comfortable on. So if you're going to target, you know, the oppressive support champion pool that exists at the moment, it's one of those ones that, you know, you can grab MF, you can grab Jhin and turn it into a kill lane very early on.
Well, he has been able to win a game single-handedly for the Chiefs. Back when they played Direwolves, he was on a knife's edge and he was able to get a good ultimate off as Misfortune, stealing a Baron, getting a double kill, winning the game for the Chiefs. They ended up picking that one up 2-1 in the first match of the OPL. For now, though, XL5, they've locked in Varus, who is the go-to AD carry of choice, as well as Rek'Sai for Guts heading into the jungle. But Chiefs getting a very strong draft here. Jace being picked up next with Jhin as their final pick in the first pick rotation.
Very AD and very squishy so far, I think it's fair to say, out of the Chiefs. However, as you said, you know, 3 champions that use the lethality changes incredibly well. They're going to be able to get things happening early. I like the pickup of Jhin, because with Varus taken off the board, if you don't take him in this rotation, they're going to pinch that part of the map. Now, all of a sudden, you're looking at a top lane pinch potentially, but really only one top lane has been taken away, so all the tanks are going to be available. Maybe instead they head towards Ejim, take away the MF, see if they can take away Karma, force him onto a melee support and allow T-Guns, you know, very diverse and, I guess, unconventional champion pool to try and take over.
We'll have to see what XL5 decide to pick up for T-Gun in that bottom lane. I mean, they already have Crazy's Varus. We'll have to see how that synergizes well for the team. Gluppy, though, has locked in Syndra, so he's already picked up his mid lane champion of choice. Very new to the XL5. He has big shoes to fill, because if there was anyone we were looking up to in XL5, it was Steelman. He was the shining light for the team, did very well when synergized together with Guts. We'll have to see if Gluppy can do the exact same thing we saw from him in the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, as we said, Gloopy's definitely got those shoes to fill. However, has a good pressure mid laner. It's interesting because they think that that's actually going to be a swiper Jace, because they've taken away Cassiopeia. I mean, you heard Arrow talk about it yesterday, that he feels like early game Cassiopeia actually challenges the Syndra very well. So, you know, maybe they just, in case, want to get rid of something that will really put the pressure on Gloopy and allow him to scale up. But it's going to be interesting to see if that is the case, because I expect Swift is the Jace player out of the two. I don't really expect that to go up into Swiper, but they're continuing to bear mid laners.
Yeah, and it's something that we see very commonly drafted in the LMS, the Jace being flexed into mid lane more often than not. A lot of coaches are very vocal about how there are not many matchups that can take it to Jace early on in the match, and he scales very well. But you're right, 2 mid lane bans, Cassiopeia as well as Atilia. Swift are very well known for picking up that champion when it was first released.
And that's really interesting that, you know, these coaches are confident in the Jace pick, because in the past, things like Zed, LeBlanc, Syndra have all done very well into the Jace, because as far as assassins go, they have kill threat on him very early into the game, forces him to take things like the exhaust, and he doesn't chase great. So even if, you know, you do exhaust, they have ways to get out of the fight, and Jace really isn't one of those champions. So I think that it's just a twist on the meta right now. And, you know, the further we see people commit to Jace purely as a mid laner, we're going to see very strong counter picks be able to come out and shut that down.
We already have one of those picks being locked in, which is that Syndra. So there's the potential for Gloopy to do just that in the mid lane. The bans have come through on the side of the Chiefs, though. They expect, they're trying to buy out 5-2-8 champion pool, taking away two very heavy tanks of the Poppy as well as the Maokai to kick things off. XL5 going to be giving Tegan another support here. Lulu has been picked up to go with 5-2-8's Varus. It's an interesting bottom lane synergy coming out from them. The Chiefs now looking to pick up their support and potentially one of their solo laners.
Yeah, so Karma is not a huge EGM pick. I mean, he's pretty vocal that he doesn't like playing the champion. However, it's what they're going to go with. On the Lulu pick right now, it's good. It interrupts a lot of the damage that's going to come out of someone like a Kha'Zix as he leaps into the fight. Also gives a polymorph versus the assassin, which is very useful. But it's a speed up that Varus is going to find really useful. I mean, being able to navigate team fights, being able to get that long range poke out with the little bit of additional speed that will come from T-Gun is certainly helpful in these big 5-on-5s.
Ooh, and Katarina being picked up as the final pick here for the Chiefs. Swiffer has been known to play this one in solo queue. We've seen it played internationally by quite a few well-known players, and now we're getting the first match of Katarina in the OPL.
I mean, and that's interesting, right? Because obviously they read that they thought it was going to be a top lane Jace. Swiper is definitely a good carry player, but in a tank meta, you would expect him to go towards the tanks. It's interesting because they've guaranteed him a carry versus tank matchup, and they've banned away Nautilus and Poppy for it. Not Nautilus, Maokai and Poppy, sorry. They just picked Nautilus. So, you know, that's one of those things that we'll see how Swipe is able to take that carry, but a tankless composition for the Chiefs is very risky, I feel.
It certainly is. We'll have to see how they're able to use that one. But it's great to see all the coaches here at the OPL have been adapting very well to this 10-pick ban phase. I mean, we saw the Poppy ban coming out yesterday, predicting the Jace to go into the top lane, but it did flex it into mid lane. Now you can already see XL5 knowing exactly what the Chiefs were trying to draft here, knowing that they were saving that final pick for Swiffer as well. And he's picked up Katarina's spawn. I'm pretty excited for this one.
Yeah, I mean, Katarina's been nerfed on the 7.2 patch, and Gunblade's been nerfed as well at the start of the game, so the double whammy trying to get Katarina out of the meta. I mean, Caps has played it a little bit in the EU LCS. Fake, obviously, famously has played it in the LCK. Has it been picked in the NALCS yet? I'm sure someone like Kai would have grabbed a game on it. Absolutely have no clue about that one, unfortunately. But so it's not the first time we've seen Katarina.
Yep.
And, you know, I'll hit the matchup a little bit more in-game, but Katarina can build AD. I mean, it's one of those things that you can get Hex Drinker early. And as far as mages, especially assassin mages go, it's hard to shove her out of lane because she grabs it.
It certainly is. And on top of that, Katarina very strong early, has the potential to try and bully Syndra early if they get a push shoving very early on into the match. And they've got junglers to boot. I mean, Rek'Sai is a really strong and fast jungler. He's going to be up in the mid lane quite frequently. And we have Kha'Zix as well, which is really strong when combined with the damage that Katarina can dish out.
Yeah, certainly. And I mean, that means that the 2v2, even though there's not all that much CC raw damage-wise, has a lot to add to it. I mean, we will see it a little bit more. But as far as these compositions go, just want to point out that it's a tankless comp with an assassin versus, you know, a comp with a big front line. You're going to have a Lulu that's going to be buffing up Rek'Sai as well as a Nautilus. I mean, as far as margin for error goes, X5 have a lot more.
And we're getting on to Summoner's Rift for the first match of the game. Of the day, sorry, between Chiefs as well as XL5. But before we break down this match a little bit more, let's check in with Hingers, who's one of our coaches.
Thanks, guys. I am here with Volt, and I want to start by asking you about the priority jungle pick, because it seemed like the Chiefs banned out supports and then picked a jungler. Tell us the strategy behind that.
So this patch with the lethality buffs, it's really good to play either Rengar or Kha'Zix. I think Rengar's the best and then Kha'Zix is the next best. And because Rengar's banned, we just like first pick Kha'Zix because it's the best option.
Well, and also talk about EGM and Karma, because obviously EGM has not been a fan of Karma in the past, so has that all been a long play leading up to today for the switcheroo?
A little bit. Zara and Malzahar are like the best, but they both have really obvious answers, so that makes red side really good for support picks because you can take support in the third pick on red side and then ban out the answers to it. So we just banned out the priority support picks and then just like played the next tier, which is like Karma.
Yeah. All right. Well, finally, Katarina mid. Are we going to see? Is this going to be a bloodbath? Do you reckon? Or?
Yeah, it might be. Based on scrims, I think it might be a bit of a bloodbath. But yeah, Simon's got a lot of practice on Katarina, so I think it'll be good.
All right. Well, best of luck in the game, and thank you for speaking to us.
And we had Volt just checking in there with Hingers. He was mentioning that Karma was the next superior pick on the blue side of the Rift. I don't know if that's the case with EGM. He's very vocal about not liking to play that champion at all. But we have started this match. Already we can see Spooks and Swiper going for a delayed invade here against XL5. Going to be taking away the red buff nice and early. Spooks will pick that one up. Rek'Sai takes away the blue buff, heads straight over towards Spooks' side of the jungle to take red buff for himself.
All right, now let's home in on this mid lane, because I think that's where a lot of the action is going to be going. As we take a look at Guts, he's going to do some counter jungling of his own. But Swift is getting pushed in at the moment. The reason that's important is that the lane's going to bounce back. And what he's looking for is a level 2 or a level 3 all-in generally on Katarina, where you can dodge the scatter of the weak and really look to pressure the Syndra. And that's why Syndra's actually gone exhaust, because if Katarina gets melee range and is able to drop a couple of daggers, she will be able to take over this lane just through pure harass.
I'll have to check in and see if Swift is going to be able to do just that, because I've played against a few Katarinas. I don't like it when they do that to me. I've learnt that I should just never, ever be away from my turret whenever they have all their abilities up. But so far, nothing much happening. Swift did decide to start with the Dark Seal here, and a couple of potions to boot. Has been harassed a little bit by Glumpy, but you can already see Syndra playing very safe.
And I mean, it might be a little bit of a surprise. I mean, taking Dark Seal gives you 100 raw mana, and of course that isn't going to be, you know, all that advantageous to a manaless champion. But the other thing it does is it lengthens out the potion duration that Katarina needs to get through laning phase, and it can start stacking up if you get the snowball rolling. So it's definitely one of those items you want to look towards. 350 gold to start off. It's not a bad purchase.
We'll have to check in with that mid lane again as it starts to get rolling. For now, they're just trading back and forth. In the bottom lane, though, just saw everything fairly even between the two AD carries. Syndra now getting pushed back in this mid lane, but should be able to clear this one out nice and easy.
And this is generally where Guts would be looking for a gank. You can see that Swiffer reads that, backs away from the creep line, doesn't actually challenge for the CS, because you know when it hits your turret, if you are the Katarina player, it's going to bounce heavily back into the Syndra's favor. And you can see that he's sticking maximum range, doesn't want to be picked off at all. Rek'Sai, of course, has very easy ganks at the start of the game when you compare it to something like a Kha'Zix. And it's just good to see that, you know, both these mid laners giving the due respect that they need.
In the bottom lane, you can already see Tegan as well as Ejim trading back and forth. 5 to 8, actually not doing too bad of a job up in this top lane. Started with Shield first and is even in CS with the Jace right now. Swiper already burnt all of his potions. One corrupting potion left for the Nautilus up top lane.
Of course, when Fish says all of his potions, he means one of them, as you only start with one when you have a Doran's Blade, but that's all right. I mean, this is one of those matchups where Jace actually runs out of mana trying to kill the Nautilus, and Nautilus is one of the tankiest top laners going around at the moment. So I don't really expect any legit kill threat, and it's also one of the few lanes that if you make a mistake, you're in some big trouble. Speaking of which, Ray's getting collapsed on here.
Guts was trying to collapse on towards him. Was not able to get in range for a flash knocker. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Swiffer has been locked down, takes quite a bit of damage. Forced to use his final health potion. That should be more than okay to farm underneath this turret for now. Top side of the map, already 5 to 8. Pushing Swiper back in towards his turret. Picks up a nice CS lead here. Now until Swiper farms out the rest of these minions, uses that time to head back to base. So good start for the top laner from XL5 after a fairly disappointing laning phase performance last week. As Guts is going to spot out Spooks here. Takes quite a bit of damage from both the Raptors as well as the Kha'Zix. Needs to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, he needs to back away right now. He can see that he wants to stay with it. T-Gun takes some damage at the same time.
That's a flash. Guts actually getting taken down. Goes one-on-one against Spooks, and Spooks going to pick up first blood.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, it looks like Gloopy wants to be able to get something back. Swiffer's cut off from the minion wave a little bit. Going to just hop over. But that's, I mean, we said you should just back away at that stage of the game. What, Spooks?
He's been locked down. Exhaust is coming out. He's trying to flash forward and jump over the back, but it's not going to happen because Nautilus locks him down. Picks up a return kill for XL5.
Yeah, so gets a couple of summoner spells out as we take a look at what happened at the Raptor camp. Guts just wants to stick with it. Is still camping, tanking it all up. Flashes away, and Spooks actually just picks him up with the W. Doesn't even need to flash himself. Then Spooks overstays. I mean, these Raptor camps just baiting everyone, it looks like at the moment, Fish.
Seems like a very questionable choice from Guts there. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Chiefs were able to knock T-Gun out to a side, and he can't get back into the lane right now. He's been zoned out by Raze and Ejim Crazy, forced to farm on his own until Lulu can get back here.
I mean, it looks like T-Gun's trying to bait that there's a jungler there, but the Chiefs not really buying it. We'll just continue to push the wave up head on. Means that we have a little bit more quiet around Summoner's Rift. Interesting to see how that kill does affect top lane, because as we already mentioned, I mean, 5 to 8 is up in CS. and with a kill, should be able to get tanky enough to withstand a lot of the harass. I want to see a, you'll be surprised by this one, Fish, but I want to see a Ninja Tabby picked up pretty early in this game out of the Nautilus, so he can withstand a lot of the harass that will come out of the chase.
Already has a cloth armor being picked up here. Have to see if he upgrades that. He's gone for the double Doran's ring. It was a corrupting potion start. Just make sure he has that extra mana and wave clears. 5 to 8 actually taking quite a bit of damage from Swiper in the top lane. Karzik is making his way up, so he backs away from his turret, all the way back to the second one. But Spooks might find him. Void Assault's going through. Finds him, jumps over, gets the swipes down. We'll be able to pick up a kill on the 5 to 8.
Yeah, really nicely done out of Spooks there. I mean, he reads the play, able to, I guess, pressure 5 to 8 even further back. 5 to 8 stopped at the brush instead of going all the way back to the turret. I mean, it's a couple of extra seconds, and it probably could have saved your life. So a little bit of a misread there. Unfortunate for 5 to 8 because he was having a much more promising early game.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Swiffer going against Gloopy takes a lot of damage here. He's going to get knocked back, and now Guts is in the mid lane too. Gets some damage down onto the Katarina, who jumps away, has to flash away. Grenade Speeder comes out, but Spooks comes in for cleanup duty, picks up one. He's on top of Guts, can't quite get close enough for the second kill, but good counter gank from the Chief Jungler.
I mean, that's really all set up from Swiffer. He's the person that had all the pressure, saw that Gloopy actually didn't have all that much mana, so even though he had the blue buff, went in for the challenge and was able to get the exhaust and flash out. I mean, when you see, actually exhaust was used earlier. Guts actually overextended a little bit with the tunnel. Probably could have afforded not to tunnel at all and just ran up to the Katarina player. A little bit of a misread, and we've talked about this. I mean, that's the duo that we want to do well if you are XL5, and unfortunately, now with Hexdrinker picked up, it's going to be very hard to win that lane.
It certainly is. Katarina is going to be quite a force to be reckoned with. Already being able to pull out Gloopy quite a bit. Good mechanical play from Gloopy to cancel the ultimate from Katarina and also get back to safety, but it's really Guts who's been overextending a lot. Gloopy's been jumped on again, pops the ultimate, gets some good damage on the Swiffer, but Hexdrinker still yet to be popped.
Yeah, exactly right. And I mean, this is how the lane matchup goes now. You saw that was the full burst combo with 4 spheres out, and it didn't really do all that much to the Katarina. You just take MR into the lane, and then, you know, with the Hexdrinker pickup, you're just able to nullify a lot of that early game pressure. And because Katarina scales off both AD and AP so terrifically, it's a really good item, to be honest.
So if we're going to try and jump back onto Gloopy again, get some good damage down, will not get stunned up. A nice dash away from Swiffer. Guts was waiting in the wings.
I mean, Swiffer's currently sitting rank 2 on the ladder as T-Gun takes a little bit of fire.
Ray's trying to get that final crit shot off. Does have Curtain Call available if he wants to open up here, but T-Gun is healing up nicely.
Yeah, so Swiffer's rank 2 on solo queue at the moment. I mean, the undefeatable Cake is, of course, ranked number 1 as Spooks goes in one more time. Guts takes most of his health. So you can see that he's actually mechanically pretty confident at the moment, the old Swiffer. As Spooks, actually, you're in trouble.
He's going to get jumped on here. Guts does get the Wild Growth. Gets to be a big Rek'Sai, and we'll be able to take down Spooks. XL5 do collapse onto the jungler.
I mean, I actually have no idea what he's doing. I'm trying to talk about something else because as the jungler, you just shouldn't stick around in that situation. And instead he goes for a 3-man trade. Now Ejim looking to get onto Crazy.
2 flashes did come out there. Ejim flashing forward to try and get on top of him. Swiffer will jump in and absolutely pops him. Gloopy, though, trying to chase to see if he can get a return kill for the team. Throws out 1 Dark Spear, throws a second, gets the stun and a shield, but it's raised, threatening with that crit bullet as well. Swiffer, with all the burst he packs, is Katarina. XL5 going to have to back off.
Exactly right. I mean, they do have the exhaust available, so they can still look to maybe challenge for this. Swiffer wants in, however.
Gets exhausted immediately, jumps straight back onto T-Gun. Now Guts is over the wall. We'll be able to take him down. The Chiefs just seems like they're overextending in this bottom lane.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, they will pick up the first brick bonus there. However, they are on the run well and truly. Guts looking to get in range for a knock-up. Ejim does use that tether for some extra health.
No flash
Teleport
available.
coming in.
Let's see if he can pick it up. Here comes Swiper, gets 1 kill nice and easy with the acceleration gauge shock blast combo. He's on top of Gloopy. There's no way for the Syndra to run. Now Spooks is closing in on top of them. Guts goes over the wall, gets a kill for himself, goes on a killing spree. Crazy's trying to get down here, but Spooks is able to get the shutdown. And Chiefs, after an overextension, still able to pick up some kills.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just a really back and forward affair right now because X5 smelled blood in the water. They looked for their own kills. I mean, to their credit, they were able to grab 2 of them. However, everything will return to a little bit of normal right now. Chiefs definitely getting the better end of that trade.
5 to 8 was forced to use the teleport late to the top lane after getting picked off by Spooks halfway through the lane. No teleport for the Nautilus to get down into that bottom lane to match Swiper.
I mean, I don't really think he would have gone anyway. I mean, what are you to do as a top laner in that situation? 2 members, like, let's take another look at it. I mean, this is the initial overextension. The Chiefs just stick around for a very long time after taking the turret. You can see that Swiffer definitely wants back in, but Ejim's very low. I mean, Raze is low. He gets exhausted and unfortunately just dies. And on the back end of that, I mean, if you're X5, you've picked up a kill. You've already shut down the Kha'Zix who's sitting mid lane. You should not be extending for this one. Teleport comes in right now. I mean, even if the Nautilus can come, he's got a no HP. Oh, back to life.
Fighting once again. Guts is going to take the brunt of the damage for XL5. Swiper turns around, bops him, picks up the first kill. Raids opens up with the curtain call. Tiga's trying to run away. 5-8 flashes on him, but good mechanics coming out from the young AD carry. Gets him back to safety, but he's still got a Nautilus to run away from. Huge ultimate will come out from 5-8 just to try and keep himself alive. Dodges the shock blast, still taking damage, still trying to run, will get himself out alive.
Yeah, so in the end, it is 2 members that fall down. A couple of members lucky to live as well on the side of XL5, and you can see that turrets are starting to fall very quickly. There's going to be about a 6,000 gold lead for the Chiefs nice and early in this one, actually closer to 5. And they need to just start, you know, big breath, look to equalize here, X5, because fighting head-to-head at this stage of the game is just not doing them any favors.
It certainly is not. They're down, as you mentioned, 5,000 gold, just 13 minutes into the game. And they didn't necessarily have that drastically bad of an early game. We saw top lane doing okay for 5-8. They traded their jungler for a kill onto a top laner after Spooks has overextended a couple of times. But still, it just seems like small errors from XL5 being punished way more than the errors Chiefs are giving them right now.
Yeah, exactly right. It just looks like if it's met, you know, head on, that the Chiefs are going to come out ahead on the micro, and then have definitely had the map reads, which allow them to, I mean, rotate that into the big turret advantage that you see right now, 2-0, as well as a dragon pickup. And everyone's just getting to their threshold for the Chiefs way earlier than you would have expected.
You can already see Swiper is down in the bottom lane. No teleport available for this man, but he's got his Black Cleaver. 3-0-3 of 100 CS already. It's a pretty big Jace to start things off.
And you see that even with the lethality changes going into a double tank lineup, Swiper wants to have the percentage armor pen as opposed to the flat lethality. So sticking with the old build, probably expect him to go into a Last Whisper next as well, given the fact that Guts is already sitting on Ninja Tabby and he's getting tanky. And 5-8 is going for a Sunfire Cave.
Shock Blast combo still hurts quite a bit onto Tegan. Gonna have to be a little bit careful. Does help out the rest of the team, especially since they have majority of physical damage. Will be able to shred armor for his teammates. As that 5-8 needs to be a little bit careful. There's 3 members of the Chiefs in the top lane. He's going to get locked down and jumped on. Swiffer spins round and round and round and picks up 5-8.
Yeah, exactly right. Just able to get all the knives out nice and early there, Swiffer. You can see very practiced on the Katarina. Nearly has his Gunblade at 15 minutes into this one. Picks himself up a couple of stacks. Looks to get back to mid lane in time to save his turret. Although Gloopy doing a good job of pushing this one in.
They're going to have to try and back off here because they've been outnumbered. Curtain Call is going to open up. Gloopy going to take that first shot, gets slowed down, I should say. Now the rest of the Chiefs collapsing onto the Syndra. Good jukes coming out, gets the Wild Grove, will be able to back off. XL5 narrowly escaped the 5-man gang squad of the Chiefs.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, that's a good collapse back to the turret. The Chiefs miss a couple of crucial skill shots. 3-man stun actually comes out, but no engage from the rest of the members.
But here comes Spooks, jumps in, gets one, exhausted immediately. Swiffer's trying to find an opportunity to go in, picks up a kill for himself. They trade it back around though. They get 2 to turn it back down. 5-8 here as well. Blinking health bars on the Chiefs. They've got to be really careful here. Still a 2-for-3 trade.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, they pick up the advantageous trade, but at the same time, this isn't the polished play that we're used to seeing out of the Chiefs. That is what happens when you don't play a tank in the lineup. I mean, there's no one to really swap aggro with. As soon as you go in and you get under siege, I mean, we saw a good polymorph onto Swiffer, a great exhaust onto Spooks. Both of them are going to fall.
Tegan tries to throw out the Glitter Lance to stop Ray's recall. 5-8. He's looking for a hook onto Ejim, but he cancels his recall, gets back to safety. Now, XL5 trying to push for this mid lane. T-Gun and 5-8 should be able to get enough damage down onto this one. And that'll be 5-8. Sorry, XL5's first turret of the game falling.
Yeah, be 5-8s as well. So you were right the first time, Fish. Don't worry, I got your back. And you know, that's a good hit back. I mean, they're still within 4,000 gold. Carbon said, especially when you're playing with a sub and you're a new team, it's all about how close you can keep this game. And if you have a close game one, then you look into, you know, how do we get maybe a little bit ahead. How do we snowball an early lead and really try and take it to the Chiefs, who really need to afford a little bit more respect and stop turret diving without tanks?
I mean, Gloopy is the substitute that stepped in for XL5. His score might not look that impressive, but he's even in CS with Sufa, not having that horrible of a game either.
Yeah, no, he certainly isn't. I mean, really, it's only been 5-8 and Guts that have been able to clean up the back end of the fights. Unfortunately, for the rest of XL5, they've nearly been cannon fodder that have just been run into the enemies to get them a little bit lower before the tanks can really whittle them down. But yeah, I agree with you. I mean, debut into the OPL, definitely not a horrible performance right now.
Lots of pings going down towards the bottom side of the map. T-Gun has been spotted out by a couple of wards. Swiper tries to turn it around. He goes zippy and gets the heck out of there. Does not know that Swiffer is waiting in the wings in case they cause Swiper any problems. And just like that, XL5 want nothing to do with this chase.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, he's just able to clean house pretty much at that stage. And they're actually not even going to push past the turret, which doesn't give Swiffer an opportunity to be able to get anything done. Instead, he's just sitting there wasting a lot of time.
They start 5-8, split pushing on the top side of the map. Teleport is available for him. We'll be able to get some good damage onto that turret, but Raze gets that final crit shot down and will obliterate the mid lane outer turret. Sufa shows himself in the top lane, so both carries for the Chiefs up on the top side of the map, looking to try and push down this turret. Crazy has to be careful and play back a little bit because that turret's going to fall. Ultimate is going to whiff coming out from the 80 carry. So they'll trade 2 turrets for 1. Not a fantastic trade for XL5 there.
But at least they're still trading, and at least they're still getting gold onto their tank member. 2-2-0, up in CS still is 5-8, so not having a horrible game. Certainly going to continue to pressure the map. The Chiefs will grab another dragon for themselves, but maybe, just maybe, if this Nautilus can get big enough, the team fighting phase looks a little bit easier to secure if you're the XL5 lineup.
Nautilus continues pushing the top lane, pushes the minion wave into the inner turret. Backself should be heading back to base as well. Ray's going to be working on this blue buff. See if he donates that over to Swiffer, if he picks it up for himself.
I think he'll take it for himself. I mean, Jins do like to have blue buffs. Able to throw out the W on Will. Also will round out his CDR quite nicely at this stage of the game, given the fact that he only has a Youmu's. So I'm not unhappy to see that given over to the young Kiwi on the Chiefs lineup.
It's crazy now in the bottom lane. He's down about 30 CS. 0-3-3. Has his own Youmu's and picked up the late tier that we see very popular on the recent Varus builds, but Swiper's cut him off. He's got to be really careful here. He's playing Ring Around the Rosies, but it might be Swiper that's in trouble.
Careful.
He's going to get jumped on here. Crazy takes a lot of damage. 5-8 will lock down the Jace. Crazy, though, still getting jumped on. Gets healed on. Has to try and get away. Will still get the shutdown. XL5 burn teleport to take down Swiper.
Yeah, they certainly do. I mean, 4-1-5, they use a lot of resources to get over there. They're actually going to lose a turret in the top lane for it. But I like the idea out of XL5. I mean, if he's going to sit there and try and assassinate our carries, we're at least going to be on the same page, be able to teleport in and take him out. And now maybe 5-8 looks to assault another turret in the bot lane.
Yeah, he's got 20 CS up ahead of Swiper here. 2 kills down, but already completed his Sunfire Cape and looking for his magic resistance item. Zippy coming out from Tegan, looking to try and lock down Ejim or Raze, but they're too fast as well. We'll get back to safety.
And I wonder where the Chiefs go from here, because one more time, tankless lineup, they've got a good amount of poke, given the fact that, you know, Kha'Zix's now level 11. You've got the Jhin, you've got the Jace. Actually, Spooks has gone with the E upgrade, so not going to have all that much poke coming out of him. So, you know, is it a Baron take? Are they going to continue to split push? We're down to inner turrets only, and with Syndra as well as Zavaris, you have wave clear for days, Fish. It's just one of those things that now we get to see the real decision-making coming out of the Chiefs lineup.
And XL5 done a really good job of stopping the bleeding here, Spawn, because it has looked like Chiefs have been trading really effectively, getting 2-for-1s, but it's still 5,000 gold. That's the only lead that the Chiefs have at the moment, as Guts is trying to run away from the Chiefs here. Going to take a lot of damage from the ultimates that come out from the Jid. Swiffer will continue to chase him down with Ejim and pick up the first kill in that engage. Let's see if Chiefs can get anything out of it.
Yeah, and I just, you know, Guts has gone for his Titanic Hydra Rush again. I really just wish we would see actually a tank build out of him, because he's a very good positional Rek'Sai, but you can see that he's throwing himself into the enemy team trying to fight. And, you know, oh, Swiper's in some trouble.
Taking quite a bit of damage, forced to flash away. XL5 get a good poke on towards Spooks. He's forced to back off as well. despite being a member down, they're still doing a good job of keeping the Chiefs at bay.
Yeah, exactly right. And I mean, if that's a dead man's plate instead of a Titanic Hydra, all of a sudden you have that armor value to be able to stand up in the fight a little bit more. The lethality isn't really chunking you out. And you can start going with this scrappy play. Titanic Hydra is great in solo queue because it means you can farm up a Storm, but, you know, at 22 minutes in, with all the turrets down, and you're not really a Rek'Sai just going camp to camp, you know, cleaning up that gold value. Instead, needs to go for some pretty cost-efficient tank stats if he's going to be able to stay in what is, 5 damage dealers or 4 damage dealers and a Karma at the moment for the Chiefs?
We kind of saw that from Juves yesterday. He was about 1-7-7 on his Rek'Sai, but went full tank build. Did a job of just bursting into the back lines, dying for his team, making sure Sin had enough time to deal with the rest of the Legacy squad.
And I mean, in this game, I actually don't even know if Guts would die if he went pure tank, because you go in first. I mean, 5-8 can join with a nice flank, and then all of a sudden, oh, he's going to be stalked out and maybe picked up here.
Swiffer instead going to take down all the small Krugs.
What a thief. Yeah, so it's just one of those things that you can dive with a buddy system, and then you even have a Lulu in the back line that's going to be making one of you massive and adding to the CC.
Tegan, meanwhile, does get locked down by the Aegim Raze combo. Swiper is still split pushing in the bottom lane, but 5-8 doesn't seem like he cares too much about this Jace anymore. Pretty beefy Nautilus in the top lane.
Yeah, exactly right. You can see that he's gone pure tank. I mean, grabbed himself a Giant's Belt, already has those cheap armor values of the Sunfire as well as the Tabby. Just such a great pickup, going towards, you know, some crit nullification now, given the fact that Jin's on the enemy team, and the 4th bullet does tend to sting a little bit.
We've even got a Mana Moon upgrade coming out from Crazy as his second item. We don't see a lot of Varus's go for this nice and early.
I think that's just because he wants efficient gold right now. Lethality is really good when you start to snowball. I think Tegan spotted that.
Chiefs are going to try and do this one. Spooks and Rays taking quite a bit of damage. Does get the shield coming out from Aegim. Swiffer wants to get over this wall as well. XL5 are not reacting to this Baron play. Spooks does have to be very careful, but this should be a pre-Baron for the Chiefs. XL5, no way to spot this out.
Yeah, so the reason that they didn't actually know what was happening is the fact that the blue ward had been nullified. I thought a different ward had been dropped over the back of the pit, but it wasn't the case. Given that, the fact that the Chiefs just didn't auto-attack the wards, they assumed they weren't in that section of the map. Instead, free Baron goes over to the Chiefs now.
Yep.
And you can see that big items are starting to come out.
Yeah, smart play coming out from the Chiefs. It does give them some huge items. Yomi's Ghostblade in the top lane for Swiper, continuing with more lethality afterwards. So it's Spooks looking for the edge of the night after his more of Malmortius. Zhonya's Hourglass crucially picked up for Swiffer. Can potentially go deep into the back lines. And Raze, who's 0-8 right now, has picked up his edge of the night as well as the last Whisper.
Yeah, and I'd love to get Carbon's opinion on these jungle builds, because that's a lot of damage items that are coming out of Spooks. I mean, he has some nullification for all of the AP damage of like Nautilus, the Syndra, that's going to be dished out. But at this stage of the game, I mean, 6-3-3, you're accelerated already in your damage. Potentially could have looked towards something like a GA to keep himself alive if they do choose to dive.
As XL5 looking for an engage on towards the Chiefs here. Swiper and Spooks have been jumped on 5-8, trying to do what he can, but Tegan's going to fall. Spooks turns around and assassinates him. He's just caught wandering towards Spooks.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, Tegan wanted to continue the chase after they grabbed the first one because they're losing so much elsewhere on the map. However, it is just going to be 2 inhib turrets going down. Gloopy's certainly not to be underestimated at the moment.
Guts is flashed in as well, going to take quite a bit of damage to kick this one off, but Ray's getting poked down incredibly low. 5-8, rotating up, tries to land a hook on towards Swiffer. Now Spooks caught inside the base. He's going to try and run the heck away from this one. Gets jumped on by Guts, but Gloopy, what are you doing there, buddy? That's way too far of your base. And Spooks has somehow ignored the tanks and assassinated Crazy. He's going to get locked down by 5-8. The big anchor comes out. He takes absolutely no damage, but Spooks doesn't care. Swiffer, what are you doing? You're not meant to go gold just yet, buddy. You don't just jump on someone and do that. That's disrespectful.
He certainly does, and he's able to pick up another kill for himself.
He's already on top of Tiga, now getting onto Guts. He's already spun right around, and 5-8's the last member remaining. Swiffer goes in, but it will be Swiper that picks up the ace. They've completely destroyed XL5.
I mean, they just turn it on. This one is going to look to be a 26-minute victory. Chiefs are on the Nexus turrets already. Crazy's going to respawn. Gloopy's going to follow him, but it doesn't look like it's going to matter.
26-minute game for the Chiefs, which looked pretty sloppy to kick things off, but they still finish it off nice and early. They take down XL5 in game 1.
I mean, that was a pretty pedestrian game. As you see, big grins on the mid laner of the Chiefs' face. I'm going to call that a smile and just ignore the fact that he's pulling funny faces for us. Yeah, it was a pedestrian win, I think it's fair to say. But at the same time, they shouldn't be too proud of some of the turret dives in the mid-game and the fact that they gave a window to the Nautilus to get that tanky to be able to survive a lot of their damage.
You can see Tegan there also talking to his team after that loss. I mean, they have a lot of takeaways from that game, though, Spawn, because it was a really fast defeat coming out for XL5, but they were still able to fight back at some points in that game.
Yeah, I just want to go back to a couple of things. Like, I honestly think that if Guts is a little bit tankier in the early skirmishes, and if their bottom lane wasn't pushed off that turret and, you know, that big, long, extended trade comes, like, at the end of the day, first turret is a big disadvantage if like you get it taken in only 12 minutes into the game. But it's still not game breaking. You can give that one up. You don't have to give away the 3 kills that come with it if you are the XL5 lineup. And then all of a sudden, you're looking at a double tank team fighting lineup that has globals and teleports that can really challenge the Chiefs. I think that there's some really promising signs to look at there.
And it's something that XL5 be doing after every single loss. They take it away, they do their research, and make sure they prepare for the next match. But we'll have to see if they can do it here today against the Chiefs. They are 1-0 down, but it's still a best-of-3 series. For now, let's throw it back to the analyst desk to break down that game.
Thanks, guys. Well, back here at the analyst desk, it was a 26-minute victory for the Chiefs. Kind of, well, dominant, but also disrespectful in many respects. Mendrick, start us off. In what ways were they being just kind of like, you know, not taking this game perhaps as seriously as...
Yeah, so one of the big things that actually happened there was they didn't go any tanks. Basically, that's the first thing they did. And they were still tower diving. They were still doing things that, you know, normally when you're ahead and you've got a proper team composition is good to do, and they weren't doing that case. Another thing to take into account is Spooks died a couple times when he definitely shouldn't have. I mean, he got first blood onto Rexa. It was a really good job when he did catch out Guts at the Raptor camp, but then he hanged around greeting for it and then paid for it in the end as well. That's something that's a bit of a no-no, considering that's something he wants to work on.
Now, Carbon, if you are doing these kinds of disrespectful plays in, well, not disrespectful, but, you know, the silly plays, right? It is disrespectful, yeah. If you're doing that, are these bad habits you get into? Because XL5 weren't able to punish them, but other teams will be able to, right?
Yeah. When you say disrespect, it's disrespect in the sense that you're not respecting your opponent to be able to punish you for the play you make. Not that you're like disrespecting them in any sort of personal sense, but it's that you don't think that they can punish you for doing something that you know is probably not optimal, right? And what was interesting about that first blood was that both junglers died to the same camp, right? So Guts greeted for the Raptor camp because he thought, I really need these Raptors, because he got counter jungled at the start of the game. He lost his red and his Raptors, whereas he was only able to get the red. So he thought, I really need these Raptors. I have smite up, so I'm going to smite it for the heal, and then I'm going to flash out, so Spooks can't kill me, right? But the Raptors didn't get low enough for him to smite, so he just dies for it. So a bit of a mistake on his part, well played by Spooks. Then Spooks thinks, okay, great, he's dead. Opportunity for me to counter jungle even more. Let me get these Raptors real quick.
Greedy Raptors.
And then top roams down, Gloopy roams up, and kill him for trying to take the Raptors as well. Basically, the moral is that Raptors do a lot of damage, and you need to be ultra sure that no one's going to kill you if you want to take them.
All right, well, let's take a look at the draft phase as we bring up the picks and bans on the screen. And there's a couple of things I want to talk about. The first is the Jace pick. We've seen it mid, we've seen it top now, and it's still pretty dominant. Carbon, let me get your thoughts on that.
Jace, I think, is extremely strong in the current meta. Jace was strong already last patch, but with the lethality buffs, he does massive damage to squishies. That flat penetration is so huge. You can also flex him top and mid, so we saw him get picked early in the draft, and X5 didn't really know where he was going to go. Going into the top lane, you know, Jace can split push forever. So really good pickup from them.
Mendrix, I want to get your thoughts on Jace. And also I want you to touch on Lulu as a pick for support for XL5, because that, to me, it didn't make a lot of sense, but I'm an idiot, so what would I know?
Well, specifically, first I'll start with the Jace pick, and what I want to talk about is his itemization. Typically, what you do, especially because you want to benefit from the lethality buffs, is you go for either a Yomo's Ghostblade first, get that static shift going, so it's good to have. But he actually itemized for a Black Cleaver first, and I guess that's because he was going up against the Nautilus. Decided he wanted to do more damage against him in the long run. Plus, you know, it's a little nice to have those extra stats and cooldown reduction that the Black Cleaver gives. Now, touching on Lulu, Lulu is just more of a safe pick. I mean, when you do have a massive front line, she just emphasizes it further and further onwards. And they did have a massive front line. They had the Nautilus. He's great when he jumps into the middle of a team fight. Rek'Sai as well. So when you do have those two specific champions as a choice or an option to really buff into the middle of a team fight, it's great. And I did like the XL5 team composition. It was very standard. It was them saying, you know, look, we're not going to try to cheese the Chiefs. We're not going to try to be flashy or play style. They're just trying to be playing some nice, solid League of Legends.
I feel like Lulu's kind of bad, to be honest. Lulu's she's good into Malzahar. So the reason Lulu came back, because Lulu's good into Malzahar, picks, because you get the extra autos from picks, you one-shot the crabs. So when Malzahar throws his crabs at you, you can just one-shot them and they don't multiply. So she was kind of a counter in lane to Malzahar. With Malzahar being banned, I don't really know why they picked Lulu. I felt like she didn't really have much lane pressure. And she doesn't really provide much in team fight. I mean, yeah, sure, she has her ult, but that's it really. So I don't know why. I mean, maybe it was working in scrims.
Yeah.
I don't know. But I'd probably rather not see the next game.
Well, what I want to take into account is that you did have 2 assassins on the side of Chiefs there. And when you have 2 assassins, you do want something that can actually protect. And Lulu does sort of nullify that when they do decide to go all in and stop them in their tracks. And she just can knock them up, give them a shield, and sort of nullify that initial damage and stop them from getting the reset. So it has its merits. I get where you're saying where she's not perhaps the strongest champion at the moment. But in terms of a team fight, she brings a lot to it.
All right, well, let's take a look at a replay, which is a team fight in the bot lane as we bring it up on your screens. And guys, what's going on here, Nedrix?
Okay, so Swifters are pushed forward here, just trying to do a bit too much at the moment, but what that opens up is the first blood turret for them, and it's really well done. Now, the big problem here is XL5 has done enough. They've got the kill onto Swiffer, they've got the kill onto Spooks beforehand, and they keep on chasing forward, and they really shouldn't have. And Chiefs just collapse amazingly. Look at that fantastic teleport coming through, absolutely deletes Lulu off the back of that,
Carmen,
and then just chase them down.
Guts wanted to flash on Karma so bad. So you could see Rek'Sai had flashed the whole time. He was chasing her down, and he could have flashed at any point and killed her because she had no flash, right? And he waits. So he's chasing her the whole time, and he chases her far enough that Jace can TP behind. As soon as he sees her TP, he's like, all right, see you guys. Like, I have to go. Mum wants me for dinner. I'm going up the river. You guys can deal with Jace. Both his team die. Then he tunnels over the wall, and he flashes on Karma anyway. So eventually he's like, yeah, I killed but you could have just done it straight away and not killed your whole team for it. I don't know. It's just funny to watch.
All right, finally, Jake brought it up in the match. I mean, I just want to ask you, Carbon, as well about the item builds for the junglers during that. So I answer Jake's question. Was there too much damage on those jungler items?
So I'll start with Spooks. I thought his build was okay. When you're that fed, yeah, GA would have been good. If it was a better team, if they were playing against a better team, I think GA would have been better because, he was far enough ahead that he didn't really need to go full damage items. So I probably agree with Spawn on that one. Rek'Sai with the Titanic Hydra. I mean, okay, I understand that Guts feels like he has to solo carry because, they have a sub and they haven't been doing very well. But at the end of the day, it's a team game. And sometimes the best thing to do, the best way to solo carry is to help your team. You know what I mean?
True captain speak there.
Well,
True captain speak.
Yeah, like building Titanic. What are you doing really? What are you actually going to do with that build? You going to kill one person maybe? Are you going to spend the whole game farming? Why? I don't know. I understand because they're losing anyway, and he's like, well, I might as well build damage, try and kill someone. So I can sympathize, but at the same time, yeah.
All right, well, that's a good assessment from Carbon there. Before we go to the break, I wanted to mention to you guys that Ocean Week, it is in its last day today. So you have, the rest of Sunday to try out all those new champs, win your rewards, etc. So if you've got a double screen up, start up a game, try some new champs, win some rewards. Yeah, get into it. All right, we'll be back with Game 2 to see if XL5 can tie up this series right after this.
On top of them, Guts goes over the wall, gets a kill for himself, goes on a killing spree. Crazy's trying to get down here, but Spooks is able to get the shutdown. Fighting once again, Guts is going to take the brunt of the damage for XL5. Swiper turns around, bops him, picks up the first kill. Raids opens up with the Coda Call. Tiga's trying to run away, 5-2-8 flashes on him, but good mechanics coming out from the young AD carry, gets it back to safety, but he's still got a Nautilus to run away from. Looking for an engage on towards the Chiefs here. Swiper and Spooks have been jumped on, 5-2-8 trying to do what he can, but Tiga's going to fall. Spooks turns around and a assassinates him. He's just caught wandering towards Spooks. And Spooks has somehow ignored the tanks and assassinated Crazy. He's going to get locked down by Fight Away. The big anchor comes out. He takes absolutely no damage, but Spooks doesn't care. Swiffer, what are you doing? Oh. He's already on top of Tiga, now getting onto Guts. He's already spun right around, and Fight Away's the last member remaining. Swiffer goes in, but it will be Swiper that picks up the ace. They've completely destroyed XL5. 26-minute game for the Chiefs, which looks pretty sloppy to kick things off, but they still finish it off nice and early. They take down XL5 in game 1.
Welcome back to the OPL. My name is Michael Hingersing, and if you're just joining us, Chiefs are up 1-0 over XL5 in this first match of OPL Sunday. I'm joined here at the analyst desk by Nathan Mendrix-Mendez and Tim Carvin-Wendell. Welcome to you both. Thank you both for being here as we get into game 2. And I wanted to tell you at home about something we are running here that I'm quite excited about. It is our high school competition. So if you're in high school right now, like I'm sure many people watching this are, we are running our first national high school tournaments. Let's Play.live if you live in New Zealand, or Flak Test Gaming if you're in Australia. You can see the articles on ost.leagueoflegends.com. Get involved, get a team together at your school, and I'm sure there are relevant prizes available too. people who win. Like I've said that yesterday, we didn't have this when I was in high school. Computers were the thing that nerds did, and obviously that's changed. It's just jocks now. Woo! All right, let's get into
Born in the wrong generation.
Let's get into this game, Chiefs versus XL5. Now, I think one thing we forgot to shout out before is that the sub for XL5, Gloopy, stepping in for Suman. He had an all right game. He, it wasn't a standout stellar performance, but I think we were a bit worried he could,
Yeah, when I saw Katarina get locked in, Swift is a very good Katarina. Kat has huge early snowball potential. I was pretty worried for him.
Yep.
But I have to say, he did serviceable. I mean, he plays AD carry, I'm pretty sure, in solo queue. I think he's played 3 games of Ari this season. So to be able to come out and only go 0-3, but say keep up on CS with
against
Kat.
one of the best mid laners in the region.
Yeah, well, one of the best, either first or second, I think. On a really good champ, I thought he did really well.
And the big thing about it is he went toe to toe. That's the big thing that I want to take into account here. The fact that he was able to sort of not give up kills, not let the Katarina snowball, meant that his team sort of had a chance to remain within fighting distance. Keep within arm's length of that lead, and eventually, overall, Chiefs did overcome them, but it wasn't solely because of him falling behind. It was a group effort.
Well, it was the bot lane, really, where they fell behind. Crazy was down, 60, 70 CS at one point, and it's not ideal situation for any bot lane. But going into game 2, Carbon, let me ask you, can XL5, did they show any promise in that first game that gives you any hope for this game 2?
I think they should consider lane swapping. Maybe just take the 700 gold deficit because that's less gold than triple kill.
Sure.
Nah, look, I don't know. I actually don't know
Yeah.
what to do. I think the skill disparity is so huge between these two bot lanes. You could play like Siva, Karma, and AoE, clear the lanes and farm, or, it's really tough because the thing is when the teams are not of equal skill, bot lane takes the brunt of it, right? Because it's the easiest lane. It's the lane everyone wants to dive. There's the most gold there. AD carries are in a position now where if you fall behind, you don't really do damage for the rest of your life. I really don't know.
Mendrix, what are your thoughts?
Okay, so one of the big things they do have now is that blue side advantage, which is really nice to have. This means they might be able to pick up a Jace in terms of their pick and ban phase, so they can draft around that, see if they can pick up some of those OPs, sort of make it harder for the Chiefs to sort of just snowball off the back of that. So they've got a little bit, in this specific game coming up, they've got something going for them.
Sure, but it's just that because the Chiefs picked a jungler first in that first rotation, Jace was open to them. It's just XL5 don't see Jace as a huge priority pick for them, right?
Virus was still open. That's the big thing. And so they did Virus Rek'Sai first. And what that meant for them is they had some priority on making sure they had a jungler. They didn't want to have to end up losing that role or being pinched or banned out later. And then because of that, they sort of followed up and said, all right, we want to go get our jungler, but we also wanted to get Virus, who was also a high priority pick.
All right, well, that is enough from here at the analyst desk. It is time to see if XL5 can claw back a win against the Chiefs. Let's throw it to our casters. It's Fish and Spawn.
It certainly is time, Hingers. XL5, they're down here. They have not picked up a single game in the OPL so far. And they're up against the Giants right now, Spawn. They didn't have a great game 1. Hopefully they can bounce back in game 2.
Unfortunately, they are up against the Chiefs, Fish. The Giants are a EULCS team that will not be playing XL5 today. They definitely will be playing the Chiefs, as you can see on your screen right there. That is a Chiefs logo.
Yes. Chiefs Esports Club. The metaphorical giants of the OPL, Spawn.
You're not giving me any room to work with here, dude. Yep, sure. Metaphorical giants.
Why? Well, enough of that. We're here to pick some hands here for game number 2 between XL5 as well as the Chiefs. Immediately, XL5 are going to throw Jace under the bus and make sure he's banned out here. They don't want Swiper to get his hands on that champion again. Or even Swiffer for that matter.
Oh, however, this is a change-up because Kha'Zix has been banned on the blue side. This means that one of Camille, Rangel, or LeBlanc will be left open for the Chiefs. And we'll see which one of those champions they really want to leave up, or if they just leave up all 3.
Yeah, could potentially see XL5 banning out a couple of those too if they're not comfortable with playing it or first picking it themselves. Immediately decides to go for a LeBlanc ban.
And this kind of do the Chiefs abort now and hit the abort button really hard because they're only going to trade 1 for 1 and go back to banning Camille or Renga? Or do they stick with their, support ban strategy that we saw in game 1, Malzahar and the Zyra being taken away.
Let's see what they decide to go for. Guts is a good carry jungler, so the likes of Kha'Zix and Rengars are good when he picks them up. You can already see Chiefs debating what they're going to be banning out next. Time is running out, and Rengar is going to be the second ban, so make sure Guts doesn't get his hands on that champion.
Okay, so it looks like the Chiefs maybe not comfortable unless they can leave all 3 up, leaving any of them up. This is really attacking Guts' champion pool, maybe trying to get him back onto something like the Rek'Sai. I feel like if he wants to play Titanic Hydra Rek'Sai though, I've been thinking about this a lot, he should just play Hecarim. I mean, Hecarim's going to scale better into the game, I mean, has a better ultimate for the team fights. I really do believe that, you know, Guts is a good player. He's actually really sound mechanically, he's a good farmer, he's a good team fighter. I think that, you know, he's kind of going for the in-between. Like, you know, I want to pick a competitively viable jungler, but I do want to have some damage there. If that's your jam, dude, just like completely go all in.
Well, Hecarim is one of his most famous champions, and the final ban from the Chiefs is another Guts ban. Elise has been taken off the tail, which means we will see Camille being picked up here for XL5.
Yeah, we certainly will be. One thing I will let you know is the Chiefs were planning for this. They do have a pocket pick in mind for it. That, you know, Swiper slipped me under the table, so we'll see whether he is going to pull it out. That's a very good first pick for the Chiefs. I mean, Raze is a great AD carry player, and he seems to be really ramping back up. And I think that it's fair to say that at the moment, Varus is the strongest AD carry on the patch.
Yeah, certainly, especially with the lethality upgrades. I mean, we used to saw 3 different builds come out from the Varus. Before lethality got changed slightly. Now everyone's just going to lethality, making sure they max their Q, their W second for extra health damage and on-hit attack damage.
That's actually still up in the air. I've seen a couple of people maxing E second. I think it depends whether they have a lot of sustain and you want to be able to throw that out more often underneath turrets and really muck up some of the sieges that come through.
Yep, does have a very high cooldown at rank 1. It's 18 seconds, drops down to about 10 without cooldown reduction if you rank it up second. As you can see, XL5, they've locked in Jhin as their AD carry of choice, and taking away Karma, most likely their support champion. Ejim should be very happy about that. He can't be forced onto the champion for this game.
I mean, he had a pretty good performance on the Karma anyway, so I think that he maybe has shrugged off that burden of not liking paying the champion. However, you're right. I mean, Karma, Jhin, Camille, this is a pretty good teamfight composition that's racking up already. And if they don't want a teamfight, I mean, they can go towards Poke, and still be quite alright with it.
They get Malzahar as their support pick of choice. Ejim should be pretty happy with that one, swarming the Voilings all over XL5.
I mean, after yesterday, not really ready to call it just support either. We did see it flexed into that mid lane. Of course, Varus could also technically be flexed, especially with the lethality changes really ramping up. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Varus begin to see some more movement as a mid laner.
Yep, and coming into the 2017 season when Malzahar was played a lot as support, he was also picked up top lane for a brief period of time.
The Chiefs are about to 5-ban Guts.
Oof. Graves! The 4th ban coming out here. I mean, when we look at XL5, Guts and Seulman were the ones that come to mind. Seulman's not on the roster today. Fortunately, he's not feeling too great, has not been able to train with XL5 this entire week. Kind of makes sense, you know, just throw all your bans towards Guts. Hope he has something else he can play. It's Poppy. The next man coming out towards the Chiefs, a pick that is being commonly used against Camille in the top lane.
Certainly is. I mean, the W interrupts the stun that would come out, keeps your AD carry safe. However, still does struggle as the game progresses at really peeling enough. I can confirm that that wasn't the pick that Swiper wanted to play into the Camille regardless.
And they just did completely throw all their bans towards Guts. Warwick is the final ban coming out.
I hope that Guts was just gonna. I hope that Guts is just gonna play Camille anyway, and he was like, I didn't even want it. I mean, we've seen Camille support, we've seen Camille mid lane in the EU LCS today.
Yep.
Why not just grab it as a jungler as well? Complete the Quinella.
Well, you could also see him. I'd like to see him pull out his Hecarim. I mean, he's very famous for that champion. Could
He does
run all
have,
over people.
does have the Ghost locked in, so maybe is a possibility. I mean, Hecarim isn't really going to be all that bothered by Ivan. Ivan's going to probably steal his camps and annoy him a little bit early game, but as the game progresses, not going to be a big deal.
Chiefs are... Oh, wow. XL5 decided not to go for a final ban. So they banned out Poppy and said, you know what? You want to ban all our champions? We're just not going to ban something and see what you can throw at us. Questionable strategy, but Swiffer is going to be picking up Corki in the mid lane. There it is. We're going to get the Hecarim coming out from Guts. You can see smiles in the face of XL5. Ejim have a bit of laugh about it too.
I hope he hard carries. After you throw 5 jungle bans at someone, you just hope he absolutely goes nuts and just dunks the stupid Ivan. Especially if it's Candy Cane Ivan. If this game is a Candy Cane Ivan and the Hecarim just runs all over him, I'm going to be the happiest color caster ever.
And the final pick coming out from XL5 is going to be Cassiopeia, and Swiper's nodding his head. He's very happy. He's gone for the Alawi.
Yeah, he certainly has. The reason that they wanted to do this is they believe that they can force the 1v1 repetitively, and as soon as you engage onto Alawi without a way out, which is what Camille is, you just go for the all-in. I mean, you grab the soul out, you absolutely go nuts with the tentacles, and you just start slamming it. Swiper believes that you can withstand the initial burst that comes out, and then your consistent damage afterwards is just far superior.
So I'm assuming this is the pick he was waiting for today.
Yeah.
Swiper is very well known for this champion as well, and there's lots of ways for XL5 to engage on towards the Chiefs. A good squad or a good lineup for them to use against this Camille.
And the Chiefs love to play poke comps historically with Alawi, because what happens is they start poking down, you feel like you have to engage onto the back line. It gets rid of any need for Swiper to have to play engage, and as they engage onto him, as I said, he just gets them out and is able to really go to town. I think that, this is a good draft piecemeal together by the Chiefs. They are very smart when they draft poke. Maybe ode to an old coach that used to play a lot with them. And excited to see how they take it on to Summoner's Rift.
On top of that, Alawi does have the soul grab, so it's really good underneath turrets, really good to add to poke as well. So very well-rounded team comp coming out from the Chiefs.
And one of the things that Camille's been criticized for, the only thing in her kit that she doesn't have is wave clear instantly. I mean, she has to go towards Tiamat. She has very good trading potential, but if Alawi gets to a point where she can just one-shot the back wave, I mean, Camille is going to be stuck in that lane just picking up CS and not really being able to push in.
Certainly is, and Alawi is no pushover in the lane either, especially due to all the tentacles she can throw down in that top lane. It's going to be a very exciting matchup up there. However, XL5, we saw 5 bans thrown over towards Guts. 5 champions, and he still gets one of his most promising
favorite
champions,
champion. I mean, this is crazy. They just target ban one person, but everything else, they got exactly what they wanted.
Exactly that. We have Glippy also picking up Cassiopeia. Didn't have too bad of a game 1. Let's see how he performs in game number 2. But before we get on to Summoner's Rift, let's check in with Hingers, who's with one of the coaches.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with XL5 coach Geordie, and an interesting draft phase. I want to start by asking about the Camille pickup you guys got. Is that a champion that people can even practice, given that it's kind of perma-banned?
Yeah, we've had it a few times in scrims with a lot of success, and 528's really confident on the champion, so we had no problems of insta-locking it.
Excellent stuff. And how do you feel about Guts getting 5 banned out, right? There's a lot of bans being thrown at him. He just picks up the Hecarim as a pocket pick.
Yeah, obviously because we're using a substitute mid laner, there's a little bit of drafting strength lost there with Human not being able to be banned out, so we decided to pick Hecarim for Guts. That was our plan from the start anyway, so...
They've fallen into your trap.
There you go.
Excellent. So you're feeling confident going into this?
As confident as you can be with the substitute.
Excellent stuff. Well, thank you for speaking to us, and best of luck in the game.
Thank you very much.
Now I really want Guts to run over these people with that bloody pony, because if they're going to 5-ban him out, and the coach was saying they wanted to pick Hecarim all along, he needs to absolutely destroy somebody.
Yeah, he certainly does. I mean, this is what I said. If you're going to go towards a damaged jungler, just pick your best damaged jungler. I mean, don't turn Rek'Sai into a pseudo-bruiser, especially when you're going to be starved. So this time around, he will just be able to go Trinity Force first. And I can promise you, if he gets 3 early kills on a Trinity Force user, he will be more than comfortable running away with the rest of the game.
Well, to kick things off, we have Guts invading nice and early to take down a red buff inside of Spook's jungler, where Spooks makes friends with the red buff on the side of Guts jungler. We'll take that, so just trading camps for now. In the mid lane, we already have trades going back and forth between this Corki as well as Cassiopeia. Corki starting with the Gatling gun.
I mean, I actually have no idea what Swiffer was doing, because that's the best the trade could have gone, because double poison missed out of Gloopy. And Swiffer still lost the trade because he was standing in 3 mage minions. So that was interesting decision-making out of the Chiefs mid laner. Maybe just trying to assert some early dominance.
He's already popped his only potion. Cassiopeia is going to be happy to heal up with her twin fangs as well as the double potion she has coming into this matchup. So Gloopy already showing he's no pushover in this mid lane. Can go up against the best of the best. Have to see if that stays true later on in this match. For now, though, everything is nice and quiet on Summoner's Rift. Bottom lane, Crazy and Tegan. Tegan picking up another support here of Karma.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, want to go towards Spooks' jungle pathing quickly. What he did is he actually laid down on the red first and prepped the Raptors, then went towards his side of the jungle again and set up, I guess it was 2 camps, went back in, stole the Raptors away, and then was able to pick up, you know, the blue buff as well as the Grom for himself. So a little bit of a different Ivan pick, a route. Not as greedy or, you know, as punishing as what we've seen a lot out of Carbon. Carbon likes to prep his own buff before he invades, generally. But, you know, able to stay ahead of experience for now against the Hecarim.
Doesn't be able to take down Scuttle Crab, but Guts charging into the top lane. Swiper's already used that flash. 5 to late, forces him to jump away with the wall hop. And Guts just going to use this time to help him push out the wave. Attacks a little bit of his minions as well.
That's what Hecarim's all about. I mean, guarantee the push, as I like to say it. Make sure that's going to be, you know, hitting the turret nearly. Swiper will eventually start pushing back as well because of that gank, and he's not going to have any flash when he does so.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, you can see Tegan as well as Crazy trying to trade against Egypt, and Ray's doing a pretty good job so far.
I actually want to talk about an interaction we just saw because we saw it heaps yesterday. Nice bounce coming out. Egypt actually in a little bit of trouble. Ooh. It's that interaction right there. So as soon as you think the Karma is going to throw out the Q, you actually just activate your W and it hits the little creep in front of you. Your mana cost is less than Karma's as well, so you win the mana sustain battle as the game progresses. So Tegan really finding it difficult right now to chunk out the Malzahar.
I want to go back to that as well, but we do have Ivan posturing in the mid lane. Gloopy is going to get jumped off and snared as well. He's popped the Ghost nice and early, still trying to trade back, but will get out safely.
Yeah, I mean, has to burn both summoner spells, so that's a good news story. Swiffer was only going to burn the exhaust for that one. You see that Gloopy needs to be careful. Actually had a fairly good trade onto Swiffer beforehand, so was feeling comfortable stepping up. Unfortunately, Spooks was able to read the Duke nicely and get a little bit of extra damage in to sway that into the Chiefs' favor.
Still in this bottom lane though, Crazy going to take a little bit of poke damage here. Boiling's not going to small as over. Here comes Guts. He's on the Swift, but he's going to have to Valk away. But look at that damage from the Rampage. Guts still wants a piece of this, Corky.
Yeah, it certainly does. And I mean, this is what you need to do if you're Guts. He's been involved in 2 of the lanes so far and is, you know, continuing to bully around the map. I like the aggressive movements coming out, and I think that he's giving his team a really good shot at being able to run away with this one.
Well, he's forced Swiffer to recall. He's gone back to base, picked up a Sheen, about a million ways behind Gloopy at the moment, who is going to be able to go back to base and get a shot in as well.
Yeah, exactly right, and that's what you want to see out of the Cassiopeia. She is an early pressure mid laner. Wants to be able to, you know, dictate the pace of that lane. Unfortunately, not able to make it hit the turret, so probably going to be a freeze coming out of Swiffer if he can hold that off. He has about 6 ranged and a cannon creep in the mid lane. So that's not going anywhere in a hurry. And, you know, that's just one of those things that if you don't play mid lane over and over again, it's going to happen to you.
Yep. See again, Ejim blocking out the Q from Karma with that void. It's something that Tegan's actually familiar with, playing a game with him earlier in the week. He was playing Malzahar, doing that to thresh hooks all the time. Surprised he's still throwing that towards the Malzahar.
I mean, you miss 100 shots you don't take, and he just wants to pop the shield, hope that Ejim doesn't time one of them nicely. So I don't really blame him for continually going for the trade.
Same character just trading back and forth. They're still fairly even. Oh, the Q missing there from Spooks. Would have been able to lock down Gloopy, but he is level 6 on this Cassiopeia.
About to see, the other thing you can see from that is that Gloopy a little bit not comfortable still, because generally if a Cassiopeia can walk into a jungler like that, she just turns around and tortures him. I mean, you throw the miasma down into Corky, he can't Valk in and help out, and then you just ult the silly Ivan and go to town. However, not willing to play aggressive onto Spooks, who's still continuing to be a nuisance.
What even place down, that's a bit of a mistake. Seeing that the control wall was always there earlier. Gloopy's just waiting for this minion wave to push back in. Falling down slightly in CS, but should be able to take it back later on when that wave is pushed back. Guts hits level 6. Big spike for the Hecarim. Does have the charge now.
Yeah, and we'll see whether he uses it on the bottom lane. You can see that Malzahar's shield is down there looking to push up right now. Haven't actually shopped. And I like the timing out of the Chiefs, although this might be dangerous.
Ejim going to get locked down here by Tegan, but the Voidlings are swarming. He's going to have to shield himself and get the heck out of there. But they were trying to lock down Ejim, force him to go back to base. A little bit of a delayed recall from their bottom lane. And Crazy and Tegan going to head back as well. With the wave meeting in the middle, nice and even.
Yeah, pretty neutral that wave. I mean, they didn't take too long to clean it out, so it's not like it's going to be a deep freeze on the Chiefs side, even if it does push back a little bit slowly. And you can see that CS scores starting to creep up oh so slightly everywhere.
Hello. Tentacle slam in the top lane as Swiper picks up first blood against Camille.
I mean, just the 1v1, and he said he wanted to play the matchup, gets the ult in there, doesn't even have flash, and 528 doesn't use his or the ultimate.
Questionable coming out from the Chiefs top laner, but look at this. Here comes Guts. He's going to try and charge in. He gets the soul coming down with a rampage going on towards the Allow. Swiper's trying to do what he can with the minions, but Guts is going to take him down.
I mean, that's all you can really do if the jungler wants to ghost into you, especially as you don't have flash at the start of it. You're probably going to die, so Swiper just gives his life up peacefully. Is now Ejim in some big trouble.
Going to get locked down. Is not level 6. Going to get exhausted as well. Daisy's coming up. The Twin Faces going through. The poison is ticking, but here comes 528. Can he get it? Yes, he can. The low sweep's not enough, and now he's getting turned on. Pops the ultimate on towards Spooks. Tiga will pick up the snipe onto Ejim, but Daisy is raining down the pain onto the support of XL5. The cupcakes will be enough. That Swimmer picks up a double kill. Curtain Call gets popped as well. Spooks gets charged on by Guts, and now Gloopy's trying to fight for his life, but it's a 2-on-1 against the little pony, and it will be a big triple kill for Swiffer.
Yeah, exactly right. Swiffer now has a rove into the game. I mean, he's up 20 CS. He's just picked up 3 kills for himself, as well as a double buff. And that looked like it was going to be so good for XL5. I mean, Ejim was on a slither of health. 528 flew into the backline, and unfortunately the damage of the rank 1 sweep just wasn't there, Fish.
Certainly was not. Looked like he was going to be able to pick up the kill and start a fight off for his team. It just takes so much before he did anything.
And this is, I guess this is a big worry because all of a sudden, Swiper's been able to stay at home. He still has the teleport, and the Chiefs won that, and he's well and truly got the push happening on the top lane. Tentacles sat down. I mean, if he has his ultimate available, even if they bring up the Hecarim now who doesn't have ulti, I just don't know if he dies.
Swiper just being so aggressive here against 528. When those tentacles land, it just does so much damage.
Here we go. He wants in onto him, though.
Gets some stun down. The tentacle's going to slam again. 528 needs to avoid those because they just deal so much damage.
Yeah, but all of a sudden, here comes Guts. I mean, it's going to be 3 tentacles.
The Swiper says, let's see, let's go and slam, boys, as he jumps onto 528, but it's not going to be enough. The shield, just enough to take him down.
528 interrupted the ultimate then. I mean, able to knock Alawi out of the last portion of it. I mean, that was really nicely done. Let's take another look at that replay in the mid lane. Ejim got caught out, was able to get a lot of damage down and then flash the wall. There's a package actually used from Swiffer into the bottom side of the map. Not really much happening.
Ivan's just behind the Spooks. Going to call out Daisy, gives him a big old high five. The derpy face Cupcake is going to chase down Crazy. We'll be able to get the stun locked here on towards the Jhin, but Spooks is just going to stand and watch as the AD carrying support trade auto attacks against this big lanky jungler.
I mean, I think it was Carbon that said that Daisy's nearly a better champion than Ivan, if he can use it correctly. And you can see exactly why there. I mean, able to block skill shot after skill shot, able to get a couple of knockups in there as well, as Gloopy unfortunately missed that.
Yeah, Swiffer's going to be able to dodge the ultimate coming out, still throwing out Twin
Fangs,
Fangs, but here he comes! Big old Guts is charging into the mid lane, looking for Swiffer, not going to be able to charge in towards him, but gets the ultimate down, finds another kill and a shutdown for XL5.
Really nicely done there for Guts. I mean, able to support his mid laner. This is what we said, that if Guts and Suman, now Gloopy of course feeling in for Suman, who's not able to play, can go toe-to-toe with Swiffer and Spooks, it will only mean good things. An overextension, a couple of missed skill shots, and Swiffer falls even when he flashes.
It's still 5-5 in kills, but a 2-turret advantage for the Chiefs means they're going to be 3,000 gold up. Just 11 minutes into this game, Swiper was able to push down the top lane, out of turret all by himself, has set up more tentacles as well.
But the really big worry right now is there's a 4-1-0 Hecarim running around Summoner's Rift. He's picked up Boots 3. He's going to go towards that Trinity Force, so he's going to be nice and strong at this stage of the game. And as you open up the map, you have to overextend for farm, and that can be where Guts really can start taking control of this game.
Let's see if Guts can do just that. It is his signature champion. A lot of players have talked about and hyped up Guts coming into the OPL. XL5 certainly happy with his performance so far. Gloopy in the mid lane, 0-1-3, is down about 10 CS, but doing fairly well for the substitute who had big shoes to fill.
Definitely. I mean, he's been serviceable. I think it's very fair to say. Playing against Spooks and Swiffer is never going to be easy. However, certainly he's gone toe-to-toe nicely.
I mean, when your debut game of the OPL is against the Chiefs, it's not an easy thing to kind of look forward to. So now it seems like the Chiefs are looking to see if they can set up for this Infernal Dragon.
I mean, the Chiefs are really just trying to push that top lane advantage they feel they have at the moment. isolate Swiper with the Camille. He's just shoving in. He's up 20 CS.
He's got the Death Stance as well. Very big item pickup for Ilaoi early into this game.
And I guess the reason that we should talk about it being a great item is, you know, it keeps you, you know, off that brink of death for just a little extra second. And then because you get the added damage that comes down, and of course it gives you lifesteal based off AD damage as opposed to auto attacks only, you're able to get even more health regen coming through onto the Ilaoi. So it's a good pickup. We'll see whether he can 2v1 again, though. However, his Guts is up now in the top lane.
Let's see what he can do. Swiper's going to pop the ultimate. Here come the tentacles. Can he get the slams? Only gets one, and 528 picks up the kill.
528's actually showing that he's really practiced on this because he just dodged a tentacle slam with the ultimate, which probably would have killed him and guaranteed a kill going back in the other direction. So he's fighting back nicely, and all of a sudden the Chiefs are downing kills for the first time this series.
Here comes Guts. We're going to see if he can get the engage going, but Egypt's going to lock it down. Clippy with big ultimate coming out as the Curtain Call will come out as well. But so many members of XR5 are going to fall before this fight can start. Looked like it was going to go great, but it's just not enough for them.
I love the idea, and the execution was just lacking. As soon as they turned onto Guts, Gloopy jumped in there for a big ultimate. However, what that needed was, you know, a flank coming out of 528 at the same time and T-Gun up front and center. Instead, it was just the mid laner all on his lonesome. They turn around, blow up the Cassiopeia, turn towards the Hecarim next. That's one of those plays that, you know, on a knife edge, it looked good for X5 and then blew up in their face.
Certainly looked like a Guts could have got in there as well, but Ejim locks him down nice and easy in that fight. Crazy as well, nowhere to be found. Could only open up with a Curtain Call. Not much damage coming out from the Jhin there.
However, they have kept it closer. 2 turrets. I mean, that's, you know, a serviceable lead at 15 minutes for the Chiefs, and they certainly did win from a similar position last game, but you feel like X5 have shored up a couple of, I guess, suspect engages that they had with their jungler, and this time around, 4-2-1, he's looking great.
In XR5, every game they've gone into so far in this year of the OPL, they've had very obvious mistakes, very obvious errors, including this as well. But surprisingly, it's against the Chiefs where they've looked the strongest so far.
And I guess that comes down to, you know, when you're really focusing against an opponent and when you know it's going to be a tough game, you can, like, I guess, overcompensate for that and play smarter at League of Legends. They're not taking needless risks this time around, although they definitely did in game number 1. So yeah, as you said, they're playing their best League of Legends we've seen so far. They're doing it with a substitute, which is very impressive. As we see, once again, there's going to be 2 people in Swiper's lane. He actually backs away respectfully this time instead of trying to take the fight.
And although this game is by no means over, even if XR 5-2-4 here from the Chiefs, if they can keep that same mentality that we see T-Gun have time and time again, of knowing that if they've lost the game, they've got to learn from it, you definitely see even more improvement coming out from this squad. So I say that Gloopy takes an arrow to the knee, or an arrow to the snake, as well as a rocket from Corki there, and falls down to below half his health.
I mean, I said this about X5 last week. I actually want to see what identity they come up with because, you know, they've got an assassin player mid lane, of course, Swimmin not playing this time around. But, you know, Gloopy going more towards control mage. And, like, are they a team fighting team? Are they a 1-3-1 team? Because so many times we see teams kind of play just what's meta and not really what suits their play style, and it does allow them to fall behind. If this is a team that is a carry jungler team, I mean, we don't see them all the time, but, you know, there's no reason that they can't turn into a team like a Snake or a Vici that had Dandy when they really were carry-heavy jungle.
Speaking of XR5, they're looking for a fight, though. Guts is going to get locked down before he can even charge in, and will get obliterated before he even uses his ultimate. Swiper threatened with the teleport. They obliterate T-Gun and then take down the pony.
Yeah, I mean, T-Gun was just out of position. Now Swiffer is forward, wanting in on the fight.
Exhaust going down to Gloopy. Not even required because Spooks jumps in as well, picks up that last auto attack, and Chiefs get 3 easy picks underneath the turret of XR5.
Yeah, exactly right. And meanwhile, in the top lane, it looks like Swiper's thrown down his ultimate and forced Camille away. So they're looking to take even more off the map, breaking the base and winning the split push battle.
Chiefs are now looking to try and take the inhibitor turret. T-Gun has respawn. Crazy trying to do what he can. Swiffer valking forward. Gets a big one down on towards the Jhin, narrowly avoiding the snare as Guts looking to charge back in. Didn't use anything except for Ghost in that last fight. He's rampaging, looking to see if he can collapse. But we get locked down by the root coming out from Chiefs. And they keep shutting down this Hecarim every single time he looks to do something.
And I mean, it's because it's just linear engage. There was no real teleport flank coming out of 5-8. All they had to do was turn around and, you know, catch the Hecarim as he was running in. Was with the Malzahar ult first time around. Then, of course, just a couple of nicely placed Qs out of Spooks to tie him up in that engage. So, yeah, you're right. I mean, he is pretty fed still, but not able to get onto the back line means that still going to be a hard task for him to be able to get any semblance of a performance in this game. And they've fallen 9,000 gold behind at 18 minutes again.
And now Chiefs really turning up the heat here against XL5. We were talking about how they looked a lot better against the Chiefs this week, but the Chiefs, again, showing that they're a dominant force to be reckoned with, trying to close out this game nice and early despite some mistakes they've made so far. Their play has been fairly solid when it comes to these fights. Now they're targeting up towards Camille here. Swiffer gonna knock Spooks back. That's a little bit mean, but he's still gonna try and chase down 528. Says, let's go, buddy. Let's go for this big old fight. Gut's gonna get locked down. He tries to pop the ultimate. Swiffer actually gonna force 528. Flashes for it. He's just trying to chase him down. The Voidlings are looking to nom onto someone, but they can't get that kill. Now Kloopy's up here as well. Redemption gonna come out and try and heal Spooks. Daisy is just lost in the brush because she can't auto-attack the snake. And 528 will be able to pick up a kill.
And I mean, that's just honestly disrespectful out of the Chiefs. Swiffer knocked his jungler the wrong way going into the gank and then still tried to 1v1 arguably the most broken champion ever released in the game. So, you know, it's an interesting call and they get punished for it, I think, very fairly.
Yep, XL5 capitalize on the mistakes of the Chiefs here. It's still 8 to 10 in kills, but Chiefs just have a much better macro at the moment with 6 stars taken down as well as a dragon, which is now respawned.
All right. Goodbye. Oh, he missed.
Ooh, crazy. Almost face checks the brush. Now 528 here as well. And Slam comes out from a Swiper. Look at the damage from the tentacles. And now Swiper is stuck here as the Curticle's going to come out. The Hecarim charges in. Gut's going to pick up a kill.
I mean, he did a lot of damage, but at the same time still falls. This is one of those games where the Chiefs look like they're trying to have a little bit of fun, but you have to worry. 5-3-2. Hecarim is online on Summoner's Rift right now. 2-2-5. The Camille is still within touching distance. And if they allow this game to, you know, continue to draw on, there's always that window that X5 can make them pay. And every game matters in the OPL this time. It's for 3 points right now, the Chiefs, and they could drop one.
They certainly could. They've already dropped one in their first week of the OPL to the Direwolves. After a very narrow 2-1 victory, I should say. XL5 yet to pick up a single point this split. We'll definitely be looking to see if they can take one off the Chiefs, which on its own would be a massive victory for them. Chiefs now looking to try and group up, trying to press the gold advantage they've been able to previously acquire. Hopefully not make as many mistakes as we've seen earlier.
Yeah, they just need to tidy up the play. I think it's all it is. I mean, give a little bit more respect to their opponent. And, you know, start pushing the real advantage they have. They have a better split pusher right now. When you have a look at it, Death Stance as well as Sterix. I mean, he's died 4 times, but it really is hard for one person right now to take out Swiper. At the same time, you know, they have the double supports. They have the Voidlings and double AD carries to be able to run in and take a Baron quite quickly. They have Daisy. They have good catch potential right now for the Chiefs. It's just going to come down to, you know, whether they actually set the map up correctly and start punishing that open inhibitor on the bottom lane. Swiper also has to hit a skill shot eventually. This is some Spooks Q level coming in.
Careful, we might get banned from that chat as well as T-Gun gets jumped on here. Raze is going to go on a killing spree as he takes him down.
He killed him with the ultimate. I mean, this is just, it's crazy. Looks like they do get the pick that they're looking for. Swiper's pushing in on the bottom lane. All of a sudden, Baron is just an open objective, and they have to face check eventually.
They've set up with the brush. Gut's going to get locked down by Ejim again. This is just a reoccurring trend here, and they go straight towards the Baron.
I mean, that's all they were waiting for. Nice setup from the Chiefs. They were taking this one a little bit fast and loose for a while. However, eventually will fall down.
Baron is going to fall. That's going to be taken down by the Chiefs. No one from the side of XL5 there to stop them. Spooks even picks up the Scuttle Crab on his way out. But suddenly things are just falling apart here. Chiefs one by one dismantling XL5. We still have Swiper split pushing the bottom lane. That's an open inhibitor, so you don't want to leave him down there for too long. Ooh. That's a lot.
But you've seen that if multiple members done, he still does fall. So they need to time the split push well, and that's why that was a more successful play, because they had pressured another objective, as well as a split push. Now they're sieging up mid lane, and you can see the T-Gun gets poked out.
Oh,
this
Guts.
is much better.
Looking to go in. There's a Redemption coming out on towards the Chiefs as well. Guts has jumped in. They've jumped on the Swiffer as well. Locked down in the Hextech Ultimatum, but they take down 528 first. They will trade it for Ivan. Swiffer will fall as well as the Snake Lady gets 2. and Guts is still going back in. He wants Egypt. Don't you dare suppress me, buddy, as he picks up the double kill. Raze will still trade back, though, as he picks up a quadra kill. But look at Swiper. He says, you guys go and tussle about. Go on your silly fights, man. I'm going to finish this game for us.
Yeah, exactly right. Swiper has one job right now. That's to take down the base. You can see he's actually under 5 from the turret, so can't just sit there and auto attack. We'll take down 1.
Might be able to take down 2 as they take the soul away from Hecarim. The pony himself's got to go back to base. Raze, as well as Swiper, looking to see if they can continue pushing, but Death Time is a little bit too short here for XL5. Instead, they will settle for another inhibitor turret.
Yeah, exactly right. So they take down
Hello.
another inhib turret. Flame
5 to
coming
8.
out.
He's on top of Raze, going to get a lot of damage out. Swiper trying to fight them. Tigo going to take a lot of damage. He's going to avoid these tentacles if he wants to live because his soul is corrupted, but it will be a big old 5 to 8 with a double kill.
Exactly right. 5 to 8. One more time comes up with the goods. And we're seeing that, you know, even though the Chiefs seem to think that this is a good matchup for the Alawi, 1-5-0, I'm not completely sold on it, Fish. I mean, I like a good used car salesman. Swiper gave me the rundown beforehand. However, also like a good used car salesman, I've turned on my car and it hasn't done what he said it's going to do.
We might want to check that trade-in policy, Jake. So I might have cheated you out a little bit here. Still doing well on this Alawi.
I don't know if he is doing well anymore.
He's got
I mean,
turrets.
his team is 11,000 gold up, and he's down in CS and kills. Is that doing well?
I don't know. He's got turrets. Objectives win the game, Spawn. You know, you got to kill the Nexus.
That is
it can be
exactly
0-0-0.
There
There
was
was
be 1-15-10.
There was a
As
couple.
long as your team kills the Nexus, it is a W. I agree.
I believe there were a couple of Oceanic players that proved you can win a game without getting a single kill. As meanwhile, it seems like Swiffer's getting jumped on here by Guts. He's going to try and flash away, avoids it, and Guts, as always, going to get tethered by the Malzahar. Swiffer still going to fall as 5 to 8 finds him. Now looking for Egypt as Glappy's going to lock down. Daisy turns to stone. Spooks is the next target here. 5 to 8's coming back for this one. Swiper going to join the fight. He says, all right, boys, let's go to town. Come on and slam. 5 to 8 gets a triple in this fight, and the Chiefs going to back off.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, Swiper jumps into the back line and is able to get a lot of damage down. However, it's 5 to 8 doing the job arguably better right now. He's 7-3-7 in a losing team. Tegan in a little bit of trouble. Needs to be careful.
Raze and Swiper still trying to push for this inhibitor despite being a 2-on-3. 5 to 8 still waiting to get his health back after his recall. So, despite losing members, it's still going to be Chiefs to pick up an objective.
Yeah, so they grab the objective. I mean, that's a good news story. They're still up by 10,000 gold at only 25 minutes in.
Doesn't look like it.
But it seems to just be the recurrent theme of the OPL at the moment. I mean, teams getting these massive gold leads, but still not setting up, playing to their win conditions. I mean, having maybe a little bit of fun on Summoner's Rift, but
a little bit.
Eventually, one of these games will come back and bite you, and you'll lose it, especially when you leave open Camille.
Camille's now 7-3-7, has that Titanic Hydra to go with the Trinity Force. Swiper's trying to snipe him over the wall. That's not going to happen. Swift is now moving to the top lane. He's got the package. It was threatening Tegan. Tegan has seen a little bit of grey screen this series. I don't think he's too happy with that. And Chiefs now set up to try and push for the final inhibitor turret. Only one Nexus turret left standing. This is dangerous for XL5.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, going back to T-Gun, this is kind of the life of the sport when you're 10,000 gold down. You have to get vision at some stage, and if you run into anyone, they're just going to kill you in one shot. So, you know, don't really blame him for dying 4 times. You can say, oh.
XL5 getting locked down by the suppression. One of the first times we haven't seen Guts getting jumped on. As the Tentacles will be able to pick up the kill. Guts gets the heck away from that. And now the final inhibitor turret's going to fall. XL5 retreat to their final turret, but even that's gone. Super Minions have destroyed it. It's now Chiefs looking for the base. Tegan going to get locked down by Swiper. Takes quite a bit of damage through his soul. Redemption is going to come through, dealing a little bit of damage towards the Chiefs, but it doesn't matter too much because it's now on towards the Nexus. The final stand comes out for Guts. Tentacles are just absolutely everywhere. Swiper destroys the snake. They want to go for a big old fight before they take the Nexus down. That's going to fall, and Chiefs pick up the 2-0.
I mean, I think that sums up the series. The Chiefs, when they finally do group and get it together, are able to take down the Nexus eventually. Guys, just hit it, please, for me. Yeah, all right, cool. Get us out of this one. But really, you have to give credit for XL5, because for a lot of that game, they were able to roll with the punches that the Chiefs were throwing at them.
They were able to take quite a few hits there coming after the Chiefs. And week after week, XL5, although falling 2-0 every single time, they do show some promise in their gameplay. Chiefs, though, very dominant in both games, both sub 28-minute matches, but very sloppy. Felt like it could be much cleaner than what they just did.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, this is XL5 playing with substitute. So the fact that the Chiefs picked up 2 sub 30-minute games, I mean, that's fantastic. But at the end of the day, if I'm Volt, who's the Chiefs coach, I'm clipping some players behind the ears because they need to really do a better job. Like, these are those bread and butter games that you prove how classy you are as an outfit. You stick to the game plan, you play 1-4, which they obviously had set up for, and you win that game cleanly. Too many times the Chiefs went into uneven team fights and, I mean, were made punish duly by XL5, even with a 10,000 goal deficit.
I mean, it's last year's champions going up against newly promoted OCS team who have yet to pick up a single map victory so far. So you expect it to be a statement game. Was it really? I don't know. Hingers might be able to tell you on the analyst desk.
Thanks very much, guys. Well, I might not be able to, but our analysts here joining us to wrap up that series, Mendrix and Carbon. First of all, we want to talk about the fact that this game was over a little bit quicker than the first one, I believe.
With about 2 times the kills, I think, which is kind of weird, right? But yeah, even quicker than the first 2 very quick games. Early lunch.
Yeah, early lunch. Well, at
late lunch. Early dinner, perhaps.
4:45.
What time is it?
Well, let's take a look at this pick and ban, this draft comp, because Mendrix, the Alawi counter pick into Camille was something Swiper felt confident on. Do you think it paid off this game?
I don't think it paid off the way that Swiper wanted it to. I think he wanted to dominate a lot harder, speaking when he did pick it up. And it paid off for him in that early game. He was able to pick up that first blood. But the thing was that 5 to 8, in the combination with Guts, when they came in, he was able to stop his ultimate twice, which is why it seemed that he was actually holding his own against him, and it meant that Camille was able to get into the game and actually do something. And what I really like about this game is that XL5 didn't just take it sitting down. They actually did throw some punches back at the Chiefs, and they showed that they they do have the potential to make it to a point where they will be competitive.
Yeah, Carbon, they threw 5 bans at Guts in this draft phase, and their coach Geordie said, that's fine, we were going to pick Hecarim the whole time anyway.
Yeah.
Do you believe him, or...?
On some level, I do believe him. I think that like the 5 jungle bans and picking Ivan early, Ivan is a really good matchup into Hecarim. It's really easy for Ivan to just take control. If Hecarim loses 1 blue buff, he's in a world of pain. But that didn't really happen, and one of the big reasons for that was that Guts was taking a ton of lane creep. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but every time he ganked, every time he went to a lane, he was taking all the creep. Well, not all, but he was taking at least a wave, and that was helping him tremendously.
Yeah, so we've talked about Ivan into Guts, we've talked about Alawi, and we've just seen more and more Varus and Jhin picks through this entire matchup.
It's just the meta at the moment, and those particular ADCs are really strong at the moment, and it really, with Varus, you do just pick him up as an automatic case, just because of his versatility, lethality build being so strong, and the same reason for Jhin. He is also very good when he does pick up that Yuma's Ghostblade early.
All right, well, let's take a look at this first replay, which is the team fight in the river near mid lane. And Mendrix, what is the significance of what's going on here?
So what I like about this is XL5 actually trying to make something happen. Now, Ejim, so close to dying here. Absolutely ridiculous that it wasn't picked up there. And Chiefs immediately capitalize on this overextension from XL5. And the big point that I want to make here is that XL5 were trying to make something work. They were being proactive, and it could have gone their way if they were actually just a little bit more on a little bit more on point with their execution. They didn't really hit the mark there. Guts, as you can see, he was doing really well throughout the entire game, but really, it was sloppy overall. Next time, if they could make it remain within that mid lane river fight, that would probably be more effective for them.
I mean, Carbon, if you're the captain of this team, right, you're going in against the hardest, or maybe the hardest opponents in the league, or close to, right? You substitute, right? You are not feeling confident, but you got to take away some hope from today, right? Is XL5?
Yes and no. I mean, I think the big thing is looking at the metric that I mentioned earlier. Can they stay within 1 or 2K at the 15, 20-minute mark? And unfortunately, in both games, they weren't able to do that. I mean, the kills were close, but what were the kills was like something like 19 to 21 or something, but Chiefs had all 3 tier 1 towers up. I mean, you could take the positive and say like, oh, look, like we got a bunch of kills, look at all these team fights we won, like Hecarim was 4-1, like how great is that? But at the end of the day, like you still weren't able to hit that key metric of staying within a couple K gold. So look, I would say maybe the Chiefs played a little bit sloppy. For X5, I still wouldn't be happy with it.
Right. Mendrix, your thoughts? Would you be happy as X5 right now, going down 2-0 to
I feel
former
it's
champions?
progress, and that's something that you can take happiness in. That's the big thing. If they manage to actually do hold those team fights, if they can turn them into objectives when they do get the wins, that's sort of the next progression after that point. Sort of just saying, yes, we can roll with it, we can take the next team fight and then get the objective, and it's just about that progression. So they can be happy to say, yep, we were competitive to a degree in that game, but there's a lot of work left to go.
All right, well, voting on our Radier Best and Fairest MVP medal for this game, turns out the winner is Ray's 80 carry for the Chiefs, and he had a massive game one, a huge amount of CS lead.
Is that? Yeah. So, yeah. So, I thought Ray's played pretty well. I also thought Bryce, Ejim also played very well.
Yep.
The duo lane was really good together. I thought Simon played okay, I suppose. But I thought the bot lane played really well. They really unlocked the map through taking that bot tower early in both games.
And Mendrix, just a massive series from Rays.
Yeah, he was just effective throughout the entire match. So he didn't really drop too many deaths. He was always there dealing the right amount of damage. He was pretty much always in those team fights. And it didn't even seem like, he was doing too much. But it's one of those cases where when you're the ADC, you don't really see it until everyone's dead. And he got that quadra kill right at the very end there, and that illustrates what happened.
All right, well, it's time for us to throw it over to Spawn now, who's waiting with Swiffer for the interview.
Thanks so much, Hingers. I am, of course, standing aside the captain of the Victorious Chiefs, who just picked up the 2-0. I want to speak to you about the Katarina into Syndra matchup, because I know this is a weird matchup to look at on paper. Why does Kat win?
Okay, so basically it's because you can dodge kind of everything, and the only way that you die is if she predicts like where you're going to jump and stun you and then like ultimate you and then you die in one hit, or you just completely outplay her and then snowball and take over the rest of the map.
And talk to me about Katarina's build, because, I mean, a lot of people see Kat and they just want to pick up in solo queue. I mean, pure AP, I mean, get a Ludens in there, like just move fast. What's with the Hex Drinker, the Merc Treads? Like, what's your idea behind it?
So I started going Hex Drinker because I am a Bjergsen fanboy, and he started doing it. And the only matchup that I found like a lot of success doing it into is Syndra, just because she's the only kind of person, the champion that you like pick Kat into, but then also has the potential to one-shot you. So that's kind of like the reasoning behind the Hex Drinker. It's just because there's a lot of damage that you can't actually dodge until you get a Zhonya's, right? And you're not building that first. So you need to like kind of bridge the gap until you can get that.
All right, cool. And now moving, I guess, towards your series as a whole. I mean, week 1 versus Direwolves, you guys had a pretty sloppy series. I mean, you've now picked it up with back-to-back 2-0s against Tainted Minds and Exile 5. Do you feel like you are clicking on all cylinders, or do you feel like the game's still maybe a little bit sloppier than you would like it at this stage?
I mean, I think Tim Carbon was really correct. Like he hit the nail on the head in saying that we played that series quite sloppily. I think it was just a product of like who we were versing and kind of letting our bloodthirstiness get the better of us a lot of the time. Obviously, there's always like a lot of things that you can. Obviously, there's a lot of other things that you can improve on all the time. So yeah, great. Hey, dude.
Of course, that's just Fish that's walking behind us. All right, cool. Final question. I want to talk about Rays, because everyone kind of knows the rest of the Chiefs. You've been together for so long. You guys integrated Rays. He had such a good final and then kind of had a bit of a hiccup overseas. What are you guys doing this year specifically to, I guess, prepare Rays one more time for what you hope is going to be a successful international campaign?
Honestly, I'm not sure if it was like a slump or anything overseas. I think that perhaps he just wasn't used to kind of the level of competition. And this year, I guess it's just kind of natural that the other bot lanes in the region are like really picking up as well. And so I think just playing consistently well here is kind of almost enough to prepare him going overseas, considering how much like every other bot lane has improved dramatically here.
Cool, definitely agree. Some good bot lanes in the OPL. Of course, that was the Chiefs picking up the 2-0 win over XL5. However, guys, don't go anywhere. After the break, it's going to be our game of the week as Tainted Minds take on the Direwolves. You're not going to want to miss it.
Poison is ticking, but here comes 528. Can he get it? Yes, he can. The low sweep's not enough, and now he's getting turned on. Pops the ultimate on towards Spooks. Tiga will pick up the snipe onto Egypt, but Daisy is raining down the pain onto the support of XL5. The cupcakes will be enough. That Swimmer picks up a double kill. Curtain Call gets popped as well. Spooks gets charged on by Guts, and now Gloopy's trying to fight for his life, but it's a 2-on-1 against the little pony, and it will be a big triple kill for Swiffer. Looking to go in. There's a redemption coming out on towards the Chiefs as well. Guts has jumped jumped in. They've jumped on a Swiffer as well. Locked down in the Hextech Ultimatum, but they take down 528 first. They will trade it for Ivan. Swiffer will fall as well as the Snake Lady gets 2. And Guts is still going back in. He wants Egypt. Don't you dare suppress me, buddy, as he picks up the double kill. Raze will still trade back, though, as he picks up a quadra kill. He's on top of Ray. He's going to get a lot of damage out. Swiper trying to fight them. Tigo going to take a lot of damage. He's going to avoid these tentacles if he wants to live, because his soul is corrupted. But it will be a big old fight away with a double kill. Meanwhile, it seems like Swiffer's getting jumped on here by Guts. He's going to try and flash away, avoids it, and Guts, as always, going to get tethered by the Malzahar. Swiffer still willing to fall as 528 finds him. Now looking for Egypt, as Glumpy's going to lock down. Daisy turns to stone. Spooks is the next target here. 528's coming back for this one. Swiper going to join the fight. He says, all right, boys, let's go to town. Come on and slam. 528 gets a triple. The final stand comes out for Guts. Tentacles are just absolutely everywhere. Swiper destroys the snake. They want to go for a big old fight before they take the Nexus down. That's going to fall, and Chiefs pick up the 2-0.
Let's finish this quickly. Are the Vanguard.
지금 우리 팀이 수치상 많이 불리하긴 하지만 게임은 어떻게 될지 모르는 거고, 우리 팀이 갖고 있는 장점을 살리면 이길 수 있다고 생각했어요. 일단 우리 팀 챔피언 조합을 보면 글로벌 궁극기를 가진 챔프, 그리고 끊어먹기와 합류 싸움에 특화되어 있는 바드, 헤카림이 있었어요. 상대팀의 상황을 보면 앨리스한테 골드가 집중되어 있었어요. 그래서 저의 판단은 기동성이 빠른 헤카림으로 앨리스를 잡으면 이길 수 있다고 생각을 해서, 지금은 양팀 모두가 바론을 중요하게 생각하는 상황이에요. 상대는 우리보다 자신있게 바론을 칠 수 있는 상황이에요. 적의 시야가 다 보이진 않았지만 시비르가 바텀에 라인 클리어를 하는 상황이었고, 탑 웨이브를 처리하기 위해 탑에 한 명이 갈 것이라 생각했죠. 우리 팀은 글로벌 궁극기와 빠른 기동성으로 합류해 적어도 4대5 싸움을 만들 수 있다 생각해서 헤카림과 함께 앨리스를 노리면서 싸움을 시작했어요. 제가 앨리스한테 먼저 스턴을 딱 넣고 헤카림이 달려오면서 메시의 궁극기까지 앨리스한테 적중했어요. 상대는 앨리스를 도와주려고 뒤늦게 합류했지만 이미 앨리스는 전장에서 이탈했고, 빠른 합류를 통해 수적 우위로 이득을 본 거예요. 싸움을 지속해 큰 이득을 보고 역전을 했죠. 제가 궁극기를 잘 맞췄으면 저도 죽지 않았을 테지만 항상 스킬을 다 맞출 순 없잖아요. 저도 사람이니까.
I went straight out of high school into uni and I started studying surveying. I was always playing League, and then it got to the stage where OPL got so intense, and I dropped it. And then I finished my 3rd year uni, spoke to Nathan, and he was telling me about everything that's going to happen next year. He said OPL is becoming all LAN, and I was just intrigued. And I said, look, I'm giving it my all. And I decided to quit my job, defer uni, and move, and decide to commit as a coach. There's different types of coaching. So I know I've heard from some people that Coma, the SKT coach, he'll already have a draft, and whatever he says goes. Whereas me personally, I kind of give a general direction of where the draft's going to go. And I'll ask questions to the players, but okay, because I usually come up with a draft, what to ban, and then from that information, pick a champion. We don't focus too much on the opponent we're versing. The only thing we change in terms of team to team is the draft. So you should play ideal League of Legends against every team. We don't really change too much in between teams. It's more about focusing on what we need to do, what we're improving on. All of your preparation should be done before your game, regardless. So if something's not going right, it's too late to fix it. You're not going to change major errors in your gameplay between games. So it's more about keeping spirits high, making sure they're not too cocky, keeping them in a good mental state for the next game. If you want to win, you have to be able to give up everything. You're not going to be able to have a job on the side. You're not going to be able to hang out with your friends on a Friday night, whatever. You have to live and breathe the game.
Welcome back to the Oceanic Pro League. My name is Michael Hingersing, and if you're just joining us, the Chiefs have 2-0'd Exile 5 in our first match of the day. We're about to get into match number 2, which is Tainted Minds taking on Direwolves. Joining me at the desk is Nathan Mendrix-Mendez, our in-house OPL analyst, and also captain of Team Legacy, Tim Carbon-Wender, with the big thumbs up. And boys, there's been a lot of changes to both of these lineups over the last 24 hours. In particular, I want to start by just talking about the Direwolves, because they are going to be debuting a new jungler. But for people who who are just joining the OPL, Mendrix, what do you want to know about the Direwolves? What is their sort of what's their core characteristic?
So the Direwolves at the moment, I feel they're sort of the bad boys of the OPL at the moment. And what I mean by that is that they're not afraid to give some attitude out there. You know, whether it be sleeping on camera or sort of just giving some lip while they're, or some shade out there when they're doing their interviews. These guys aren't afraid to do that. And it even translates to in-game as well. We're talking about when they were playing, and when Chippy specifically was playing Kennen, he sat on roughly an item and a half worth of gold. That is huge to be sitting on that much value and not buying. It's basically saying, I don't need my items to kill you.
Yeah, would you say it's disrespectful? It seems disrespectful to be like, I straight up don't need items to kill you.
Definitely, yeah. I think it's just sort of like, no, I'm fine, I can kill you without this, even though it's a massive amount of gold to be sitting on.
All right, well, Carbon across the map, their opponents today are going to be Tainted Minds. Obviously, Nero tweeted last night that he's left the organization after being on this very desk and sitting in your hot seat yesterday. So they are coachless today.
Yep.
But for Tainted Minds, you've kind of been around and seen them, and a lot of new players this split. How do you think their season's going so far?
I think that they would be. I think they would have been disappointed with losing to Chiefs. We scrimmed Tainted Minds a lot. The first few weeks, I think they had a real rapid improvement behind the scenes. And so I was kind of expecting big things from them this year. I thought within the 3 weeks they'd improved so much. I thought if they can keep this up, they might very well be the best team in the OPL. But unfortunately, there appears to have been some hiccups at home. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but Anero has left, and that's obviously a huge blow, not having a coach. Drafting is so important this year, especially with the introduction of the 10-ban system. So I think that's definitely going to hurt them today. Expectations now, I'm not so sure.
All right, well, let us get straight to it, because earlier today I spoke to team captain of Tainted Minds, Rosie, and I started by asking him about losing the coach and what kind of impact that was having on the team.
I mean, it has a pretty big impact, but we're trying not to let it affect us, especially going into our game today. It's kind of hard for us to, think about it, but we just got to move on.
Does that mean that as captain you will be taking on the drafting responsibilities?
Not really. We kind of just do it all as players anyway. Like, even when we had Nick as our coach, we'd all put in our input, so we should still be able to do it fine.
Excellent stuff. Well, your opponent, Direwolves, are debuting new jungler Schönfire today. Do you know much about him? Because he's been away for 2 years.
I guess the last 2 years haven't really known, but when he was, still back in OCE, he'd always be subbing in for Direwolves and stuff when junglers weren't there. So I guess we all kind of have a history with him and seeing him play, so it should be interesting.
When you say interesting, I mean, drill down on that.
Well, we know that he has a different play style than Sybil. So I think we actually prefer that they're using Schönfire this week because we actually know how Sybil plays and it kind of annoys us. So I guess we're kind of happy in that way that they're using Schönfire.
Excellent stuff. So, what's your prediction for today? You feeling confident?
Yes, actually, for some reason, I'm feeling more confident this week than last week. So I reckon we can 2-1 them.
Oh, excellent. Well, best of luck in the game, and thank you for speaking to us.
Thank you.
Rosie, they're just captain of Tainted Mind, saying more confident this week than last week when they lost 2-0 to the Chiefs. Well, let's take a look at the guys as they're getting ready in our studios. Tainted Mind's there. Choo-Choo's looking very relaxed. Reading some sweet books there as well, and probably some drafting notes because they are coachless. Let's go through their lineup, shall we? Prated in the top lane. Their jungler, Shorter Ace. Mid laner, Choo-Choo's. Their AD carry, Cake. And their support, Rosie, their captain, who we just spoke to. And Mendrix, when you are coachless, does it kind of revert to, you know, how you might play online, I guess? Because a lot of the time when you're playing to solo, you're not going to have a coach.
Not really. I mean, they've had a good amount of time where they have been with Anero, so they've sort of picked up his initial play style and sort of say, okay, this is how we like to work with, and that's probably what they're going to stick to. It's the habits that they are going to stay with, and when they do happen to pick up a new coach, that's when they have to make the change, and it will be tough for them. And it's going to be hard, especially in that pick and ban phase, as they're going to have to do that a bit solo. So it'll be interesting to see how they adjust to it, whether it's still going to be that team-focused or team-centric focused play style that they do, or if they're going to actually revert more to solo queue laning.
All right. Well, Carbon, you've seen, 2 weeks of these guys play so far? What are you expecting from them today going up against the Direwolves?
Well, we saw last week they played, I think, Ziggs Jace both games. Be curious to see if they play that again, or if they've got something new up their sleeve. I'm not really sure, to be honest. They haven't been scrimming that much, I don't think.
Yeah.
So it's really difficult to make a judgment call on that. The back of my mind, I kind of think they're going to do the same thing as last week because I don't think that they would have learned anything new this week.
All right.
So I'm kind of expecting something like the Ziggs Jace, but it's tough to call.
All right, well, across the rift, their opponents today are Direwolves. Early today, I spoke to their new jungler, Schönfire, off the back of his 2-week competitive ban. And I started by asking him to introduce himself to OPL fans and asked him, what do you want them to know about you?
I want them to know that I don't have a play style. I would like to be known as a complete player who can play everything and do anything.
Are you feeling confident and comfortable moving into this new team house?
Yeah, definitely with the preparation that I've had, I definitely feel confident in my play.
And moving from solo queue elsewhere in the world to kind of doing pro play in OS, how has that transition been for you?
I think it's very easy. If you look at Korean solo queue players, they transition very well because in Korean solo queue, it's very close to competitive, and I would say it's probably higher quality than some competitive OS games.
So you're feeling pretty confident ahead of today's matches?
I think I'm here to dominate. I'm not here to compete, so yes.
So a 2-0, not a 2-1, you reckon?
All I'm looking for is to dominate. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how it happens.
Awesome. Well, best luck in the matches, and thank you for speaking to us.
Thank you.
What's your reaction to that? All he's looking to do is to dominate. Doesn't matter how it happens. As a jungler and a captain, is that the kind of guy you would like on your team, Carbon?
Well, I think I start by saying that it doesn't really make sense, right? Because you asked if he was going to 2-0, and he said that he's just going to dominate. It doesn't matter how. And if you ask me, a 2-1 doesn't sound very dominating. But look,
he's saying personally. I think he's saying, right?
Oh, right, he's dominating.
I think he's saying like I don't really
as long
care
as he
if
dominates, he doesn't
we
mind
drop
if
a
he
game.
loses.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, okay, that's curious. No, look, I think in the sharp intro, he kind of said one of his jobs was to keep his players from being too cocky in between games.
Absolutely.
Sounds to me like he might have his work cut out for him. But no, in all seriousness, look, he's obviously a pretty talented guy.
Yeah.
He's been very highly ranked on a number of different servers.
NA and Korea.
NA and Korea, yep. So I'm very excited to see him play. Hopefully he brings the high standard that everybody expects of him. It would be really cool to see a star OS player.
All right, well, let's take a look at Team Direwolves as they're getting ready right here in the studios. As we bring up their lineup, it'll be Chippies in the top lane. Their jungler would be Sybil, but instead Schönfire is subbing in. Their mid laner Fantix. Their AD carry King, your old mate. Carbon, and
Oh, man.
support player Destiny. And
Carbon's awake this week. Good to see.
And Mendrix, if we look at this team, I mean, they got a lot of attitude on them.
Oh, definitely. And I mean, you could just feel it coming through that interview as well that that Schoenfire put forward. And it's something that might bite them, might come back to bite them. They really do need to sort of respect their opponents. We saw it happen with the Chiefs game when they were playing around a bit. They ended up giving up a few kills. Who knows what would happen in terms of punishments? And especially if you go up against a team that can actually play the macro game, you could be in for a world of hurt if you continue to have that sort of attitude going into games.
Yeah, because the Direwolves are known for a strong laning phase, right? And you put them up against a team like they were last week, and they can dominate that and just kind of close out the game that way. This week, though, with Tainted Minds, in your opinion, Carbon, are they mechanically better than their opponents in such a way that they can play that same play style, where they just don't really need to play macro? It's just those laning phases.
Potentially, I think. I think if they get an early lead, they definitely have the potential to just kind of brute force their way into the base with a 1-3-1, or, I mean, even holding normal lanes. That would be strange to me. But I suppose they could do it if they get ahead early, if Schoenfire gets unlocked. But I would think that against a team like Tainted Minds, a little bit more macro would be required to beat them.
Mendrix, what are you predicting from this game? Not in terms of result, but in terms of where this map will be won and lost.
What I really want to look at is the top lane specifically. And the reason for that is that Pradiff and Chippies like to play carry laners. So when you have those two sort of going up each other, it leads to more flashy fights up in the top lane. It means that you get a lot more focus actually going between the two of them there. And at the end of the day, what you find happening is perhaps Camille will be left open and they'll be baiting that out between each other.
I think a really interesting graphic here. I think kill participation again is the big stat. Praetus is significantly higher, and you can also see in his past picks that he has one extra tank than what Chippy's has. But Chippy's having only 51% kill participation is actually quite low. What it says to me is that he really likes the split push. He's not really interested in joining his team, and that kind of gives you some insight into the Direwolves playstyle.
And when we look at those stats, average damage dealt is total damage, not damage done to champion. So is that damage increase that he has probably from the time he's spent in lane just hitting minions and towers?
Yeah, exactly.
And what I actually want to touch on that there specifically as well is it sort of illustrates the representations of their play styles. And the reason for that is Direwolves like to have this lane dominant focused team fight. They're sort of not grouping, and that makes sense for their kill participation to be lower because of that. Whereas with Tainted Minds, they are more team focused centric, and because of that, you see that generally all their players would be more involved in team fights as they happened around the map.
Well, we have a jungler here sitting amongst us, so let's take a look at the jungle matchup for today, because it's going to be Schoenfire up against Shorter Ace. And what strikes you about Shorter Ace? I mean, that's a pretty high kill participation as well, at 76%.
Yeah, Shorter Ace definitely gets involved. He's definitely a playmaker for that team. You saw last week on the Zac, and also the week before. You know, when something happens, it's usually him pulling the trigger first. So for Tainted Minds to be successful today, look for him to be engaging.
You look at those picks, though. Rengar, I mean, everyone loves to play Rengar.
Yep.
Zac is kind of an odd pick, though.
It is. I think there were a significant number of jungle bans that week, and that's something we're seeing more and more. And that's one of the cool things about the 10-ban system is that we're seeing more and more diverse picks.
And another thing is that it was interesting. I feel that was more sort of them going for that particular team composition. They wanted to have a focus on towers in that specific game that they went for Zac, and every single time Shorter Ace was sort of the trigger that they used to pull everything from happening. They sort of said, yep, go in Shorter Ace, and then they had Ziggs to follow through to make sure they could get the towers afterwards.
All right, so Shorter Ace, jungler, and Triggerman for Tainted Minds. Well, if you're watching at home, hashtag IamOPL, let us know your thoughts, but also that we are currently running a competition on our Facebook page. Who is your favorite player? And if it's not Tim Carbon Wendell, I mean, he's right here, guys. He's right in front of you. It's offensive, really. No, go there and tell us who your favorite OPL player is, and the top 5 most creative answers will win a mystery skin. We talked about yesterday who our OPL bays are, but you weren't here. So, Carbon, you can't pick a legacy member.
Right.
So who's your OPL bay? Who's your favorite?
My favorite OPL player who's not in
your own team.
Not in my own team. That's a tough one, actually.
What, you refuse to acknowledge?
No, there's so many.
Oh, right, of course. How can we possibly choose?
I got a lot of side bays in the OPL. Look, I King from the Direwolves was a close friend of mine for a long time, and I still very much get along with him.
All right.
Ejim from the Chiefs as well.
All right. Two's enough, mate. Two's enough.
Well, look, you asked me to name them.
I asked you to name one. All right.
And
Well, anyway,
I explained. I explained.
All right. Well, let's get your predictions
Harry.
before we move into this game. Mendrix, let me start with you. Who's going to win this, and by what margin?
Okay, so I understand that Tainted Minds at the moment have been having a bit of trouble off field, and I feel that's going to play a bit of a role coming into this particular game. So I feel this series, it's going to be a 2-0 for Direwolves.
A 2-0 to the Direwolves. All right. Well, Carbon, do you agree?
Yeah, look, I think TM has probably not had the best prep this week. I think Direwolves will be looking to make a big splash. So I'm also going to go with Direwolves 2-0.
All right. Well, I think on the podcast I said it was Direwolves 2-1. So I'm sticking with that because I'm not a coward like I was last week and the week before. All right. That is enough from us here at the analyst desk. Let us throw it over to get into game 2. To our casters, it's Fish and Spawn.
Thank you very much, Hingers. I'm still Matthew Fish Stewart. Still joining me is Jake Spawn Tiberian. That's 2 for 2 on the desk there. First asking for game timers and asking who OPL side baids are, and don't know, it just seems like every time that Carbon gives an answer, it's just shut down.
Yeah, it certainly does. The other thing I want to point out is that Carbon has just named every ex-Legacy player as opposed to current Legacy players in all of his favourite OPL people. So I was surprised, a Minky Whale wasn't thrown out there at the same time. Of course, he's retired now, but that's an interesting tactic. I mean, if you can't pick your current team, just pick your former team.
Well, speaking of Minky Whale, he actually has the most comments right now as the favourite player of the OPL. Unfortunately, not eligible because he's not currently playing in the OPL. Hopefully we can get good old Tim Wendell to get him as a substitute game.
Soul Strikes, if you can keep it that way that Minky's not playing, I will be eternally in your debt because I don't want to see Shyvana running around Summoner's Rift.
Well, we're already flying through picks and bans here for Tainted Minds as well as the Direwolves. Tainted Minds recently lost their coach in Nara, so we won't be helping them out with this one.
I just want to clarify that we didn't actually lose an arrow. I mean, he is still with us. He's no longer choosing to coach the organization, which, has to be a big toll. I mean, he did tweet about it last night. Yep. And the other thing that it's important to note is that he was very vocal that they'd had a little bit of internet trouble during the week, so they hadn't been scrimming as much. He apologized to Legacy, and the players were also quite vocal about that on Twitter. So it seems to be a multifaceted problem in the Tainted Minds house right now. It's not just like an arrow's, packed up and left back to the States or something like that. He's still there, but, there seems to be some things going on.
Yeah, you can see Cake on your screen there with his recipe book, deciding what type of cake he wants to whip up today. What is that? The Summoner's Code. Oh.
Cake's just taking a note out of the Summoner's Code. He's a very polite summoner, Fish. You need to calm down, my friend. Take us through the bans.
Well, the bans coming out from the red side are the same as we normally see Camille, Rengar, and LeBlanc hitting the bench. We've seen a lot more Camille bans being last now. Not being banned out quite early on into the draft phase as Rise, Kha'Zix, and as well as Varus actually going to be banned out here by Tainted Minds. They're going to get the first pick of Jace and no Varus to respond by the Direwolves. They're going to be picking up Elise for Schoenfire, an actual pocket pick of Sybil when he was playing for the squad. And we have Misfortune being locked in quite early.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see where Schoenfire and Sybil's champion pool actually overlaps because, we keep hearing this, Shern, much more of a carry-oriented jungler, likes to be in the other jungler's face and a little bit more brawly, whereas Sybil definitely a pathing jungler, especially between top and mid lane to keep Chippies and Fantix nice and safe. I want to see whether that is also a flexible Misfortune, because we have seen, I think, a couple of MF Zyra lanes being whipped out in the NALCS.
And Zyra is still left up and is available for Direwolves to pick up, and looks like they might actually go towards it. I would like to see this, and we are going to get to see it. The prophecy is true here, Spawn. How do you do it?
I mean, I just know that Sharp checks out other regions and watches a game, so it's a pretty strong lane at the moment. I mean, Misfortune always gets strong when there is lethality or armor penetration, just because how her ult repetitively applies and does lots of nice damage, and it's a potent bully lane.
One of my favorite AD carries as well. We'll have to see how King's going to be able to use this one in this match for the Direwolves, which means their mid lane as well as their top laner have yet to be picked here. For the side of Tainted Minds, they go for the early Jace pick, which is expected, as well as their bottom lane.
Yeah, and I want to see what they go with jungle right now, because Shoulder Race is a really good Lee Sin player in my opinion, and if he's able to pick that one up, there's some immobile carries right now. Yep. I mean, he's not going to really do great in the 1v1 jungle matchup. Elise is fine into Lee Sin, but for everything else, Shorter Race actually might be able to get some things happening around the map. I love immobile AD carries when I'm playing Lee Sin.
Well, Elise, Rek'Sai, Rengar, and Kha'Zix have been taken away. One final ban for the Direwolves. They could possibly throw it towards Shorter Race as well. Maokai was the band of choice for Tainted Minds. Seems like they're targeting the top lane for Direwolves.
Yeah, I reckon they'll get rid of the Poppy also, is probably my guess in regards to that. Get rid of some of the big tanks and see if they can get Praetor onto either a Nautilus if something suboptimal comes out for Chippies, or just leave him with the Jace at this stage.
I like the Olaf ban here. Olaf does do very well against immobile champions, especially with lots of crowd control coming out from the Direwolves. It does leave Lee Sin open though. Kennen is the final ban targeted towards Chippies. He's already had one game on this champion in the OPL.
Yeah, I mean, he went insane on the Kennen, so it doesn't really surprise me that they're willing to ban it away. It does leave a couple of tanks open, so they can take the tank off right now if King does choose to get lock that one in for his top laner. And this is the interesting thing about Red Side, is you get to see 2 picks, and if you pick something flexible, although that isn't flexible at all, really does allow you to counter-pick one of the solo lanes.
Corki is going to get locked in the mid lane for Fantix, a champion that has been rising in popularity in the mid lane. We expected to see a lot of Syndra, a lot of Rise, but those 2 champions either banned out or not very commonly picked actually in the OPL.
Yeah, I mean, when you go Corki and you get Hex Drinker, you actually survive the damage nicely. You can bulk forward, get the exhaust down as well. So Corki does fine in the matchup. Has a long range harass to go with it as well. I mean, Corki's just a jack of all trades at the moment, and the problem with Corki is he's just so safe that when he's strong enough to be played, he's kind of insufferable as a lane opponent. He pushes incredibly well, has good trading potential, and is pretty hard to gank in the short lane. So that is, of course, where his popularity comes from, and I don't think it's any secret that his playstyle I find very frustrating.
Well, Prophet Spawn, you've predicted another pick here as Lee Sin does get locked in for shorter race. Now I'm going to go with the Nautilus as well.
Yeah. So really well-balanced composition. Once again, I just like Nautilus because all of the AD carries he's going to be able to get super tanky in this composition. Doesn't have to go towards any damage items. And he just has a lovely target at the back line. I mean, click on King, hit your line, and hopefully it goes through as many members as possible before you knock him up. And Lee Sin can fly in there and you have a dive partner to go with it.
However, Chippies looks like he wants to respond to the tank in the top lane by picking up Fiora, a champion that's commonly banned out against him.
And now I want to see if Choo Choo's actually stays with the teleport, because one thing that teams love to do is get a split pushing mid laner and give it over to the side lane as the game progresses against Fiora, because, you know, Jace is going to be able to clear out the tower absolutely fine. If he ever is in dive range, he's going to be able to respond in kind. So Chippies might not have as free roam around the map as he would have liked to just, you know, being stuck in that side lane against a tank who we can repetitively abuse.
As for now, he's sticking to the teleport, summon a spell. Fantix on the flip side has his exhaust still on Corki. Other than that, nothing too surprising from the 2 teams.
It gives them the advantage in the 2v2. You would say, you know, with the exhaust, the Elise as well as the Corki should take that one quite handily. But it is just a better move for later in the game. And you know that they want to run 1-3-1. You know they're going to be using the package, that they're going to be using that split pushing Fiora. And I think that this is smart out of Tainted Minds. I mean, I've spoken up how much I think that, you know, an Arrow in the past, who now unfortunately not with York, but, you know, people like Shorter Ace and Rosie, they're really intelligent players. And I think that they got a pretty good draft here. I mean, I think Direwolves got comfort as well, but that teleport will be a curveball.
Very interesting drafts coming out from the 2 teams here, both with very different strategies. I'm really excited to see how Misfortune is going to do as an AD carry, because we haven't seen it too much
Just as
recently.
I talk it up as well, he has Cleanse. So that's a spoiler alert before we get on to Summoner's Rift. So, you know, it is going to be tank against Fiora in the side lane, and that's a hard one to really make work.
We've seen Fiora being able to dominate those side lanes quite a lot. Even a backdoor play coming out from one of the teams in the North American LCS. Thanks to that Fiora, we have to see if we're going to see a similar performance coming into this game. Very good against tanks, especially in lane. Split pushes very effectively. It's really the team fights where Nautilus should shine.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, Nautilus still has some good harass potential early on in the game. I mean, he shoves quite hard as well because you max the E. But it is, you know, that 2-3 item mark where Fiora gets insufferable.
So we can potentially see the Nautilus pick up 2 Doran's rings later on in the game to go with that crafting potion. Similar to what 528 did on his champion. Make sure he is powerful enough to clear the wave and has enough mana to consistently do that. As we are on to Summoners Rift for the first match between Direwolves as well as Tainted Minds. Interestingly enough, King has gone for W, level 1 on his Misfortune.
Yeah, I don't mind it. It means that you push the lane really quickly. So because you just pop W, I mean, you're able to get the passive repetitively applied by auto-attacking the backline creeps. It's good trading as well.
And it's kind of like Draven's in a sense where every time you are able to refresh your passive, it reduces the cooldown of that W. So if you use it on a wave, pretty much guarantee that your W will be permanently left up. You can already see Zyra trying to get as many plants left down here as possible. Destiny stacking his passive to kick the lane off.
But generally, you want to be a little bit further up the lane. That's a better seed, and you can see that Rosie definitely recognized that, steps on it, burns his passive. But this is how you get lane control as Zyra, and this is generally why your jungler starts on the opposite side of the map. So, you know, they're not up to 50% or further with those plants and can start shoving in hard. That man on your screen is really what the talk of the town is about at the moment, though. Schönfire, of course. First time I ever saw him play was in 2014. Was scrimming with the Direwolves a lot back then, was a huge carry jungler and things like Vi. Has, you know, been very vocal that he can change his style up, and that Korea in his time in the North American Challenger Series taught him about that. And, you know, should be vying for one of the top junglers in the region, to be honest.
Well, Direwolves happy to flex him and Sybil in their games. Sybil's been performing very well for the Direwolves recently. So we have to see if Schönfire is going to provide the same impact that we saw Sybil have in the last few games.
I mean, I don't think it's any secret that I'm a huge fan of Sybil. I talk about his selfless playstyle a lot, and the fact that, you know, he's got two of the more, I guess, inflexible, in my opinion. I mean, top duo lanes, solo lanes, sorry, in the fact that, you know, Fantix likes to play a very farm-heavy style, as does Chippy's, and they're both very good at it. And Sybil caters to that pretty much perfectly as far as the team goes. And I think that's where a lot of the success of Direwolves has come from in the past.
Trade up in the top lane, Praedyth against Chippy. Chippy's makes sure he just goes in to proc the vitals and gets out before the crowd control of Nautilus can take effect. Praedyth has his shield back up, so can trade very effectively against Fiora if she does not use the riposte effectively. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, though, Schönfire looking for his first gank of the OPL here. Gets some good damage down onto Choo-Choo's, but just forces him to pop a potion, head towards his turret.
I mean, blowing the cobwebs out right there, misses the cocoon pretty much point blank around the corner. Choo-Choo's had no idea he was there. However, did have the cleanse available, so probably wouldn't mean his death, but the miss means no summoner spell burnt. Good proactive play at the start of the game, I think it's fair to say, out of Schönfire. We want to see more of that heavy ganking style.
Fantix doing a very good job in this mid lane, though. Still has a single tink of his corrupting potion left. Choo-Choo's used all of his refillable pots. And has been pressuring Choo-Choo's quite nicely, especially with the extra damage Schönfire got in the top, in that mid lane. Actually, Flash being burnt in the top lane here by Praedyth. He's going to try and run away from Chippy. Chippy cancels it! Oh no!
Yeah, that was first blood actually waiting to happen. It still might be, as now Schönfire looking to get in.
This time gets the cocoon, throws down the Q. Easy first blood for Schönfire and will repel that final turret shot.
Yeah, and meanwhile on the other side of the map, I mean, Shorter Race has been booted out there. Looks like King is still on the hunt.
Exhausted flashes into a wall. No, Shorter Race. No, the Direwolves get 2 early kills just 4 minutes into the game.
Yeah, so he tried to flash the fat part just because he doesn't have a ward hop available because he had nothing on his trinket. So a little bit unfortunate there for Shorter Race. Oh, you just hate to see it.
And then you saw as well something you were talking about with the Corki picking over, Valkyrie in to get the exhaust down. Something that we see a lot of Corki players don't do very frequently, which is use that exhaust actively, or proactively I should say, to pick up kills. So good job from Fantix there to help his team out.
I mean, all of a sudden Choo-Choo's is in deep trouble as well. This has been a great early game from Direwolves. It's what we expect to see out of the team. They're probably the best laning team in the OPL. I mean, the criticism that has been leveled at them in the past is definitely more about their macro play than their early game. They're pretty comfortable, I think it's fair to say, playing standard and being able to take over in this regard. And you can see that right now Fantix is building a CES lead and probably going to get another pretty big wave up.
Yeah, forces Choo-Choo to go back here. Shorter Race is going to come in and try and hold this one. Cake also taking a lot of damage from the double up there in the bottom lane. Double buff. Misfortune here. Oh, that is not a pretty sight.
I mean, exactly
oh my goodness, Destiny, you're a monster! Just snipes him.
Woo! I mean, that's actually just disrespectful out of Cake. He saw it coming towards him. He has double summoner spells. Unless he's window shopping and Rosie's just not talking to him at all. I mean, that is an avoidable death right there. There's no other way to say it. That's just a bad play out of the Tainted Minds AD carry.
And suddenly Direwolves, 5 minutes into the game, they're 2,000 gold up. Not looking good for them at the moment.
Certainly is not. I mean, every single lane is just behind 13 CS in the bottom lane. Sure, that was a double buff given over, but definitely an avoidable kill. Top lane, I mean, Praedyth is close, however, still fell down for first blood as Schönfire was able to dive in underneath the turret and snipe him away. And we already talked about the woes that's been happening in mid lane as a big CS wave is about to be picked up by Fnatic. So I'd have to say Direwolves looking very comfortable right now.
They certainly are. Chuchu's actually looking to see if he can make his way towards the top side of the map, spotted out by a ward. Don't spot him returning though. And will shortly show up into this lane against Fnatic. Gets a good shock blast off. A little bit of poke there, but doesn't deal too much yet. Just a serrated dirk to Jace's name. Going to start dealing a lot more damage once he hits level 9. Maxes out the ability a little bit more. Still taking some harass in this mid lane. Fnatic's always been a great mid laner to watch. Chuchu's is one of the more stable mid laners that you get to watch from time to time.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, Chuchu's, it's funny, was known for very flashy play, but ever since the, I guess, control mages has come back in, he has turned much more into a solid player, I agree. We'll see whether, you know, picking up the Jace does change that at all, as he, in the past, has loved his AD champions.
Well, we are moving back towards the top side of the map. Chippy's here against Praedyth. Praedyth has gone for the ring start with that Corrupting Potion, so has been able to maintain CS with Chippy's here. That will slowly creep towards Chippy's favor. Praedyth's doing a very good job of making sure he holds up on his own, clears out these waves, and doesn't stay within kill range of this Fiora. So Rosie actually getting locked down in the bottom lane. Thunderlords is going to pop. Good trade coming back from Cake, but still in the Direwolves' favor.
Yeah, it's slightly in the Direwolves' favor. I mean, they were proactively stepping up as well, so you like to see the fact that the Direwolves duo certainly happy to go toe-to-toe. That's a lot of damage. I mean, the lethality build with the Q-Max hurts. Jin can definitely trade back, however, it's not from same range, and now with the ultimate available, King can definitely force him away from that turret.
Double up already does extra damage on the second proc. And on top of that, deals even more as Cake gonna get interrupted. Sorry, King's ultimate getting interrupted, but still forces a flash from Cake. Direwolves are looking for that kill.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just not trusting in Rosie a little bit. Did flash away from the snare as well, probably would have spelled his demise, so this time just burning the summoner spell. This is becoming a pretty unsufferable lane at the moment for the Tainted Minds crew. They're down 20 CS, and it doesn't look like Destiny and King are going to let up anytime soon.
They keep threading. There's so much range on this bottom lane, from the Zyra to the double up of the Misfortune. I already saw how much damage could do. Extra damage in the second proc, 50% more if it kills the first target.
Ooh, and a teleport has just been burnt to get back into the top lane for Praedyth. So whether he wants to keep going.
Looks like he wants to just try and farm up this wave, force it back towards the turret of Chippies. He's holding well on his own right now, Praedyth. Has his Ninja Tabby picked up. Very important item for him to go against a Fiora. Have to see if Chippies is forced to use his teleport in response, or if he can simply walk back to lane.
I mean, I think Chippies will be happy if he wants to use teleport to get back as well. That doesn't seem like a big deal if you are the Fiora player. You can see that he does pop it up there into the top lane as everything kind of a little bit quieter after an explosive start, and it's just led to a 2,500 gold lead for the Direwolves, which at 10 minutes, definitely nothing to scoff at. However, has slowed the tempo slightly since such a, I guess, kind of scrappy start with both teams really looking to fight.
You saw Fnatic pick up his first package of the game, but wasn't used to do anything. Schoenfire is still positioning on the bottom side of the map, does spot out short race on his Lee Sin. Haven't seen too much impact from him just yet. Couple of ganks in the mid lane and a kill top. They've just been controlling the jungle so far.
And that's what you like to see out of Elise players. I mean, Elise can walk into the jungle quite successfully against Lee Sin, get down the deep vision. You see that he's been able to proc the vision plants multiple times, and he really is playing more of a control style than a carry style right now. Has still gone for red smite as opposed to, you know, the wards. So is willing to fight shorter race if he has to, but is definitely playing within himself at the beginning of this game.
As we are going to see them take down the Cloud Dragon to kick things off, but in the bottom lane, King's been locked down and Curtain Call comes through. Destiny going to try and tank this. Bullet Time comes out and Rosie's the first to fall, but they do trade 1-for-1. Cake's going to pick up Destiny with his Curtain Call.
Yeah, exactly right. So they are able to trade back, and when you're a 30 CS deficit, I mean, trading anything is good. All of a sudden, however, Schoenfire down here, no flash available.
And Cake's just going to get executed by Schoenfire. Simple gank coming out from the Direwolves jungler.
And I mean, that's all the control that they have over that bottom side of the map. We've talked about it time and time again, but they were able to grab themselves a dragon with it. They're able to walk in and just pick up pretty much a free kill. So really nice execution out of Direwolves right now. You can see the bottom lane vision has 100% been a focus. And it will reward them with the first turret.
Yep, seems like King will be able to pick this one up. Schoenfire is going to run away from the gold range, and King extends his lead. Not only picking up a kill, but as well as the first turret gold all to himself.
And that's pretty selfless. I mean, that puts King up nearly 2,000 gold solo. When it's a 4,000 gold lead, having half of it as the AD carry is certainly nice as you see it on your screen.
He's already picked up a shop here. Yomo's Ghostblade and Serrated Dirk straight up for the Misfortune. Cake hasn't even finished his own Yomu's Ghostblade. So that's a full item up ahead of him right now. Even picks up the Boots of Swiftness on Misfortune, which is an interesting pickup. You don't get too much attack speed as Misfortune. These legendaries do normally help out in that regard.
I mean, maybe just looking to reposition away from Rosie, who will be probably looking to flash in on him at every chance possible.
Helps out against the Curtain Call as well as the Shock Blast too. He is waiting the brush here. Cake going to take quite a bit of damage. Good trades coming out from King. Going to use the Yomus to dodge out the captive audience as well. Good play from the Misfortune.
Yeah, definitely very nicely done from King there. Actually comes out quite far into the lead. Goes and gets himself some fruit as well, so we'll be back full health. That just means that they have to back away at this stage if they're the bottom lane and risk being froze on. Not a great feeling if you are Tainted Minds. However, Direwolf's definitely doing a good job of strangling it out. And maybe this is where, you know, some of the criticism comes back, because generally, if you win laning phase this hard, you probably would look to move your duo lane into the top side of the map. Instead, Direwolf's definitely happy to just stay here.
They're jumping on top of King, though. He's going to take a lot of damage. Kick back into the Curtain Core, and Rosie picks up that kill nice and easy. Destiny, living with a sliver of health, almost gets one in return, but simple gang from Shorter Race.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I mean, this time they actually back away as to see if a counter gank is coming in. Of course, Shermfire was in the area. However, can't do all that much as just one lonely Spider Lady. So we'll instead look to maybe take his skills towards mid lane. And that's the first time TM have really hit back. That was the first, I guess, proactive kick that we saw out of Shorter Race. He's level 8 on the map, was able to pick up a nice kill for his AD carry, I believe, at that stage. Maybe actually it was a support, so Rosie grabbed that one. Maybe not the ideal target. However, it does close some of that gold.
Yep, 20 CS given back towards Cake. That big turret boost that King had is not going to be easy to even out. See Chuchu's now Shock Blast combo. Puts Fantix down to half health every time he lands it.
And it was actually Carbon that said that they misread this in the meta. They didn't think Jace was going to be so high priority. You can see Tainted Minds definitely comfortable in that regard right now as Chuchu's is picking it up. Does miss the sitter as Fish throws his head back. However, we'll be able to continue to, you know, pick up some CS for himself and see if he can claw back in that margin.
Shermfire actually looking for a gank on towards Choo-Choo's. Bullet time comes out from King. The cleanse will come out as well. Able to avoid the gank that Shermfire threw down there.
I mean, that's double summoner spell still, however, and that means that mid lane turret all of a sudden is just wide open. No one is in the realm of being able to defend that one. They also have the package as they stream towards bottom lane. Tainted Minds need to be careful right now because that is 3 members strong, and Shorter Race has missed the memo.
And here they come. Rosie does have suppression available, or coming up at least. Going to get jumped on here. Teleports going in towards the bottom lane. Destiny's the first target, though, taking so much damage. Nautilus gets on top of the Zyra, but Chippies is here as well. Picks up the first kill. Exhaust onto the Nautilus. Praedith is trying to run away, but Chippy slides on forward into his DMs. Will not get locked down by the captive audience. The big one is not going to be enough to take him down. Just a 1-for-1 trade. Shorter Race was looking to see if he can jump on towards King, but decides not to.
And I mean, that's the best you can hope for if you're Tainted Minds. It was Direwolves making the proactive play. They got down there with the package, but really not able to pick up all that much. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and actually with Choo-Choo's down here, a little bit of priority given over to the Tainted Minds as they look to push in.
Cake taking so much damage from Pantix there, not afraid to go toe-to-toe against him, even with the Jace waiting nearby.
No, Corgi, what can I say? He does it all. He has good burst damage, good poke damage.
How'd you like the champion?
Let's take another look at it. I mean, he uses the package in here to split up the fight nicely. You know, that was I guess, a little bit of a misread as he went on to Rosie. And Praedith got into the backline nicely. So he's able to get the kill there, the execute. And honestly, was lucky to not fall down to Chippy, who unfortunately, you know, a little bit low on mana. And nearly the turnaround, to be honest. King overextended a little bit. Shorter Race wanted back in. Choo-Choo's wasn't really in range, but as I said, if you're 3,000 gold down at only 15 minutes into this one and you gave away such a big advantage early game, I mean, you take the small victories, and that looked like just marginally Tainted Minds got out ahead.
Didn't see how much time there was left on that package, but would have liked to see Fantix hold on to that a bit longer because they did have the wraparound already, and Didn't do much damage to Rosie.
I mean, I think what he was hoping is to get something like a rocket to just break the spell shield and then be able to knock Rosie onto the other side of it. Obviously, that was not to be. As Shorter Race wants to steal, does not get it.
Goes in, he's going to get locked down and take it down. Interesting choice, because that's just a Cloud Dragon that they've given up.
You know, I have a different word. I'm going to go with a little bit silly, that choice there. Probably didn't need to dive into the pit for the Dragon.
So there is a good thing about this Cloud Dragon is they have Misfortune on the team. You can already see running around at about 500 movement speed thanks to Strut and the Cloud Dragon. With Yomu's on top of that, as well as all the Serrated Dirt passives coming through from the Lethality build, runs fairly fast for him.
I agree, but I mean, I haven't won many games off movement speed alone. So, you know, whilst I agree with you, going to be able to, you know, get down some rotations a little bit easier, still isn't definitely, you know, the be-all and end-all of the game.
Surprise attack from Praedyth. Chippy does not care. Fight me.
He kind of does care. I mean, that's a quarter of his health that went down, and Praedyth is not being bullied around all that much at the moment, to be honest. Still a tanky man. And you can see he just clears out waves. This is what you like to see out of your Nautilus. I mean, he maxes E first, then he goes into his W. He's just a big brick. Even if you push into him, he holds waves off the turret, which is why I like him more than Maokai into this matchup. And it's very hard to get anything going. Meanwhile, the siege begins in this lane.
They start the show here with the curtain call, but hits absolutely no one. Rosie going to get chunked down by Schönfire here. King comes back in, bullet time goes through. Everyone from Tainted scatter. And a big shock blast will come back to deter Destiny and Schönfire come chasing on through, and they save their turret.
And you just see how much damage the Misfortune ultimate does. And every single time, unless Rosie can interrupt it, they just have to get the heck out of dodge. Ooh, a little bit of a trap here.
Shorter Race has been caught out. Thunderlords comes out. King trying to chase on through, deterred by the little chickens. We're attacking in there. Schönfire wants to collapse, but Shorter Race will get out safely.
Yep, so in the end, it was actually Shorter Race who was trapped. Really nice read out of Direwolves, good vision control. You can actually see that Schönfire is put pretty high priority as Shorter Race actually flashes.
Scared of the Zyra?
Away from Destiny. I mean, giving the respect it's due. I like it.
I've seen Destiny play Zyra quite a bit in solo queue recently. He's very good with those max range snares and max range Qs. Definitely understands the champion very well. Top side of the map, Praedyth is still just sticking to Chippies, making sure he stays nice and even here. Has not fallen to him. Even picks up a Sheen, looking for an Iceborne Gauntlet as his next item.
Yeah, it means you can trade back a little bit better. I just want to go back to, you know, looking at the vision control right now. You can see that the Direwolves definitely want to play around mid lane because they've got those control wards out there, especially focusing on the top side of the map, although there was one just cleared out. And there's also a ward behind both, I guess, flanking areas. One just expired to the left of the lane, and there's also one on the top side of red buff. So for Tainted Minds. So really right now, Tainted Minds have got the vision set up that they can just continue to play what is a pretty heavy mid lane focus. Right now, however, King maybe had overextended. They would look to collapse on him. And you see that those wards just afford you the luxury of being able to back away.
Call getting popped here. Fantic's actually taking quite a bit of damage from Choo Choo's. And will not connect with him. As Destiny and Schönfire split the damage from those bullets. They're able to get back to safety, but Tainted Minds will again look to try and siege mid lane while Fantix recalls. No package for him to skip straight back to the mid lane. But Schönfire looks like he wants to go for a fight. He's right behind him.
Yeah, he certainly is. I mean, that's very deep for a full AP.
Oh my goodness, the bullet time is massive there coming out from King. Shorter Race will trade 1-for-1, but he's very low here. Has to get the heck out of dodge.
I mean, and one more time, he's just not back far enough. I mean, where is he supposed to go? He doesn't have a ward.
Run!
Where?
There's
Schönfire right there. Corky's got the package. I mean, you either hope he misses you, or you die, Fish. That's as soon as you stop, you're just dead.
Don't stop. Direwolf's going to use that time to try and siege up the mid lane. That's going to fall. Fantix picks that one up. A big combo from Destiny and King. Bullet time into the grasping roots thingy from Zyra. Can't do words.
Certainly one. Able to grab a nice E there onto multiple members. And, you know, with that, the complete collapse of Tainted Minds, honestly. They're now down 7,000 gold. We've seen extended laning phase in the top lane. A little bit more grouping out of the mid lane at this stage of the game. But all of it's just been Direwolves. I mean, the bottom lane skirmish, slightly in TM's favor. but there's a reason that they're 6,500 gold up at this stage and haven't really looked all that pressured from the poke of TM.
Yeah, very big items coming out from the dire walls as well. Chippies has the Ravenous Hydra in the top lane. You can already see Schönfire has got 3 major penetration items. Sorry, 2 major penetration items with his jungling item picked up as well. Rapid Fire Cannon, nice and early from Fantix. I know you like this build out of Corky's.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, it just gives you so much poke damage to be able to execute on. You can see it's about a 1,400 gold right now, lead for Schönfire right now. There's a little bit of a fight going to break out.
Fantix is going to get locked down by Praetive, and you're going to see Cake destroyed in the back line. So they trade 1 for 1, but that's a lot of ultimates used by Tainted Minds to take down the mid laner from the Direwolves. Choo-Choo's running straight towards Schönfire. He uses the repel, gets knocked back. Here goes Shorter Ace, gets the kick kill. It's now a 3-on-4 if Direwolves want to try and start this one, but they still have Chippy split pushing.
Yeah, he certainly does. Chippies is still in the top lane, so they have to send Praetive back. Ulti's still available for MF.
Oh, Shorter Ace taking so much damage. Narrowly avoids it. Now it's going to be Choo-Choo's who jumps back in. He kills your boy King and flashes away from it.
Yeah, it certainly does. And now all of a sudden, Destiny in trouble as well.
Chippies is down here looking to try and chase down the low health members. Gets 2, gets 3. Triple kill coming out for Chippies.
And all that was that Chippies had the teleport and Praetive had the respect the split pushing that was going to happen. I mean, the Direwolves turned that around one more time. You think that Tainted Minds finally get the pick they're looking for, but over-aggression, I mean, that is Choo-Choo's flashing underneath turret to try and pick up a single kill, and they make them pay. They actually grow the gold lead off that pick.
They certainly have. Direwolves looking very strong here, and Tainted Minds, they got 2 nice and early picks, but execution just not on point there. King really good to open up, very confident with his bullet time there, trying to clear the wave and damage anyone who threatens to dive on him.
And I mean, ultimately, he saved the turret because as you can see here, they funnel in against Destiny, able to get the exhaust out. That's massive damage. Thought he was going to fall down to the little void monsters, but they swapped over to Chippies, who, you know, just ran through and torched the rest of the team. He's now 4-0 on 1.
Yeah, he's got his Black Cleaver and a BF sword to boot now, looking for that nice and early Bloodthirster. And surprisingly, no Black Cleaver coming out for King here. Opting to go for pure lethality. Still a great build coming out from Misfortune.
I mean, it's still early days. You expect him to go towards potentially a Black Cleaver if he feels he has the luxury for it. Potentially, you know, something like a Last Whisper item as well. I like the Cleaver purely for the CDR. I mean, the other stats you can get elsewhere. As you can see, the flat lethality right now is certainly very high. And unfortunately, with losing that team fight right now, Tainted Minds kind of no longer can hold Chippies underneath that turret, although Fantix...
Lockdown again. It seems like he can be caught one more time here by Tainted Minds. Choo-Choo, so caught in the rain of bullets and bullet time. But they lock down Schönfire. He's the next one to fall. King's flashing forward to pick up Choo-Choo's. Almost dies in the process. And now Shorter Ace is on the hunt with Cake. He does have the Urge of Night to get him back to safety. Chippies will be able to take down a turret for the 2 picks.
I mean, he also killed the top laner.
Praetor's dead.
Yeah, Praetor no longer in this world, just got turret over, and that's what I said. Unfortunately, what really, I guess, is bad for Tainted Minds right now is the fact that they just gave 3 kills over to Chippies, and now there's no one that can go with him in the split pushing battle. He's just going to have complete reign over the map, and even though they look like they're going okay, as Destiny picks up another kill, as far as the map control goes, they're falling down very hard in the split pushing battle.
Yeah, casually Destiny just decides he wants to take out Cake.
Just has everything left available. Gets the dangerous game to also keep him alive.
Gets the heal out of Cake as well to add insult to injury.
I mean, Cake just needs to flash one of the grasping roots if he really wants to live. That would be the first step towards not getting blown up by the support.
Decides he didn't need it there. He actually did. And now Direwolves grouping up towards the Baron. Ping's actually going out from Tainted Minds. Lee Sin's on the bottom side of the map. This could be a rush from the Direwolves.
Yeah, and it's going to be. I mean, they have so much damage at this stage of the game. 4 damage threats on the Baron. Schönfire going to be able to pick this one up easily for his squad, and nothing Tainted Minds can do about it because, as you said, Lee Sin was on the bottom side of the map. That's a great read.
Simple, easy, smart play from the Direwolves. Tainted Minds, no way for them to react to this. They'll get a consolation prize of mid lane. They can rush it down fast enough. That's going to be easy for Juices to destroy.
All right, and we've seen Direwolves in this position before. They have a Baron buff. They have a superior split push. They have absolutely everything in their favor, and King's just face check the brush for no reason.
Buddy, you can see Cake laughing on his screen. That's a good way to stall out a Baron.
It certainly is. I mean, now they don't have an AD carry. They're going to send Chippies down bottom lane, but when you've lost position on the map, you can't really overextend for that farm in case there's multiple members there. And that's what I was going to go back to. I mean, really, Direwolves at this stage need to figure out how they're going to cleanly close out these games, because 26 minutes in, they've looked so dominant, and yet they've just given away silly little advantages that you shouldn't have to.
I take back everything I said about Triple Cloud helping out Misfortune there. Just makes it easier for King to run straight into his doom.
Too quick.
Too quick. Too fast, too furious.
As now they're actually looking to catch out Chippies potentially.
Whereas he's waiting in the wings. They've got 3 members down here. He does have Schönfire and Destiny close behind him.
They're also bringing 3 members down from Direwolves, as you just pointed out. So it's a risky play to make nonetheless. And Chippies does the right thing, honestly. Now they're going to get priority back in the mid lane. I mean, if you TM, you can't afford to brush camp forever. That's kind of the weakness of the brush camp strat, as lanes are just going to get shoved in. And at a stage in this game, even though King doesn't have his Baron buff, it's not going to matter because they've still got 3 members in that group.
Uh-oh, they might have done it again. They locked down Schönfire. He's going to get taken down straight away. Predator Throw taking so much damage to return. Destiny goes on a killing spree with that one. They trade 2 for 1, but now Cake's in trouble. Chippies just slides in right behind them. And they're going to take down 3 members of Tainted Minds.
I mean, that's what happens when you don't grab the Misfortune. Unfortunately, she just torches your whole team, and that's a much better read coming out of the Direwolves. They understand it's a brush gank. They take more than 1 member there, and they're able to finally get the kills.
Here comes Shorter Race though with Choo Choo's looking to try and get more. Fantix taking a lot of damage. He is forced to flash away as a Shock Blast is almost enough to take down the Corki. Chippies will try and see if he can pick up a consolation prize here, which will be the turret.
Yeah, it certainly will be. I mean, it's a pretty good consolation prize. It's going to force them about 13,500 gold into the lead. And the whole map right now is in Direwolves' palms. You can see that a couple of sneaky camps are coming out from Tainted Minds. This is what happens when you play tankless one more time. I mean, it's just so easy to blow up 1 member. But at the same time, you know, they've got everything they want. They've got all the big items picked up. The map is opened up. It's only 28 minutes into the game. And just want to go back to the fact that they got Chippies onto the superior split pusher. And he's been able to take over.
He's 6-0-1 right now, Chippies. Doing a great job here. Now, Fantix has really stepped up to the plate in this match as well. It's really good to watch him perform well in the mid lane. He's always a very solid player, also a flashy one at times. Tainted Mind still trying to hold on here. 28 minutes already. Baron buff's going to expire soon. Direwolves were able to get turrets from it, but no inhibitors taken down yet. Tainted Mind still hold on to all of those. They've already lost their top lane inhibitor turret, though.
I mean, at the same time, Direwolves are kind of doing everything they need to do right now. They've got Triple Drake. Another one is about to come up in 15 seconds. That sets them up if they ever do get past 35 minutes to be able to take a very big Elder. Baron's going to respawn soon, and they, once again, can just position Chippies in that bottom lane. You can see that next objective is the Dragon.
Stop!
So they're putting Chippies top. As soon as it's Baron, they'll be rotating in back bottom.
Tainted Minds have a thing for these bushes, though, Spawn. Just always waiting for control on top of them. I think they've proven the fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you already. Don't think Direwolves going to fall for it a 3rd time. As they take down the 4th Dragon of the game. Mountain Dragon picked up.
Same time, you kind of just have to throw 1 member to the Wolves if you are Direwolf. You just, you know...
No! They're going to find them again from the brushes. They strike as Tainted Minds just destroy the Direwolves. King is the last man standing. Will be able to sidestep everything with his massive movement speed. But Chippies might be able to take an inhibitor for this one.
Yeah, it certainly should be able to. And really, what is Tainted Minds getting out of these brush cats?
Oh, no.
They're just losing more priority around the map. Chippies looks like he's probably going to go for an execute into the fountain.
Oh, sidesteps it. Actually now trying to run away.
Yeah,
he's going to
looking
do.
to live.
He's going around the map, flashes away. There's a turret here, but there's minions to help him out. He's just going to slide right away from this one. Now, King, you better run, but that's a lot of damage.
Oh, nearly gets stunned up. I mean, he's still sprinting around the map. You see how quick he is. And honestly...
Oh no, flank. Here comes the Nautilus. Direwolves might be in trouble. Predator's right behind him. Chippies, don't go that way, buddy. From the brushes, again, Tainted Minds are going to strike as they lock down the Fiora. King watches helplessly as Chippies get shut down. Oh my goodness.
Predator is laughing his head off. I mean, right now you can see this is frustrating the Direwolves because honestly, brush camp after brush camp is just coming up King. And honestly... not much. Just stop going into the brushes. I mean, just push down the lanes. Even if they come from behind you, as long as you have King positioned at the back of your squad, you out-damage them so severely at this stage of the game. but they've fallen for the bait a couple of times.
Oh my goodness, here it is again.
Look at
Third
this.
time.
This is as a full squad. They actually know they're in there.
Ooh.
And that's just a huge knock-up and really nice exhaust. And as you can see, King just can't get positioned to be able to set up for the ulti.
Almost died as well. Curtain Call didn't quite clip him to slow him down. I have a feeling Tainted Mind's going to do this one again, though.
I mean, they can't really because Baron's back available, so they're not going to wait near a brush because otherwise Direwolves just take Baron. At a stage of the game, they have to figure out how to win a fair 5v5 fight.
Well, they did get top lane inhibitor going for the Direwolves here, so that will slowly push back. Kratos is forced to deal with that one. No teleport available for the Nautilus. That gives Chippy's free time to go bottom lane. He has teleport.
And you can see that this time they've decided that a pit is more effective. See whether they can actually.
Here they go! They're going from the wolf camp! Oh, from the darkness, Tainted Minds will strike because Churnfire has to repel to get back to safety, but the NCUNC Spider's forced to flash. What is this?
Yeah, so they're able to pick up another pick. It means it will delay the Baron. However, maybe Chippies can get something done on the bottom lane. Probably going to send Choo-Choos down there to try and deal with him because we've seen that the Nautilus has been relatively ineffective.
Yep.
And Tainted Minds are starting to get items. This game actually gets pretty scary for the Direwolves because honestly, when you have two big tanks in the Lee Sin as well as the Nautilus, if it ever gets to 5v5 territory, you're going to be positioned for pretty good success. At the same time, I mean, the Zyra is still a huge threat. Malzahar getting towards that stage as well. And this is one of those games that you just hate to be an AD carry. I know we have lots of them on the map, pretty much 4 if you count Corki and Jace, but you're in kill range from 100% health this game.
Even from the supports. I mean, Zyra was one of the first supports to ever pick up Liandry's as well as the Rylai's. And this is back before support items were a big thing. Now we're seeing both of them pick it up here. Direwolves trying to rush a Baron. This is going to be easy for them. Tainted Minds nowhere close to respond to this. That's going to be given up.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be. As I said, they have the advantage when they're able to come out of the brushes, but unfortunately, none around that Baron pit.
They should have just picked Ivan.
Maybe they'll look for a collapse onto bottom lane and see if they can pick up Chippies instead. I feel like this should actually still be a relatively easy clean out. I mean, 33 minutes in.
Or are they? Oh, they were waiting. 33 minutes in. Yes, Direwolves are really far ahead. 11,000 gold up, Spawn.
This should still just be, you know, marching Baron down 2 lanes and being able to pick it up. Although now Chippies definitely is overextended and there are members here.
3 members of the Tainted Mind squad looking to try and collapse on him. 4, including Choo-Choos as he jumps straight on top of the carry. Now Tainted Mind's looking for a fight of their own. Shorter race, trying to collapse. Here comes the curtain call. Cake wants to slow them down. Churnfire taking quite a bit of damage from these bullets. Here comes the repel, trying to get back to safety. Bullet time comes out, they're turning them away, but Choo-Choo snipes them off. Hook barely misses from Prey. The King has the blue suede shoes to avoid. All the shots come out for Tainted Minds. But again, 2 big picks for TM.
This is supposed to be the easy part of the game for Direwolves. I mean, when you have a look at it, they've got an inhib down. There's creeps inside the base. They need to play with a little bit more of patience. Chippies overextends. There's no mid lane punish yet available, so they pick him up. They pick up Churnfire in the mid lane. 2, 5, and 3. This is not the debut the Direwolves jungler was hoping for. His team is so drastically far ahead, but another frustrating closeout for the Direwolves.
And that's exactly what you were talking about on the OPL podcast. I mean, Direwolves win their lane nice and strong, but it just seems like once they have to group up, if they can't use their superior mechanics to bully you out in the lane to win the game, it's just really difficult for them to play a good macro play.
Also, don't get me wrong, this is like some well-cooked Gouda out of the Tainted Mind squad. I mean, this is some of the cheesiest stuff I've ever seen in a professional game.
I mean,
brush camp after brush camp. Fnatic would be like a single tier is being shed right now for a Fnatic roster of the past.
Well, Tainted Mind's trying to rush back because Elder Dragon is going to spawn. That would be
Baron
Elder.
Yeah. Well, what can you do, though?
That's
I mean, you still can't fight them in a fair 5v5, so they're going to seed another objective.
Oof, that's a difficult one to give up here, especially with Baron buff already live in the Direwolves.
At the same time, I mean, if they're just all damage threats and you one-shot them because you have an 8, 2, and 3 Jace, who's an absolute monster at this stage of the game. No real GAs being picked up. I mean, Churnfire's gone towards the Void stuff. I really disagree with the build coming out of the jungler. You've just seen him be picked off time and time again. You can have as much damage as you want if you're just going to instantly die in the team fight.
I mean, you have to think if Tainted Minds win another team fight here, their morale is going to soar through the roof. They're already laughing on camera. They know they've pulled off 3 or almost 4 cheesy plays. Still, stop. They're still
just
trying.
waiting around the corner.
And if you're Direwolves, I mean, this game was done at 20.
This game was done earlier. This game was done at 14 minutes. I mean, they absolutely destroyed the bottom lane.
They should not be 36 minutes into this match, but they are. Their morale must be sinking slightly. They just want this one to be over.
Well, I don't think it's really a morale crusher because ultimately they're still in the driving seat and they know that.
Ooh.
I think it's more of the fact that they just will be getting a little bit frustrated as this game keeps going. I mean, at the same time, they're about to pick up 3 inhibitors in the top lane.
They're going to try and force a fight here because they know that inhibitor's going to go down. Schönfire is likely to target. He has to repel up. Praetor's jumped in. Bullet time's going to come out. Choo Choo's incredibly low. That shreds the Nautilus. Chippies is just left in the top lane alone. He's going to take down a free inhibitor. And it seems like all the inhibitors are going to fall here. Tainted Minds left to defend their base. Trying to lock down Chippies a little bit too quick for them.
And you saw how short work they made of Praetor just because of all the damage that comes out of this squad. Not able to get onto the Misfortune. Oh my goodness!
That's so much damage. They snipe one. Schönfire's taken down again, walking all over these traps. Tainted Minds get a little bit of confidence. They've lost almost all their base, but it's an even 4-on-4 now if they can get on top of Direwolves.
It certainly is, and I mean, still with the Outer Drake King.
Almost dead there, short arrays, getting jumped on by Chippies. He gets kicked back, so much damage onto this guy. Lots of lockdown towards Fantix. He's gonna fall. Choo Choo's lays down the pain. Misfortune will get it with the make it rain. He's still chasing. Destiny's gone. Double kill for Choo Choo's. And Tainted Minds, they're still holding on. Look at Rosie. He can't believe what's happening.
I don't think anyone can believe what's happening. They were able to clean up the whole base, and yet again, they look for the team fight as opposed to walking the creeps into the base fish. I mean, Tainted Minds hit back everything on the line right now. They're able to shove the creeps out for a little while longer. Direwolves, 78,000 gold, 38 minutes into this one. They've got 4 dragons. They've taken 2 Baron buffs. Somehow they're behind in kills, and they're just all still building full damage. They've got 1 GA and a Chain Vest. They're the only 2 defensive items in this whole kit.
Whew. If Choo just keep hitting these shock blast combos, especially now, he should have full items when he heads back to base.
He's a monster. I mean, I understand why Carbon said he is a bay of his now. I mean, Choo Choo's is popping off this game.
Big bay. Chippy's now trying to push the mid lane down. Praetor's done a good job of pushing up the top lane. They don't have to worry about that crashing onto the Nexus for some time. But no inhibitor turrets are left for Tainted Minds. They have to take fight after fight here. Luckily enough for them, Elder Dragon should be down now and no Baron buff available. It's coming up in a minute 30. That should be where we see the next big fight if Direwolves don't decide to try and press something here. Lots of breathing room for Tainted Minds, and they're doing it again.
I mean, right now, all you... Oh, ultimate. Here you go, Fish.
Schönfire. He's going to have to be forced to repel away. Shorter race, looking to try and collapse. Schönfire forced to flash. Praetor trying to run. Going to take a lot of damage, but look at Chippies. He will get locked down. Tries to turn it around. There's a big bullet time from King. Shorter race is going to fall next. One by one, Tainted Minds are going to have to run for the hills, and it's only Cake left standing, and Direwolves might just get their just desserts here.
Much better execution out of the Direwolves. They bring Chippies in earlier with the teleport. Looks like Fantix is going to be able to pick up the last kill. Clean ace, and they will take the game in about 40 minutes.
He gets his cake, he eats it as well. Direwolves will be able to pick up game 1 of this best of 3 series, but if you're the squad, not going to be too happy about how they close that one out. I mean, their face says it all right now, Spawn.
It really was still never in doubt. They were up so far from like 14 minutes into this game. However, you can tell that they wanted that one to be a clean victory. And you feel like, as I said, Tainted Minds just stuck to the game plan, which seemed to be get the team fights we're looking for, make sure that we're laying our CC correctly, and we're going to be able to pick up kills, and that's what happened.
I mean, despite the loss, Tainted Minds definitely have to have good morale after that game, knowing that 10,000 gold behind, we're still fighting back.
Yes and no. I mean, they're still competitive players. Losing a game sucks.
Yes.
And they still lost it in, like, as I said, pretty convincing fashion. I mean, they picked up, I think, 2 turrets all game if you're the Tainted Mind organization. They didn't get a Dragon. They didn't get a Baron. They really didn't have a sniff in the whole thing. So, yeah, sure, they got a couple of cute team fights. They made the game very entertaining, but I think that still sucks if you're Tainted Minds. It's just about, you know, where do they go from here? Because I think that their team comp was pretty smart, and if they stayed even, those team fights start hurting Direwolves a lot.
It certainly was, and it looked like they were going to be able to try and upset the Direwolves there, but they still fight back strong, clean out the game about 40 minutes into it. To break down that game a little bit more, let's throw it back to Hingers and the rest of the analysts.
Thank you very much, Fish and Spawn. Well, there we have it. Direwolves 1-0 over Tainted Minds in this series. But, Mendrix, but Carbon, obviously a long game, and perhaps not only, I mean, Spawn was saying they might not be happy with the way they won, but, you know, you got to think they're the architects of their own demise there, right? Building all these damage items, Carbon?
Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. They're pretty lucky that Chippy's picked up that quadra at mid because he pretty much solo carried that game. His pressure in the side lane utterly destroyed Tainted Minds. There was nothing really that they could ever do to deal with him, so they did the only other thing they could do, which is try and engage on the 4, which they did brilliantly, I must say, a number of times. But you can't help but wonder how that game might have gone if Chippies didn't pick up a quadra kill.
Mendrix, when you look at this team picking up all those damage items, does this continue that narrative of them perhaps playing in a disrespectful way, do you think?
Oh, absolutely, and the reason behind that is that they could have actually just had, for a little bit of extra damage reductions onto themselves, made it so those team fights would be a little bit more convincing, especially when Tainted Minds were doing those cheeky little bush hides on the side, sort of channeling Fnatic at that point in time. And the thing that I really want to touch on there is that it really illustrates what we expected from them. We expected them to have a strong early landing phase and then to have weak macro play. And throughout the entire time, that long, drawn-out battle was because of that weak macro play.
All right, well, let's take a look at the picks bands, the draft phase of this game. He's bringing it up on your screen now. The big thing for Tainted Minds is obviously they're playing without a coach. Cake was there reading the summoner's code. So let me get your read on this draft, Carbon, because on the Direwolf side, we're seeing Misfortune AD, which Inero kind of predicted yesterday.
Yeah, very clever, I think. Very nice pickup from Direwolves because you take, first you take Zyra, and then you take away the counter to Zyra, which is MF, and play it AD. And with the lethality changes, her kit does incredible amount of damage right now. So I think a very smart takeaway there in counter to the Malzahar. Malzahar Jhin, a great lane in its own right, but MF Zyra is very difficult to beat.
And what I like about how Tainted Minds played that out is they did turn to what are the strengths of their bot lane or what the utility they had picked. They've got a Nautilus, they've got themselves a Malzahar, and they turned it into a pick composition, and we saw them illustrating that as it got towards those late games. That's why Direwolves had such a tough time closing it out, just, having a little bit of a giggle after each time they managed to get a pick just on the side there. It was really great to see.
I also want to point out one of the big reasons I think that game went on for so long is the Jace pick from Tainted Minds. I think Choo Choo's played a fantastic game, but the itemization that you were touching on earlier with them all building damage meant that this lethality Jace, you could see every time he hit a Q, the team fight was over. Direwolves had to pack it up and go home because they would get chunked to half, they would get chunked to 1/4. Like their itemization made it so easy for Choo Choo, to have a huge impact.
Well, the other thing we were trying to predict going into this game was whether or not Schoenfire, the new jungler for the Direwolves, was going to step up into that role. He's replacing Sybil, who's quite a well-respected jungler in the scene. He's had 6 deaths. He's copped six deaths in this first game. How did you feel he went as the resident jungler on the desk, Carbon?
I don't think that was the debut he would have wanted. I think he ended the game 2-6-4 or something like that, which is a pretty poor score. But his early game was pretty good. His pathing early was quite good. He propped up his bot lane a little bit, gave him a bit of pressure. He managed to pick up a kill where Chippy's cancelled his auto for the solo, which was a bit sad for Chippy's. I'm sure he'll be upset that he didn't get the solo kill.
Solo carry, man.
But Shen managed to clean that up. He also put a little bit of pressure on mid when he went mid. Unfortunately, missed the cocoon, but was otherwise a good gank. So yeah, not the debut I think he would have wanted, but serviceable.
Would you describe it as dominating, Mendrix?
No. Okay. Absolutely not dominating. I mean, we expected him to come into that dominating, and he never really did. He had a few good flashy plays, especially in the Dragon Pit when they did manage to pick up Air Drake. He immediately had a really quick cocoon, which just landed straight onto shoulder ace, and he was pretty much gone afterwards. But
buy one get one free.
Yeah, buy one get one free. I think as Carbon would like to describe it. And end of the day, though, it wasn't a dominating performance, and to really have that sort of interview afterwards and not deliver. Let's see what he can do in the next game.
All right, well, let's take a look at this team fight in the mid lane. I think it's the first tower. And Mendrix, what do you think is the particular thing you want to take away from this game?
So, as you can see, Choo Choo's doing a great job jumping in there, forcing the fights, but Tainted Minds overextend just a little bit, and immediately Chippies comes and pops off. And it sets up the pace for the rest of the game. Chippies, as Carbon was saying before, it was able to put immense amounts of lane pressure afterwards, and because he was able to do that, he just was able to allow the Direwolves to win the rest of the game.
Yeah, I just want to point out that just before that, what we didn't see in the replay was that Tainted Minds actually just killed, I think, 3 Direwolves for nothing. And they were at a 7k deficit at that point purely through the lane phase. So
yeah.
a massive comeback team fight out of Tainted Minds. Choo Choo's went for the dive, which I don't think was that bad a play. I think MF had a shutdown gold bonus at the time, so not that bad. Maybe he lives and he saves the game or whatever. But a great Zyra ult out of Destiny with a nice TP follow up into the Quadra. I don't want to say sealed the game, but made it pretty difficult.
All right. Well, the other thing we were all very much enjoying towards the end of this game was drawing it out with these Brushfire surprise ganks. So let's take a look at one of these replays where, well, Carbon, I mean, this is
That is actually a fantastic Nautilus ult. I mean, he flashed it to get all 4 people knocked up. I mean, they did this. I mean, the score is 15-9. I think they ended up like 20 to something. I mean, they did this 4 or 5 times in a row. Direwolf showing no respect or no understanding for the potential bush cheese. I think it was maybe Fish who said it on the cast. Fool me once. Shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. Well, they got fooled about 5 or 6 times that game.
Another thing to point out with that actually coming into it is they started, firing rockets randomly into rushes. They had to completely change their gameplay because of the amount of times that Tainted Minds did that to them. And towards the end of it, I saw them finally starting to get those blue trinkets, after it happened the 3rd time. So it made them rethink their plan. But it was definitely a great entertaining show.
All right. Well, we also saw the reaction cams there of the Tainted Mind players very much enjoying, having a little giggle there as they camped and cheesed from the brush. That is game 1. Direwolves are up 1-0 in the series. We'll be back with game 2 right after this.
So much damage, narrowly avoids it. Now it's going to be Choo Choo who jumps back in. He kills your boy King and flashes away from it.
Yeah, it certainly does. And now all of a sudden, Destiny in trouble as well.
Chippies is down here looking to try and chase down the low health members. Gets 2, gets 3. Triple kill coming out for Chippies. And lockdown again. It seems like he's going to be caught one more time here by Tainted Minds. Choo Choo so caught in the rain of bullets and bullet time. When they lock down Schönfire, he's the next one to fall. They might have done it again. They lock down Schönfire. He's going to get taken down straight away. Brave Throw taking so much damage to return. Destiny goes on a killing spree with that one. They trade 2 for 1. But now Cake's in trouble. Chippies just slides in right behind them. No! They're going to find them again from the brush as they strike. As Tainted Minds just destroy the Direwolves. King is the last man standing. Here they go. They're going from the wolf camp. Oh, from the darkness, Tainted Minds will strike because Schönfire has to repel to get back to safety. But the NCNC Spiders forced to flash.
Onto the Misfortune. Oh my goodness.
That's so much damage. They snipe one. Schönfire's taken down again, walking all over these traps. Tainted Minds. Lots of lockdown towards Fantix. He's going to fall. Choo Choo's lays down the pain. Misfortune will get it with them, make it rain. He's still chasing. Destiny's gone. Double kill for Choo Choo's. And Tainted Minds, they're still holding on. Look at Rosie. He can't believe what's happening. Going to take a lot of damage, but look at Chippies. He will get locked down. Tries to turn it around. There's a big bullet time from King. Shorter Race is going to fall next. 1 by 1, Tainted Minds are going to have to run for the hills.
Capture the vibe. Does the character make sense with the art, with the lore, and with the music? This is all one package. And if it does, then we've all done our job. And if it doesn't, we can improve on it.
Every bar, every decision that's made needs to be based on what works for that character and what does that character feel like.
The concept often is so strong, and then the only thing that can fail is yourself in the execution.
Thank you one more time, please.
Just keep going.
Nope.
Just keep going and keep going.
Take 82. I'm not a violinist, but that doesn't seem right.
I don't want to disappoint our players,
If the goal is to create something new, then basically anything's fair game at that point. You're shooting into the darkness.
There's a lot of crazy tactical shit too.
How does it make sense? I think it probably makes literally 0 sense.
We're all gamers. We're all nerds,
We could spend a lot of money during the recording session, get all these instruments, and they make a big ruckus. But if the vibe isn't right, then we've failed in our job.
If you construct a great piece of music that brings people into your world, those things tend to stick around forever. Those memories tend to stick around forever.
被单抓，但是大部分情况也还好，因为我们还有优势，但是我们要扩大自己的优势。我们的下一个目标是大龙，这一切的关键就在于掌控视野。我现在大龙里面放一个针眼，但是只能保证大龙圈里没有视野，因为这样大龙上方我没有视野，所以对手可以轻易的过来，而且可以和我们抢夺大龙的控制权。我们来做大龙上方的视野，这个眼可以帮我们看到敌方，也可以防止敌方埋伏。因为重要目标都被我们的视野覆盖，布隆想要进入就已经很难了。他想要穿过红 buff 重新拿到大龙的视野，所以我们这次很容易就能抓住他，然后就可以继续进行推进，提防水晶或者打大龙。你的队友不一定要完美，如果你有充分的准备。
Welcome back to the Oceanic Pro League for Sunday of Week 3. My name is Michael Hingersing, and if you're just joining us, Direwolves are up 1-0 over Tainted Minds in a game that, well, it was up and down in terms of respect and also Brush Gangs. All right, before we get into Game 2, though, I want to let you know about the OPL Show podcast, hashtag OPL Show, that you can find on iTunes and SoundCloud. It is a podcast where we review and then preview the week in League of Legends. Myself, Jake Spontiberia, and Matthew Fish Stewart. And I'm going to tell you, on this week's episode that we're going to record in the coming week, there's going to be some roasting of some casters because they're, well, anyway. All right, let's get into Game 2. This is Direwolves up against Tainted Minds. Can Tainted Minds take a game back? I'm joined at the desk here by Tim Carbon-Wendell and Nathan Mendrix-Mendez. And Carbon, let me start with you. What do Tainted Minds need to do to pick up a game? Because they had a strategy. Hide in the brush, take a couple of kills.
Yep.
But they were also, 10, 12k gold down.
Yep. Work from behind. Look, I think the issue in the first game is what I like to call being better played.
Sure.
And that is where the enemy team beat you just because they're better. It's not like there wasn't a big mistake. There wasn't a big macro. They went to lanes. Chippy's almost solo killed. Should have solo killed Nautilus. I think bot 2v2'd. I think, mid was close as well. I think they organically got top tower, which means there was no interference. Fiora got top tower on her own. Same with bot tower. I think Elise came down only to finish the tower off. Look, TM really need to try and clean up their early game. They need to not lose lane, I think is a really big one, because if they get onto an even par, I think that we saw from last game that their macro is pretty good, very good from behind. They made a lot of picks, and I think if they were even, or even maybe a little bit ahead, that they have a good chance to maybe take a game.
All right. Well, Mendrix Fantix in the first week told us that for Direwolves, it was just a matter of them overcoming themselves. So is Tainted Mind just hoping that the Direwolves stumble over themselves, perhaps in terms of arrogance and/or disrespect?
No, I don't think that's what they're hoping for them to do. I mean, it is something that can come and get them in the end, and we saw it towards the end of the game that it is something that is possible. But the big thing that in terms of like the Direwolves need to look at is just sort of taking that advantage and then rolling with it correctly, not getting lax, not letting themselves let Tainted Minds get those opportunities and those gank brushes. And Tainted Minds, again, sort of echoing what Carbon had said, they need to look towards fixing up that early game, and then they can, once they weather that initial storm that is Direwolves, they should be okay. And I think they can actually do that through the drafting phase as well. And the reason why I want them to do that is sort of put Praetor on a carry, something he can actually deal with chippies and knock out one of those factors that allows them to get ahead.
All right, well, something which I was interested by in that first game, as we bring it up, is some stats from Choo Choo's, your friend and former teammate.
Mate. Yep.
Carbon. Now, if you look at this, 10 kills, 3 deaths, 4 assists on Jace. Jace is looking to be that power pick that we've seen the entire weekend.
I think that the way the meta is developing right now with squishy champs in almost every role other than maybe top. We're looking at aggressive junglers like Kha'Zix and Elise. We're looking at carry supports like Zyra and Malzahar. The 80 carries don't have escapes mostly. We're looking at like stuff like Jhin, Varus, MF we saw last game. And Jace is fantastic into these champions because they don't have an easy way to avoid his Shock Blast. His new lethality build means that he's doing near true damage to them. In most cases, is doing true damage to them. And so Jace, I think, is just a great pick in this meta. And if you're a good Jace player, there's a really good opportunity for you right now to grab some easy wins.
And what I want to touch on that as well, if we look at all the games that happened previously, like Jace has literally been picked in every single rotation first. I mean, first of this game, I mean, he wasn't picked up first before, but it's still in the first rotation of picks available to you. And in the games that we had yesterday, if he wasn't banned out, he was generally in those first lot of rotations. So at the moment, he's an extremely high priority pick.
All right, well, that is our preview of Game 2, Direwolves versus Tainted Minds. Can Tainted Minds get back into this series? Well, it's time for us to throw to our casters to find out. It's Spawn and Fish.
Thanks, Hingers, and thank you for roasting us. I hope there's another Misfortune game here so you can learn a thing or two about how to play your champions. But for now, we're about to get into the second match here between Direwolves and Tainted Minds.
You need to sing a new song, buddy. I feel like every single time you want to insult the man, you just go towards his small champion pool. He's only been playing for a short amount of time. You, on the other hand, shouldn't throw away many stones at the moment when it comes to solo queue.
Why is that? Diamond player here. I'm happy.
Yeah.
Not going 115 on Alstars anytime soon. Feeling good about that one. So now that we are into picks and bans for the second match between Direwolves and Tainted Minds here. LeBlanc already been banned out on the side of the Direwolves, blue side of the map, which means Tainted Minds will get a secondary ban here.
Yeah, they certainly will. I mean, I don't know really what they're going to go towards. I mean, maybe they take away the Fiora and get rid of some of the split pushing threat, or leaves Cannon up as, I guess, really unsurpassed up there for Chippies to be able to grab. Maybe Jace has to be, I guess, dealt with because we've seen he's been incredibly potent at this stage.
Wouldn't be surprised if that's the final ban from Tainted Minds. So would give Direwolves the opportunity to first pick it. Instead, they do ban that one out. Kha'Zix was also banned out by the Direwolves with Malzahar. Zyra is left on the table if they decide to pick it up, or they can go for Misfortune again. Try and force Tainted Minds to play that unfavorable support matchup.
Yeah, I mean, or they could even just take, something like a Zyra. I mean, yeah, Ryze will do.
And that's what they're going to pick up. Fantix going to be playing that one in the mid lane. Haven't seen too much Ryze in the OPL, but has been banned out in a couple of games. I don't quite remember if we've actually seen a Ryze play recently.
No, I mean, we saw him a lot in week 1, but you're right, week 2 and 3 has definitely fallen down. Has been banned, I think, more than he's been played. Yes. Which is a little bit interesting. There's a couple of stealaways here for the Tainted Minds squad.
Yeah, they're going to take the Misfortune. Rosie very comfortable on the champion. Could still be Cake that picks it up. Direwolves now have the option to pick up Zyra, who's one of the most popular support picks, but they're going into an unfavorable matchup if they do. Churnfire bringing out the Graves. See how he uses that one in the jungle.
I mean, this means that they're probably going to be playing another tankless lineup because we know for a fact that Chippies prefers to play carries.
Yep.
All of them are still available. And, Graves, 80 carry in his own right, is certainly going to be prone to being shut down. I mean, this means that something like a Syndra can come out for Choo-Choos, and even though not as potent as maybe the AD champions with the lethality at the moment, certainly still deals well with 80 carries.
It does. We are going to get Varus picked up here, was banned out previously, which means we will see Rosie pick up Misfortune as his supportive choice, unless we do see the flex of Varus into the mid lane. Fantix did go for the Zyra pickup for Destiny. So they did force themselves into that matchup. A little bit of mind games coming out from these two teams. Kennen, next man out, targeted towards Chippies. They don't want Cassiopeia to hit the Rift either. Choo-Choo's now taking some bans.
I mean, I think right now, if you are Tainted Mind, you get rid of Fiora, and they do. I mean, Praedyth, he actually had a fairly good game on the Nautilus still, but when your team gives away, like, what, a triple or a quadra over to the Fiora, and you're not going to have much of a chance to be able to stand up against her in the turret dive situation, it's just one of those things that gives you less avenues to win the game if the split pusher gets that far ahead.
Final ban coming out from the Direwolves is going to be Syndra. More targets towards Choo-Choo's champion pool. Direwolves still get to pick up their top laner as well as their AD carry.
I mean, I think right now you just take the strongest tank available, you get yourself Maokai and see if you can 5v5 against this squad. It's a little bit of a risk because things like Aurelia and Jax and things like that can split push are still available. But I really do feel like Tainted Mind's best hope of winning this game is with a good team fighting top laner.
It's a little bit of a shame that Tainted Minds had to ban out Chippies there because the likes of Jhin are still left open. They could have possibly thrown a Jhin ban out there. Instead, King will pick up that champion to go with Zyra. Very potent lane in the bottom lane. Predator's going to get the last pick for... Sorry, he's not. He does have Poppy already picked up for himself, which means we will see Choo-Choo's get the last pick of choice up against this Rise. Dire will still wait and see what the final champion is going to be. Maokai is the choice for Chippies in the top lane he got against the Poppy, so tank or tank matchup. Final pick for Tainted Minds will be Choo-Choo's.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, I mean, both teams running one tank and running pretty squishy everywhere else. We're going to have a pick for Choo-Choo's right now coming out. I mean, when you have a look at it, a lot of mid laners have been banned away at this stage. I mean, what is it? 3, 5, 4, arguably 5 if you count Malzahar as a flex so far. And most of them have been on Direwolf's side, so Choo-Choo's is pretty animate about something.
Corky seems to be what that is. That's going to get locked in again for a second game. And this time Choo-Choo's playing it, not Fantix. He's going to be taking that one against the Rise, opting for the cleanse probably again. Have to see if that changes to exhaust later on, which is the go-to summoner spell for the Corky.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, I expect him to still keep it just because of the 2-second snare that comes out of Rise at early levels. I want to look towards Schernfire and Fantix this game. Schernfire said, you know, he's here to dominate, and I think that at a part of that game, he was like 2-5-1. I mean, definitely wasn't having the best performance. And I think that top lane won so super hard. I mean, Chippy's even picked up, you know, that massive triple kill, was able to split push, killed Praedyth underneath his turret. King and Destiny did a really great job of nullifying that bottom lane, you know, picking up the early kill, being able to shove in super hard. And the only area where you could maybe say there was a little bit of weakness was the fact that Choo-Choo's got actually pretty massive in that game. And Schernfire and Fantix didn't really keep him down all that much. So I think that what we should look for in this game is, even if Direwolves get to a big snowbally lead, is where's that coming from? Is it always going to be the top lane? Is it always going to be their duo lane? Or can Schernfire and Fantix really team up? Because if they can, they're going to become one of the scariest duos in the OPL. Mechanically, these players are just so damn good.
And we didn't see too much out of Schernfire even early. His first gank in the OPL, missed the point-blank cocoon on Elise. That's not something you really want to see out of someone who's, you know, coming in for Sybil, who in his own right is a fantastic jungler. And Direwolves have been really outspoken that, you know, they want to see if they can flex the two of them. But Schernfire has to show some sort of different playstyle here.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, the full AP build as well also meant that he was incredibly squishy, so you can understand, you know, while those brush camps were stacking up, how he was dying so easily. As I said, that game was never really in doubt. If you're a Direwolves fan, I mean, you look at that game and you're like, even though it went to 40 minutes, from about 14 we were winning as we jump onto Summoner's Rift, but it was just never really that back and forth.
Certainly was not. We are back onto Summoner's Rift for the second match between Direwolves and Tainted Minds. But before the action gets underway, let's check in with Hingers, who's with one of the coaches.
Thanks very much, guys. I'm standing here with Sharp, coach for the Direwolves. And I want to start by asking you about the Graves jungle pick for this. Is it something you would have considered pre-7.2, or is this new patch, new jungle picks?
Oh, yeah. Like, it's kind of, as the patches are changes, I mean, patches changed. Yeah, like, a lot of new junglers are coming out, like Ivan, and I think Graves as well is, like, really suits... He's working in this meta, like, I don't know, just really suits all the team comps we play with, and then it does quite well into Elise, so I think putting Schernfire and Graves will work out well.
You also seem to be banning out Choo-Choo's there a lot in a lot of mid lane target bans. Was that something you expected to coming into this, or was this after the first game performance you felt like that was necessary?
Well, we kind of tried to get Jay's first pick. We thought that'd ban Rise, so getting Rise first pick kind of like... Instead of banning the tops, we banned the mid laners for Choo-Choo, so giving Fantix a better matchup mid. So banning out the counters to Rise, well, Cassio's a bit of a counter to Rise, and Syndra does well against Rise as well. So we just kind of wanted to give Rise an easier way into the game and get through and scale up.
All right, well, best of luck in the game, and thank you for speaking to us.
There we go, hearing from the Direwolves coach there. Schernfire seems to be comfortable on the Graves, taking it into the Elise matchup. They really want Fantix to do well into Choo-Choo's on this Rise. We weren't expecting to get that pick from the Direwolves.
Yeah, I mean, and when you have a look at it, I think in week 1 it was, both the Chiefs and the Direwolves put heavy priority onto that particular pick. So you can understand why it is so popular and, you know, where that idea kind of came from. Praedyth actually trades very well versus Chippy.
Cheeky damage coming off Praedyth. Does get the grass and the Undying proc as well. So does Chippy's. Now the buckler can be thrown straight into Chippy's face. That's going to hurt. Even gets a grass proc for that one too. Something interesting we saw with Tainted Minds is they invaded towards the direwolves to stop the sapling stack that Chippy's tried to put down the mid lane, stopping Fantics from picking that one up nice and early.
Yeah, and what that does is, you know, because it didn't get an advantage elsewhere and he had to start sapling, if he can't start pushing the lane early on, you do get harassed off because you don't have that queue for the constant trading, as you saw the Poppy does. So really nicely played there from Tainted Minds and a lot of damage.
Fantics just easily clears out that wave and just decides, you know what, I want to hurt you, Choo-Choos. Come here.
And you can see that a little bit of a difference in styles between the mid laners. I mean, Corrupting Potion was picked up last game by Fantics, I believe, as now potentially gank in the top lane.
Ooh, Raiders actually going to throw Chippies away. A little bit of miscommunication almost, it seems.
No, potentially. I mean, it also gave him that little mini stun that allows you to get within range. You can't walk straight away after you've been tackled. They also trade Jungler Flash for the top laner Flash, so that's not a massive deal. It's now Churnfire looking to get involved, but misses everything.
Yep, he even quick draw into this one, so Shorter Ace knows he can fight this man. Does get the smite for a little bit of extra health. Shorter Ace goes back and takes the Scuttle Crab. He's now going to run super fast on top of the Scuttle Crab. Churnfire trying to stop him. Exhaust comes out for Choo-Choos, and first blood picked up by Tainted Minds.
And just a brain fade out of Churnfire there. I mean, he goes aggressively forward when he really didn't have anything to be gained after he was spotted out. He used a quick draw, he flashed, and then he still kind of tried to stick around and fight. Will give a big lead over to Choo-Choos after a lot of early work had been put in by Fantics, honestly, to continue to push that advantage.
Shorter Ace already. Huge impact on the map. Top laner's flash gone. Destroyed. Churnfire gets double buff for Choo-Choos. Oh, he should be pretty happy, but Choo-Choos now getting locked down. This is a very early roam coming out from the Direwolves. Fantics does not want to stick around and go toe-to-toe against this Corki.
Exactly right. I mean, Fantics still nearly falls on the back end of that. Has double summoner spells up, so wasn't really at too much of a risk. But it's one of those things that you definitely don't want to see go down. Good roam out of Destiny as they had shoved up that lane, so we relieved pressure elsewhere. And you can see that the whole map kind of going back to equal, and I think that this is one of those winning strategies. You have to be able to get Chippies off carries because he's just so competent at them against tanks. It's kind of what Tally was like at the end of 2015 Split 1. I mean, was just very happy to play carries into tanks. Praetor's obviously content to do the team thing right now, so bringing Chippies down to his level.
You can already see that Chippies picked up the Double Doran's ring on his Maokai. Looking to just try and sustain against the Poppy. See this for the tanks that have a hard time in lane, picking up two nice and early items to kind of sustain themselves well. Like Poppy normally does well into any tank that she's put into. Mid lane, Choo-Choo still trading with Fantics. Big shield coming out from the Rise. He's able to avoid quite a lot of the damage and continues to burst him out with those E-stacks. So despite being down double buff here, Fantics is still trading very well on this Rise. It's a champion that you just can't quite keep out of competitive here, Rise. Always finds a way back into it.
Yeah, it certainly does. Always relevant. Has great CC, great burst damage. Now we actually have a sneaky gank coming in from the back end.
Here we go. Cake joining Shorter Ace for this one, but a nice double root comes out from Destiny.
Oh!
But that's a big double up that Rosie managed to get down there, forcing the heal out of King as well.
Yeah, so really nicely executed there. I mean, burns the double summoner spells out of King. Destiny does live with his life. Maybe could have flashed himself to save the heal, but was not to be that time. And forces him back. So, you know, small advantages accrued on the map so far for Tainted Minds. Gives them nearly 1,000 gold.
Oh, Fantics wants this. Choo-Choo's taking a lot of damage. Shorter Ace is waiting in the wings. Valve comes out. Churnfire quick draws away from the Elise.
I mean, it actually looked like Choo-Choo's was trying to bait and then took so much damage that he decided the bait was a bad idea.
Yeah.
And Churnfire does the team thing here, comes in, pushes up the lane because Fantics is oom. So that isn't actually a hard tax like it looks like. Actually just trying to get his mid lane a really nice shot. So gets it into the TV, resets, turret, resets.
That would be a really nice shot for the mid lane if you could go back and just buy a TV straight up. Big old 18-inch plasma TV. Oh, that's not very big.
That's not very big.
40-inch plasma TV. Go bigger.
We can do better than 18 inches.
Meanwhile, Churnfire making his way toward the top side of the map. Praetor does spot him out with the ward. Level
But
6
it's very
Poppy.
low and doesn't have all that much armor.
Shorter Ace trying to scuttle his way up here. Churnfire's got to be a little bit careful.
I mean, they're trying to bait this one out.
Oh, gets him! Gets him with the blind cocoon. Schönfire takes a lot of damage. Predator puts down the pain, flashes away, but the quick draw from Schönfire picks up the kill onto the Poppy.
Yeah, I mean, that should have actually worked out, as now the Corki is coming back in. Gets cut off a little bit by Fantix, who feels out some hurt.
He's popped the ghost. Here comes the explosive plant. Brings Chippies with him over the wall. There goes the Rise, trying to teleport. Does get in towards Choo Choo's. He's trying to run. No more summoners left available. The clap comes out for Chippies, and Shorter Race is going to fall as well. Big kills for the Direwolves.
Really nicely played out of Direwolves. They pick up 3 for absolutely nothing, and the gold is well and truly back in their favor. I mean, the top lane gank should have worked for Tainted Minds, but was outplayed by Schönfire. And then they just stuck around for way too long, and Shorter Ace tried to save his mid laner. Well, maybe you should have just let him die, to be honest.
Tainted Minds don't trade evenly there after Direwolves capitalize on their mistakes. For now, though, Tainted Minds still have control over this bottom lane. Destiny and King playing very far back here. Making sure that there's no way for this Misfortune to get the poke down with the Make It Rain.
I mean, and now that the ultimate is being picked up by Cake, there's even less they can do. They're actually being hard zoned right now. Waves pushing slightly against them, it looks like, at this stage. Will eventually push back if they keep last hitting, although if you keep firing Ws at it, King, it's not going to. And we'll see whether they call in maybe some jungle help to be able to shove that one back out.
They've got the package as well.
I was talking about Direwolves.
Ah.
As
That's
Schönfire
right.
heads down into the bottom lane.
Choo-choo's on Tainted Minds. Should remember that. Fantix still waiting for his ultimate to come back up, but at rank 1, inside a very low distance to use. Not going to be able to go halfway across the map. Choo-choo's does have that package of Tainted Minds to make a play down towards the bottom side of the map.
Looks like they're setting up for a dive, to be honest. I mean, they're pushing that one really rapidly. They've got the Corki with the package, as well as the Elise on the way.
Teleport's ready as well. Cake's going to get locked down, though, taking a lot of damage. There's the bullet time go out for Rosie. They'll trade 1 for 1, but that's the support being traded for the 80 carry here. Teleport already being used, and Poppy cancels it. Chippies is not going to be able to teleport down to the bottom lane.
Yeah, Chippies cancels. Praetor still has his available. 1 for 1 trade. It is 80 carry for support. Rosie picks up the kill on the side of Tainted Minds. Although with the current strength of Misfortune, I don't know whether that is actually a bad thing. They're still going for a little bit of a fight here.
Big slow coming out from Rosie. Short Race is waiting in the wings. They do have Choo-Choo's nearby, but decide not to try anything.
And that's another really good swing for for Direwolves, because not only do they get the kill onto King, putting him up, they also broke that big freeze. They were able to get it back into the turret and reset the wave. And now all the gold advantages that was being built up for Tainted Minds in the one winning lane has been nullified. And you can see that Chippies, now that he's got the kill, much more comfortable going toe-to-toe with Praetor. Mid lane definitely in Fantix's favor. And see whether they can accelerate the pace of the game, as they've been able to so many times in the OPL so far, the Direwolves.
Yeah, they're trying to do just that. Chippy's very comfortable on this tank at the top lane for now.
Schönfire back up top. You see this time Fantix is also on his way.
Spotted up by the ward, immediately leaves the jungle, but just immediately comes straight back, trying to duke them out. Praetor's now in a bit of trouble. Chippy's looking to see if he can get the collapse going on, but Schönfire happy to just deny some CS and get damage on these turrets. Cocoon not going to connect. Now Fantix is up here as well, looking for the first turret gold.
Yeah, I mean, they should be able to pick this one up. There's still a turret left alive, a creep left alive. Maybe wait one more wave, but it's pretty much gone. And that's just Direwolves brute forcing the wave time and time again. And no real response coming out of Tainted Minds.
Choo-Choo's is going to be able to get some damage down, but a teleport being used by Praetor actually. Looking to see if they can trade turrets in the mid lane too, but Rise is already here. Tainted Minds desperately want to try and even out this disadvantage created by the Direwolves.
I mean, that's a really weird teleport. They're not going to be able to get it. All of a sudden, Praetor can't even freeze top lane, and they might be in trouble mid.
Oh, they're ghosting for it. Fantix wants in. There's the critical coming out. Destiny jumps in. Big ultimate coming out as well. Now, Shorter Race has got to be really careful because Schönfire's on top of her. The repel comes out, but as soon as the spider comes down, the ultimate comes out as well. Praetor has to flash away from the captive audience.
Yeah, so in the end, they're able to trade another kill. They balance the turret aggro nicely, and they're able to get out unscathed. Now it's a 2,400 gold advantage for the Direwolves. And you can see that they're very, very crisp on that rotational play. May lose out on bottom lane turret as Cake slowly whittling away.
This one should fall. Rosie's down here as well. Cake will be able to destroy that one with ease. The only advantage that Tainted Minds get out of that play.
However, mid lane is also quite low, so if they're able to make a return play there, potentially able to go 2 for 1 in the turret trade. But you're right, you know, that looked like Direwolf just read what they wanted to go for, and Schönfire was able to put out a lot of surprise damage on the back end of that, forcing Shorter Race out, I think, a little bit quicker than he would have otherwise expected.
Certainly was. Fantix now in this mid lane against Choo Choo's, doing a really good job on this Rise. Making it hard for Scorpio to do anything at the moment. Still picking up the components for his Rod of Ages. Maybe late on the Rise here, but it's already been stacking tier for quite some time. Tainted Minds looking for a quick push into the mid lane. Bullet time is available for Rosie. Can use this to try and deter Direwolves from trying to get close towards this turret. This should be an easy turret pickup for Tainted Minds. I suppose they say that Cake's been locked down. Schönfire deletes him. There goes the Tainted Minds 80 carry, and they live to fight another day and defend that turret.
I mean, that's kind of surprising because they did get the snare out onto Destiny, it looked like. But not able to follow through with any damage, and then Fantix just walks up and pretty much one-shots Cake at this stage of the game. So nicely done there for the mid laner of Direwolves.
Literally caught between a rock and a hard place. Now Direwolves looking to still defend that turret. It's a single auto attack away from dying. So they're making sure they can do whatever they can. It will fall eventually, but they did get a pick for it.
I mean, and what do they get at the same time? Bottom lane turret. That's a huge wave crashing right now. You can see that they're now rotating down there as well. They want to be able to take it out. And they're also pinging onto Choo Choo's mid lane. Maokai's behind him.
Oh, Schönfire. He's going to be caught out here. Has to try and quick draw away, but Cake's there as well. Schönfire almost takes him down, but will die for it. See you later, says Rise as he gets out of there.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Choo Choo's died mid lane. I mean, there's just plays happening all over the map right now. Looks like Direwolves able to come out in the advantage as King also kills Shorter Race.
Yeah, the sniper just went wandering in the jungle there. Picks it up, casually walks back towards mid lane, gets that crit shot down. You know, pretty happy with that play.
So this is what happened to Choo Choo's. I mean, had to Volk early, gets stunned up. Really nice layering of CC there. Chippy's able to come in. King picks that one up.
That means that King picks up the snipe onto Shorter Race with a W.
No, I think he flash auto attacked him.
Okay. That makes more sense.
Yeah.
This is why you're the analyst.
So his flash isn't available, and he had an auto attack up. So as we take a look at what happened there, was it the W?
Please be a W.
It was.
Yes!
Well, he had to flash for it, because he definitely used flash.
He did. That he did.
So I don't know, if you want a flash W, that seems a little bit strange. I went for the percentage play.
See, we players don't think too much. Gut feel. That's all we rely on.
Gut feel.
The R's down, other long distance W, that's all. Tainted Minds are now going to try and take a dragon for themselves here. Mountain Dragon will be what they pick up, first dragon of the game.
Honestly, however, this game's devolved quite quickly again. I mean, we're only 14 minutes in. It's 8-3 in kills, 3,000 gold the lead right now for Direwolves, which is quite high. But we've seen a lot of fighting happening everywhere on the map. This top lane, definitely no difference.
Chippy just keeps screaming, "Fight me!" Praether wants none of it. Sunfire Cape already picked up by the big tree. Counterintuitive, you know. You would expect the wood to kind of burn with that one on.
I mean, he does have a flaming skin, so you can understand how it works. Of course, not being utilized this time around. And it really is some extending trading going on top lane. And Schönfire's there.
Yeah, gets a bit of damage down. Good knock-up coming out from the Poppy. Flashes away promptly. This gives Direwolves some time to get some damage onto these turrets, but Rosie is up here as well. Slows them down. It's a bit of gold for himself. Clears out the wave.
So in the end, they save the turret. They do have to burn the Summoner spell, however, and not really much gained elsewhere on the map. Whilst Chippy's still just winning this 1v1 tank battle this time around.
King is Yomu's ghost blading in towards the mid lane. We can try and group up with the rest of the Direwolves. You see Rosie's picked up a very early Executioner's Calling, trying to deny the healing from the Direwolves. Especially with Chippies, you have to keep watching out for that.
Yeah, you certainly do. I mean, the Maokai passive is just so useful in these extended team fights, and you expect them to be coming sooner or later. Potentially big flank being looked for by Chippies, although right now they need to be more concerned probably from the Tainted Minds and with the bottom lane turret as King's pushing that one in. Looks like all 5 members on the same screen. They want to start utilizing the poke of Cake as well as Choo Choo's, but wave clear is superior right now, and they're being able to clean it up.
Surefire dashes away from the arrows, while the rockets that come out there. Tainted Minds are looking to try and hide under brush again. I can see the pings. I know what they're trying to do.
Look, potentially they're expecting a face check towards the top side of the map. I don't know why, because priority-wise right now, King just has the bottom lane lit up, and Direwolves aren't falling for the trap. This is exactly what you should do when you know,
When in doubt,
have no vision on top side, just play bottom side.
I mean, one of the biggest rules in League of Legends is that there's a Garen in every single brush, even though Garen's not in the game. So Direwolves respecting that one now, as Fantix avoids the ultimate from Cake due to the increased movement speed from his passive.
And you would have to say that Fantix is having a much better game this time around. 103, 40 CS up.
Yep.
Really has been in control from the start of the game. Even when he was pushing up early into Choo Choo's, who did get gifted a double buff, so it's important to note that he has been very good this time around.
There's a call coming out from King. Good damage coming out there, but doesn't do too much.
It's going to be another turret falling, so just the absolute capitulation right now.
They flash forward here. Fantix has got behind Praetus as well. He managed to ultimate the Maokai away. He will be able to live to top tail.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, I mean, they've just lost 2 turrets for absolutely nothing, and there is no response play because King has solo defended the top lane turret somehow against 2 members, and now Destiny's streaming in against Cake.
Just looking to try and get him with the graphs there. Almost connects. Shorter Race is waiting in the wings. Destiny smartly does not decide to overcommit, so to speak. Direwolves now looking to see if they can hold on to this lead. 5,000 gold up. Just slowly and surely increasing for the squad too. Fantix still clearing out the bottom lane. Has both his summoners available. Already completed the Rod of Ages as well. Seems like he wants the Abyssal Scepter next. Trying to mitigate some of the magic damage that the Tainted Minds squad dish out. So everyone on their team does quite a hefty bit of magic damage. Once they pick up his boots first, still split pushing in the bottom lane.
Can see a slightly tankier build coming out of Shorter Race right now on the Elise, and the map has, I guess, gone back to a little bit of normal. It's 6,000 gold right now for Direwolves. It was really just those turret takes against the tide of play that really did set them up for such a powerful mid game. And now 20 minutes in, I mean, they're kicked off right where they left off. They're just being able to continue to just dictate the pace.
Baron is up and available to be taken 20 minutes into this game. Dragons spawning in the next minute and 30 seconds. You see everyone from the side of Direwolves have control wards, 2 for Chippies and 2 for Destiny as well. They want to light up Summoner's Rift.
Certainly do. You can still see that it doesn't matter really though, because Cake does a lot of damage, and if he's able to land the poke on the correct members, we'll be able to, help carry out the fights.
The curtains have dropped though. Here's Cake looking to be jumped on. Destiny is going to get the roots down, forces a flash, but Surefire gets the execute with his ultimate. He's just been the target for the Direwolves this game.
I mean, Cake just needs to flash earlier. If the root is coming out and you're going to be hit by it, you're going to have to burn the flash anyway, as all of a sudden they're flashing in.
Poppy tries to flash in for a flash wallbang, doesn't get it. Surefire trying to go toe-to-toe against the Misfortune support, comes back in, knocks Destiny out of the fight, but Chippies is here, gets the root down on towards the tank in the top lane. Tainted Minds lose their tank.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it just looks like Direwolves are way too far ahead, and they're doing the smart thing this time. They're pushing up all the waves. You can see bottom lane pressuring, mid lane pressuring, they're getting picks, and they're trying to rotate it into turrets. Actually, it looks like, they've gone back, had a really good soul search, so we can clean up our play a lot in just the break time, and certainly seem to be putting the screws into Tainted Minds a lot harder this time around.
6,000 gold advantage for the Direwolves. A nice, clean and crisp play so far. Dragon is going to be coming back up here. Another Mountain Dragon. It was Tainted Minds that took the first one, but Direwolves should be looking to contest for this. Baron is still live as well, but difficult to take this early in the game. But Tainted Minds really need to start working on trying to fight back here.
I mean, they certainly do it. There's not really all that much they can do. They're matched with a team fight comp this time around. And you can see that Fantix and King are just so much more accelerated over their opponents. At the same time, Chippies is like half an item ahead as well. So pretty potent as a tank. And it just limits the options that you actually have. if you are the Tainted Minds lineup. I mean, Direwolves this time around, they won it off a map rotation. They were able to go bottom lane and get 2 turrets, and that just lengthened the goal to where Tainted Minds no longer can stand up to them.
Most importantly, they stayed away from the death brushes. So they were still fighting for this one. Looks like they want to try and engage here. They've locked down shorter rates. Ultimate comes out early from Schoenfire. The Elise is low. Destiny has been locked down, flashes away. Kate gets sniped off. King on a phenomenal performance so far. Gets Rosie as well for the 1-2 good night here as a double kill comes out for King.
Yeah, and King has been an absolute monster now. 7-0-3. 10 out of 13 kills he's participated in. That means that they're going to start up the Baron. It's only 22 minutes in, but really there is nothing the Tainted Minds lineup can do about this one. It's just going to fall way too fast.
They're just going to hope for a miracle steal. Can Choo-Choo's do it? Throws it out. Not enough. It will be Schoenfire that gets the smite. And that's Baron buff for the Direwolves. Crisp, and clean play from them. 9,000 gold up.
And I mean, this is really what you hope to see out of the Direwolves squad, because they are so good. Is that clean play, the ability to, you know, jockey for position around the map. This is a red buff challenge. One more time, it's a blind face check coming out of Tainted Minds. They think that they've caught up Destiny, but he flashes away. Then King, just like a good sniper on his perch, able to pick up the double. Honestly, that's really nice play.
Direwolves, 9,000 gold up. This is the position they were in last game where the Death Rush started stacking up for the Direwolves. Against the Direwolves, I should say. Chippies was not on a tank this time round, so much easier for them to make those map plays. They currently have King still pushing the top lane, 3 members in the mid, with Chippies on the bottom side of the map. He has teleport available. That will slowly collapse on towards the inhibitor turret. King still more than happy to push up this top lane, slowly being collapsed on, but multiple members of the Direwolves are guarding the jungle.
So the Predator's actually gone in onto Destiny.
Takes a bit of damage. Schoenfire quick draws on towards the Poppy, gets knocked up. Schoenfire going to take quite a bit of damage. Ultimate comes out. Wisp Praetor, but there goes the ultimate. Curtain Call from King's going to pick up 1 kill, and they've already taken down 1 member of the the Tainted Minds squad. Now it's going to be easy for them to start pushing towards the base.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case. You saw that Chippies actually had walked across as well at the same time. Didn't burn the TP. He's now underneath the turret.
Cake getting jumped on. Fantix flashes forward. Cake is gone. Shorter Race is going to follow shortly after. Destiny finds that kill.
And you see the Shorter Race, he's trying to help his fellow North American import, but not able to get it done. And King now just streaming towards Choo-Choo's, who is forced to Velk away. And this game is a much better display of just the raw power that Direwolves have. I mean, they're pushing into the base at 25 minutes into this one. They've grouped nicely when they have to, and are looking to close this one out cleanly. I mean, Praetor going for a flanking play, potentially.
Ooh, looking for the bullet time. Praetor tries to get Destiny, will get him. They blow so much to blow him up. Poor support. Couldn't take the Rise Express to get out of there, but they do take the top lane in a turret down.
But this is actually like, sure, Destiny gets picked up, but this is how you should punish a team if they're making desperation plays, because they had a lane being pushed simultaneously and King takes the top lane turret. So even though a member falls down, they had to burn a teleport for it, they had to burn the package for it, and they still don't even come out ahead because Direwolves are just all over the map and have a 12,000 gold lead. This is what game 1 should have looked like as the desperation brush plays were happening.
Take a look at the items that the Direwolves have picked up here. It's no laughing matter. Frozen Heart already complete for the Maokai with the 2 standard tank items. Lethality coming out from Schoenfire. All the lethality items are complete for King. He's got a BF sword to boot as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's going to hurt. Sarah's Embrace even completed for Fantix. Lots of resistance coming out for this Rise, especially when he gets his big shield as well as movement speed going.
Yeah, and Fantix has had a really nice game. I mean, he's been able to, you know, get the snares going when he has to. And these are some desperation plays happening right now. I think they know they're in the brush, however.
There we go. Schoenfire throws down the W. Is able to spot him out. Will get knocked against the wall, and the Death Brush works again. But this time, Direwolves are in amongst it. Chippies has teleported behind Tainted Minds. King is waiting for the execute. Damage is said. Clips Rosie as Predator tries to dash away. 2 kills for the Direwolves.
Yeah, so Schoenfire does fall down, but 2 kills picked up. Importantly, the wave clear of Choo-Choo's and the tank of Praetor. So that means that the top lane turret should come under fire. Meanwhile, bottom lane turret slow pushed up, now reaching. So that's a lot of gold and CS being wasted. And we'll see whether they can defend or if Direwolves can break the base.
Basically fall pretty low here. Inhibitor turret is going to fall first. Chippies tries to collapse on towards Shorter Ray, slows him down with that knockback. Here goes Fantix, ghosting in, locks down Cake, jumped on by a tree, claps to pick up the kill, and Shorter Ray's now taking the brunt of the damage. Second inhibitor is going to fall shortly. The rest of the die will stream in towards Tainted Mind's base.
Yeah, and this game looks like it's very quickly devolved.
Ooh.
King will flash away and actually die, so that's a nice return kill coming out of Choo Choo's. However, one more time, 2 inhibitors down, 27 minutes into this one. Dragon is up in 30 seconds. We're about 2.5 minutes away from Baron. And this is going to be pretty close to a sub 30-minute victory if Direwolves stay on this trajectory.
And the base for Tainted Minds is in shambles. Not only the 2 inhibitors already taken now, one of the Nexus turrets is about to fall as well. Choo Choo does secure blue buff for himself, but almost too little too late here. Just waiting for King to respawn. 10 seconds, and Direwolves will have their 80 carry back up. Looking for his Infinity Edge as his 4th item.
And this definitely has been a game where, you know, we've seen the tendency of Tainted Minds to take very aggressive, risky plays.
Yep.
And Direwolves have been more than their match. I mean, they're just standing up to them. They've got much better vision control. You can see top side of the map this time around. Vision control is very solid. And
doing it again, Small.
they certainly are. They actually, if they're patient, they will catch King.
Oh, he's rotating down. Oh, they spot him. They stop. They're waiting for King. Oh, this is going to be brutal. I almost feel sorry for the guy.
I don't. I mean,
goodbye.
This is what happens when you don't push up with your whole team.
The 2-prong attack. Rosie was waiting on the other side. Now Tainted Minds look for a fight. Shorter Race tries to steal the Dragon. Not going to happen. Churnfire slams it into the wall by the Poppy. Chippy's trying to take the brunt of the damage. More than happy to take up the Poppy. Now Cake is going to be collapsed on. Big ultimate comes out from the Graves. Shorter Race is going to be the next target here as they collapse onto the Wincy Spider. Rosie is Arcade Misfortune. Not going to be able to do too much as Direwolves clean up Tainted Minds. That should be game.
It certainly should be. I mean, health bars are low, but Chippy's is still full health, and there are super creeps on the base. Fannix going to fall down.
Choo Choo's gets 1 kill there. Try to flash on forward towards Destiny. The Valkyrie is not going to be enough. Takes him down, but it's going to be the plants that slap him back. It's an ace coming out for Direwolves.
And I think pretty fairly, this is going to be Chippy's just walking out of Nexus and cleaning up. 2 games in a row, the top laner of the Direwolves has been an absolute superstar, and they will 2-0 Tainted Minds for the 3 points.
Nothing much that you can do here with a big old tree slapping your base. Tainted Minds just watch as their Nexus gets destroyed. Like you said, 3 points picked up for the Direwolves.
And game 2 was much cleaner.
Yes.
I mean, they should go back and watch game 2 and think, you know, we executed our game plan this time around. We got the deep push on bottom lane. That unlocked the rest of the map. Our team fight was better. I mean, it's still a couple of random face checks here and there that they need to tidy up. But as far as like clean map play goes, I think that game 2 was a great improvement.
It certainly was. Tainted Minds tried their hardest to fight back in those 2 games, but first and foremost, early game was just completely out of control for them. Direwolves picked it up nice, clean and easy. And like you mentioned, you know, the cleanup from them in game number 2 was fantastic from the Direwolves. And with that, they take all 3 points. To break down the rest of the day, let's give it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Fish. Thank you, Spawn. Well, Carbon. Well, Mendrix, we see that you were right. Direwolves 2-0 over Tainted Minds. And in that second game, they really seemed like they answered their critics, namely you guys, and cleaned up their play style.
Yeah, I thought so too. Look, again, a fantastic laning performance from Direwolves, I thought. Chippies, again, played very well. Their bot lane, I thought King and Destiny played extremely well again. Set up a lot of pressure around mid. You saw them roam mid quite early. Also got the bot tower pretty early. So definitely the 2 side lanes, I think, were the stars today.
Yeah, Mendrix, with Chippies just popping off in 2 games, he just doesn't die. He just doesn't die. I guess that's the point of a tank.
Well, exactly. I mean, he was flawless in terms of that game. His KDA was, I think, close towards the end, 4-0-10, 4-0-9. So he was absolutely going extremely well with that game. Played really well in the first game. Arguably, his pressure is the reason why they were able to go was able to do so well, specifically speaking. And really, it was just a matter of fact for the Direwolves. They played really well in that early game. They managed to hold on to everything really well, and that was how they were. That was just how they would have built that essential lead and then cleaned up that late game.
All right, well, let's take a look at the draft as you bring it up on your screen. And the Graves jungle, Carbon. Talk us through that. I mean, we heard Inero kind of pumping it up yesterday. He was predicting it, and it's because of 7.2.
Yeah, pretty much. I think any champion that can build lethality right now is extremely strong. Graves is one of them. I think you saw a few times where, he wasn't that far ahead. He died early a couple times, but his ult was still just doing insane amount of damage. I think at one point, Varus got hit by only Graves' ult, and it did half his health. So, all you solo queuers out there, if you can build lethality, it's probably good.
What I'd like to touch on that as well is he actually played a really great play up in the top lane as well, specifically, and where he was actually 2-on-1 with a gank and managed to come out alive and with a kill. So really, it was a little bit of a credit to Schoenfire to pull that off there in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing I want to point out is Misfortune. We've seen her today, AD, and we've also seen her as the support. So 7.2, we talked about yesterday, she might be that flex pick, but it's definitely a possibility going forward from here.
Absolutely. I think MF is very strong right now. Being able to flex MF, I think, is a big feather in the cap of any team who is able to do that. I think it gives you a lot of options in the draft, being able to take one early, pretending it's going support, picking an AD or vice versa.
Well, Mendrix, I think we have a replay, which we might be getting to. But before we get to that, Mendrix, let me ask you about their playstyle, the Direwolves, in that second game. A lot cleaner, a lot cooler. I feel like maybe they were listening to our criticisms between the games and settling down.
Not just ourselves, but probably their coach as well. One of the things Sharp mentioned is he wanted to sort of rein in the Direwolves. They're very, individuals in terms of how they want to play, make sure they're strong in their laning phase, and they must have listened because they were able to play it a lot better. I mean, towards the end of the game, you saw the top side of the map was absolutely lit with wards. So those guys had more control. They weren't really dying to those crazy lane brushes that Tainted Mind were trying to do, and overall it was a massive improvement.
I think the big difference in the second game was Chippy's playing a tank and not playing the split push carry, because I felt like in the first game, while they were split pushing, Direwolves weren't really respecting that they had to wait for him to get pressure. They were kind of just walking in and dying over and over and over again. But in that game, Chippy's was coming to them, and I think he made a lot of really great plays. You saw him get a lot of crucial flash roots, and credit to him.
All right, well, let's bring up that replay now, Mendrix, because I believe you wanted to talk about just the sheer amount of kills happening in this.
The big thing to note in this specific replay is how far ahead Direwolves are. As you can see there, they've managed to put decent control down, and that is why they're able to be ahead in this game. And it's just a matter of them cleaning up their gameplay the entire time. And it was just a matter of fact that they were winning skirmishes across the entire game. They built that lead, and then they were just able to easily take the win.
I think the big thing there was you could see Maokai come down from the top lane. They were fighting around Maokai. He got, again, crucial root. They couldn't really deal with him. He was just in there beating him up. And the big thing was that was how they kind of broke the game open. They took Baron after that, and with the Baron, they were able to get, I think it was mid inhib first, and from there progressed to the victory.
Well, yes, the key point there being a crucial root. All right, well, that is enough from us here. Let's throw it over to Jake, who is standing by with Destiny for the interview.
Thanks so much, Hingers. I am, of course, standing alongside Destiny, support player of the Direwolves, who just picked up another 2-0. Destiny, want to kick it off with actually the cute MF kind of switch up there, throwing it into the AD carry position, you picking up the Zyra. Is this something you guys had planned to do, or did you just catch it last night on the LCS and you're like, hey, we can do that too?
It's actually been very planned. We've been playing it for the past week or so, and we've had pretty good success across the top regions in OS. So it was sort of a coincidence being played in LCS. So when we saw it played in LCS, we were sort of happy because we knew if other regions are doing it, then it must be good. And me and Calvin are really good at abusing our leads on bot, so it worked out well.
And I want to talk about that because you obviously support player back in the day, and then you moved to AD carry for a little bit, now back to support. How are you finding laning with King? Because he's a very highly mechanical player, but we know that he likes to play aggressively. Are you guys meshing well down in the bottom lane?
Yeah, me and King are meshing really well. We're really good friends out of the game, so it helps a lot. We watch VODs. Every mistake, we look at it critically, we break it down, and he's a really good teammate. I'm really happy to be supporting him in the split.
All right, cool. It definitely is going well for you guys. I just want to also ask you about Schoenfire. Obviously, you guys boot camp over in Korea. You had a couple of highlight plays yourself over there that I was able to check out. But you bring Schoenfire back with you. What exactly has he instilled in the team? Because I know you guys are a big believer off the Rift as well as on the Rift in Schoenfire.
I've worked with players such as Radier before when I was on Direwolves, and his mentality was great, but Schoenfire's mentality is on another level. The kid is actually insane. We weren't intending to pick him up in Korea, but when he was working alongside with us, he was just like, you guys have potential. We can just work together. And Schoenfire is really good, and I think he will prove himself. I don't think this set showed his actual potential, and I think this split he'll definitely be the best jungler in the OPL.
All right, cool. With that, I mean, you guys are so good individually. I mean, there must just be that tendency to, you know, want to run over your lanes and continue that way. You once again had a quite sloppy first game, but second game you actually cleaned it up and your macro play was really good. Is that Shern making the calls? Is that you? Because I know in the past you've been a big shot caller. I also know Fantix is quite active on comms at times. Like, who is making these calls for Direwolves, and what are you trying to achieve around the map?
Our team doesn't actually have a main shot caller. We all put our own input in because, well, from my perspective, if a team has a shot caller, then he's controlling every decision. And if he makes the wrong decision, everyone's going to blame him. So if everyone has their own individual what they need to do and everybody follows with it, then it usually works. Because if you have a shot caller, it's one person's mind. But if you have 5 people communicating, then it's 5. So we feel that having a shot caller is sort of lackluster compared to having 5 people communicating.
All right, there you go, guys. Committee is the rule for Direwolves right now, and they did pick up another 2-0 victory. Congratulations very much, Destiny. Thanks for the interview. We'll throw it back to Hingers to close out the night.
Well, there we go. Destiny there from the Direwolves talking about how Shernfire could well be the best jungler in the OPL Cup by the end of the split. Obviously today, we may not be particularly happy with his debut, but let us get right now to our MVP, our best and fairest Radiant medal. And it is Chippy's 2 weeks in a row, Mendrix.
Yeah, completely agree with that. I mean, his pressure in the first game was really what let them get to that win. And then when you look at it in terms of his second game, he was absolutely flawless again. So really well deserved. I completely agree with the outcome of this Radiant medal.
And out of a possible of 12 votes, picked up all 12. Carbon, you nothing but positives to say for Chippies?
Yeah, I thought he played fantastically well this series. I think he was... I think he pretty much solo carried the first game and very close to solo carry the second game as well. So I think a great performance by him. I was super impressed.
All right, well, let's take a look at the tally of medal winners for the split. Rays, Series, Chippies, all on 2 points. Lost Cake, and there are a few others who are on that first win. We're only 3 weeks in. Already people are picking up week-to-week wins. It's
only AD carries and top laners.
Yeah,
interesting.
Top laners. Who would have thought?
Trends are starting to be set, I guess you could say.
Yeah, because AD carries, they're getting no love, you know, but they are, popping off. As it were. All right, well, let's take a look at this weekend's results because we started off with Sin versus Legacy. Unfortunately for you, Carbon, Legacy going down 2-1. Abyss 0-2 versus AB, picking up another win. Chiefs 2-0 over X5. That puts Chiefs top of the table, and Tainted Minds 0-2. Direwolves picking up a win there. This is the standings now. Like I said, Chiefs top of the table. Direwolves in equal second with Legacy Avant-Garde in 4th place. Sin Gaming 4th, coming up a bit after that win. Tainted Minds down in 6th, and then Abyss and XL5 both looking for their first match wins of the split. Next week, we're going to start things off with AV versus XL5. Direwolves will be taking on Legacy. Both teams will be hungry to prove themselves as the contenders to the Chiefs. Sin versus Tainted Minds will kick off on Sunday, and then Sunday afternoon, last game, Abyss versus Chiefs. Woo! Some spicy League of Legends next weekend, Carbon. Give us a preview. How you feeling going into next week? After watching Direwolves just play then.
Yeah. Well, look, Direwolves I thought played pretty well that game. They're going to be a challenge, definitely. I think they're very strong individual players. We're going to have to put a lot of work in this week if we want to compete. But I believe in the boys, and hopefully we come away with the points.
And by the boys, you mean your team, not their team of boys. Yeah, specifically.
Everyone can have some belief. I've got enough for both teams. Let's have a good contest.
I would like to extend a thank you to Mendrix and Carbon for being here on the analyst desk. Thank you also to you at home for watching us today, and we hope to see you again next week. See ya.
Scuttlecraft, Shernfire trying to stop him. Exhaust comes out for Choo-Choos, and First Blood picked up by Tainted Mind. And gets him with the blind cocoon. Shernfire takes a lot of damage. Predator puts down the pain, flashes away, but the quick draw from Shernfire picks up the kill onto the Poppy. For it, Fantix once in. There's the critical coming out. Destiny jumps in. Big ultimate coming out as well. Now Shorter Race has got to be really careful because Shernfire's on top of it. Low. Destiny has been locked down, flashes away. Kate gets sniped off. King on a phenomenal performance so far. Gets Rosie as well for the 1-2. Good night. denied here as a double kill comes out for King. Here goes Fantix, ghosting in, locks down Cake, jumped on by a tree, claps to pick up the kill, and Shorter Ace now taking the brunt of the damage. Churnfire slams it into the wall by the Poppy. Jimmy's trying to take the brunt of the damage, more than happy to take up the Poppy. Now Cake is going to be collapsed on. Big ultimate comes out from the Graves. Shorter Ace is going to be the next target here as they collapse onto the Wincy Spider. Rosie is Arcade Misfortune, not going to be able to do too much as Direwolves clean up Tainted Mines. That should be game.